to golf with him pretty soon.
So now Dave's like, okay, well, we got this by first.
Yeah, he loves it. Thank you for bringing him on. That's highlight. That's a huge highlight for
Go
you.
home and
So
take a
that
nap.
it stands up to time.
You guys been busy out here.
Looking, like trying to decide what I want.
I know exactly what I want.
Yeah.
I'm trying
But I
to
don't know, like, I don't wanna go with a diamond and I don't wanna, like,
So I'm trying to
spend
get
a lot of money.
two
'Cause, like, you know, like.
commercials on Saturday and Sunday each day
'Cause I,
for the
at this
Masters.
point, if I lose them again.
Two commercials Saturday and Sunday for the PGA Championship.
Yeah. Well, I've
Okay. I will call to order this City Council work session meeting, May 15, 2025. It is 8:06. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call?
Mayor Kidman,
Here.
Vice Mayor Farrow,
Here.
Counselor Hammond,
Here.
Counselor Hettinger,
Here.
Counselor Augie,
Here.
Counselor Preller,
Here.
Counselor Roundtree.
Here.
Okay, with that, we'll turn it over to City Manager for City of Page fiscal year 25-26 budget.
Exciting. First of all, I want to remind all of you that we are live on YouTube. So same as always, your mic and stuff, and watch what you say because it's being recorded. So to get going here, City Council and Directors and Managers, it's my honor to present the proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. A document that reflects the collective effort, dedication, and thoughtful planning of our city's staff. The process of creating this budget required countless hours of collaboration, analysis, and strategic planning to ensure that we meet the needs and priorities of our residents. Our team has put in a lot of effort to create a budget that balances fiscal responsibility with the essential services and projects that are most important to our community. We have prioritized projects that promote safety, economic growth, infrastructure improvements, and quality of life. This process has always been guided by the ongoing commitment of past city councils whose vision of Page is important to also consider. The hard work and professionalism of our staff, whose efforts in preparing this budget have been nothing short of amazing and deserves recognition. Their dedication deserves our respect and our appreciation. I kindly ask that we approach this review with the same respect, recognizing the significant effort that has gone into these numbers and the careful consideration behind every decision. As we move forward, I encourage all of us to stay focused on the budget itself, its figures, priorities, and the policies it supports. Our shared goal is to serve our residents effectively and responsibly, and that requires us to work together with professionalism and mutual respect. Thank you for your ongoing leadership and partnership. I look forward to a productive review process and to continue our collective efforts to build a stronger, more vibrant community. Let me just give you a few numbers here before we get going to give you some concepts here. In the 25-26 general budget, the general budget fund is $32,103,994 compared to last year's budget of $28,311,716. This year's total budget, less the utilities, is $79,551,647, and that does not include the interfund transfers. The capital fund is once again a large portion of the budget. Staff has funded large improvements as well as started and continued the new capital improvement program. This year's capital budget is at $28,117,770. Our combination of all state shared revenues has decreased this year due to various situations at the state level. Last year we received $4,543,288. This year, $4,089,564. We have budgeted $29 million in revenue for the fiscal year. In 2025, we budgeted $28,22770. Last year, we budgeted $16,745,000 in local sales tax, and this year we are budgeting $19 million. Since we are confident that we are going to probably exceed $19 million in this year alone. We have generally budgeted conservatively for city sales tax, but this year are closer to what we feel we will actually bring in. We have budgeted $1,797,500 for revenue in the golf course and $4,182,500 for Horseshoe Bend. Horseshoe Bend
will transfer to the general fund. I know you guys had a lot of questions on that one. $2,918,494. This includes both the allocated cost and debt payments. They will be transferring money to the capital fund in the amount of $1,627,500 for community improvements. The emergency reserve fund has reached the goal of $12 million for fiscal year 25, as the ordinance stated 726-24. Last year, through May 31st of 2024, we had nearly $52 million in the bank, in cash. And the 1st of May 2025, we are at $59,168,000. So increased nearly by $8 million in the last 9 months, 10 months. This budget includes a 8% overall increase for the hardworking staff for the city of Page. There's a 5% COLA, a cost of living increase, and a 3% merit increase, so basically a 3% raise. I'm not going to talk about that. Okay, so this is pretty easy process for you guys who haven't been through it. All the staff has been through it several times. I want you to focus on page 1. If you turn your books to page 1, it's going to say fiscal year 2026 overall budget and estimated fund balances. And this does include transfers in. The most important line that you need to keep an eye on is the general fund, the very first line. When we're talking about the budget, by the time we get completely done, we're going to be at almost $100 million of budget. So when you're looking at these people's budgets and you're looking at a travel expense for training of $3,000, you know, I think that you need to let the department heads go ahead and run their departments. I'm not a hands-on manager. As long as it makes sense to both the manager and I, we go with it. So you might have some questions about some in-the-weeds specifics. Those are probably better handled at a different time. Remember, you are not approving the budget, but you are going to make the first steps. This is the budget that we would like to have on the next agenda for approval. So when you get to, you know, the specific departments, if we start talking about people's salary and there's 2 people in the department, we're going to be here forever. So, but this is pretty easy. Page 1 basically tells you it all. The starting fund for the general fund, this says, so it does have a number in there.
It does. It doesn't have the new position.
Got it. So this does include the increases for staff. Starting balance of $29,690,165. We're projecting revenue at $29,278,794. Our expenses, if everything goes exactly as planned, and we all know how that goes, would be $32,103,994, with an ending fund balance of $26,864,965, which means we're spending $2,825,200 more than projected revenues, but we're still leaving $27 million in the bank. So we're leaving a pretty hearty bankroll. And keep in mind, this is if we spend everything. When you go through your monthlies and you see that we're at 70+% of the budget and we've spent 48%, that means, you know, there's a lot of stuff right now that just does not come in. We order it, we have to roll it over, right, Jakey? So as we go through this, just keep in mind, if you want to turn to this, it has a horseshoe band funds, it has the magistrate funds, it has everything on here, including our general fund that we'll be working from today. So, let's get it going. We're going to start with mine, which is page 16. Most of you may not even know this, but Robin does my budget, and she does all. Is yours 12?
You mean to say page 12?
Do I not have the right? City manager. I have 16. Okay. So, page 12. So, if you look at this, basically, the only thing that has increased really on operating, and we can talk about like medical insurance and that kind of stuff. I don't take medical insurance from the city. I take it from my wife, federal government, which is where we started with my cancer. And so it'd just be a nightmare to even attempt to change. As far as going down, the biggest increase on this one is travels, meals, and schools. It's because I'm also going to send Robin to a couple of classes. She is now actually the office manager. So she is going to get some administrative classes. And then there's a couple of national trainings, the International County City Managers Association I would like to go to. I haven't gone literally since I've been here. So that's where a big portion of that comes in with. That's 5 days plus travel and everything. Other than that, Robin kept everything exactly the same. So the total change, it looks like, is 12%. Any questions? Okay. If not,
Oh, sorry, I do have one.
okay. I can't see you.
Oh, I didn't even raise my hand. I just was scrambling for my mic. So this is a question that you've answered for me already on some of these tabs, but not all of them. But I think several of us have the same question on the salary line. You've explained that everybody's getting an 8% increase, which I'm totally good with. But then the variance on each section, well, there's a lot of variance. So on this one, it shows 23%. So I'm just wondering if you can explain that to us.
So, well, I guess everybody will know now. Last year, you guys gave me a 15% increase. They roll that number over, so that comes 23. And last year, I gave Robin a little bump. That's where the 0.38 comes. So some of them, you're going to see that going down. If Tim comes to me and says, this guy's doing a great job, he met his year mark, I want to give him $2 an hour raise, I say okay.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Just a clarifying question then. So every employee is getting an 8% raise this year, and this also includes potential raises that happened in 2024.
No, we just rolled over our last ones.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
So because we never know what you're going to do, although this year staff appointments have talked, and our preference would just to go 8% across the board, so we don't have to do that year-end thing. And ours can become more of a conversation rather than us walking in trying to fight for whatever we can get, and somebody gets, a $30,000 raise, and another person gets an $8,000 raise, and so. Okay, if we're good there.
Sorry, I have one more question.
Okay.
I just remembered. On the contract services line, we have $150,000 for childcare services IGA. Can you tell us more about that?
Well, that is a wish that we had worked last year pretty hard with the school district. And I told them that I would feel comfortable that the city would help them construct a place for daycare. So this actually isn't a contribution for daycare. This would be to help them build out a facility. They would provide the teachers and the babysitters and that kind of stuff. It did not come to fruition this year, or this last year, but I think we can always dream, because it is something that is seriously needed in town. So I wouldn't hold your breath on that one, but
I will cross my fingers, though.
yes.
But is this just for the city and school, or is it encompassed?
Well, it literally all depends on how many teachers he can commit to it. So we have a couple right now that could do it, but I mean, if he got big enough rooms, yeah, our intention is not to block anybody off.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, next is the council and clerk. Robin. Oh, if you guys actually turn the next page to 13, I'm sorry. This is general services. This is Robin's. This is office equipment, ink, paper, any color of pen, pencil you might need.
Utilities. Any questions?
Oh, yeah. I do want to add in here, though, at the very bottom, there is contingency. And last year it was at $1 million, and this year we upped it to $3 million. I discussed this with the mayor. I think you can see just in the conversation we had last night. So this money will be set aside if something pops up that needs $1 million, like Jake this year. Not you, Jake, sorry. Where you guys decided to give him $600,000 right off the bat. We would have that money to give to him. So if we don't budget that kind of stuff, that's just an example, so don't. But if there's somebody that we can create an incentive for, it's sitting there. It's not mine to spend. I mean, I can spend, if Kyle has a great deal and he wants to buy something that's not in his budget, that's, $225,000, we can come to you and say, we have this in contingency, that kind of thing. So it can be used through any department.
And is that why it's under general services? Is that so that we're not so limited?
Yeah.
It's categorized it differently.
Because if it was under mine, you would think it was all mine and I was going to spend $3 million like a wild sixth grader in Walmart.
Councilor Hammond?
So one question on that. So we would approve most of if it's large dollar spending out of that, but if it's under the $100,000 threshold, would that be?
Yep,
at
I
your
could do
discretion?
it, but my threshold has been $1 million for 5 years and I've never touched it.
Thank you.
So if we have it in the budget, we're going to make it balance.
Councilor Preller?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask on the utilities. It says it increased by $50,000 to cover the splash pad, but per last night's meeting, the splash pad won't be done construction until October, and will probably be winterized right after that. So it'll be closed most of the year, most of the fiscal year. So does that mean that when the splash pad is up and operational year-round, that our best estimate for electricity is 100,000, or is this 50
Well,
just high?
it's also water
Okay.
and sewer,
And the Para Club.
and the Para Club is in there too. So depending on, what we do there, utilities, now that the air conditioning works and the heat works, who knows what that'll be, so.
It's a guess.
Okay, cool.
And those, you have to remember, those are all considered commercial. We don't get the housing rate, we get commercial rate. Okay,
Any other
good questions. So,
Yeah, sorry, I'll double down. I promised I wouldn't complain about stamps right out of the bat, so that's why I led in with the Para Club question. What the heck's up with the 15,000 for the Pitney Bowes lease and then an additional 16,000 for stamps? Why is that two different items?
well, Pitney Bowes is the machine that we use, and we buy the postage right through them.
And we never know how much postage is going to be year to year. Tourism has changed every year, how much they send out. Things that get sent back from every department, it just varies.
So the line item for the Pitney Bowes lease is just the lease of the machine, and then the separate line item for the postage is what we load into that machine.
Correct.
So we're like paying $1,000 a month to put stamps on stuff.
No, it's not stamps. We don't go to the post office, so we can weigh everything. Josh needs to send something overnight, and that's I think that's most departments come here. So
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I was just wondering how that got, or why that got broken up into two.
it always has been.
we don't use that anymore, Robin. Okay. Council and clerk. Page 14. This is Cindy.
Yeah, so it's pretty much the same. I just did a little bit of tweaking to some of the numbers, put them in a little bit of different spots that made sense to me. Are there any questions about this?
I have at least one. I don't remember, is it this page that's got the new software on it?
Software's
City
through
clerk.
IT.
Okay, thank you. So then I guess my question for this one is on the front page, we've got new positions, which we didn't talk about yet. Sorry if I'm out of
No, go ahead.
step on process here. So I assume that position is reflected in this salary amount?
It's not in my budget, from what I understand.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Linda can answer that a little easier than I can.
None of the new positions that are on page, let's see. I don't know what page it is in yours. Under new
The
positions,
front of our book.
all those are not inclusive in the numbers in the budget because we weren't sure if they were going to be allowed to be in.
Okay.
So you would have to add those, we have it broken down to wages and benefits. So if those positions, if council says, yes, we can add those in, then that would have to be added into those numbers. So they're not included.
Okay, great, thank you.
And we can either discuss those during department, or we can discuss them at the end with everybody. So it's totally up to you guys. If you want to have Cindy describe why she wants another person or needs another person, we can do it now.
I
Or,
think it'll help us avoid rabbit holes if we save that for one single
okay,
conversation.
you bet.
Guess no question.
Okay, clerk.
That was just the council sheet, right?
Oh, okay, so for city clerk, same type of situation. I just moved some stuff around. It didn't increase, it's just basically just moved around. Are there any questions on city clerk?
Can you explain to them why there is a decrease at all in your, remember what you told me of why there is a
So,
down 9%?
yeah, so there is a little bit of a decrease that happened because I did reduce my contract services a little bit. We are not in an election year, for this next fiscal year. So we won't, I'm not anticipating to have election costs during this time. So that did decrease a little bit. Of course, next budget, I will have an increase due to elections.
All right, I'll take the bait. What's the city council chamber upgrades for 2,500 getting us?
Just in case.
That's a just in case.
Okay, thank you.
For you.
Nothing else? I'm
Okay, we good? Okay. Next is to the judge.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Just want to hit some of the highlights from our budget and then let me know if you have any questions. So for cell phone, just want to add one for our court supervisor. She's taken calls from me, from staff, from the assistant magistrates on the weekend, outside of hours. So I think it's fair that we give her cell phone reimbursement. For contract services, you'll see a 17.58 increase there in percentage. That's mainly due to our public defender. It just costs a lot of money for an attorney to come in and protect people's rights and make sure they have an attorney if they're facing jail. And you've seen from my previous presentations, we've had a 50% reduction in this kind of misdemeanor level of crime in this city. And I think a big part of that is having the possibility of jail for folks, so they kind of either get into recovery court, they're on probation, they have a little bit more accountability. So that's that cost. It's $257 per case, which is a pretty dang good deal compared to what a private attorney would charge for these same kind of matters. We've got our court security officers. We split that 50-50 with the county, and then like our x-ray machine, our magnetometer, all that together adds up to a fair amount of money there with the $83,000. For the travel, meals, and schools, that's gone up 80%. Our presiding judge for the county has asked that our assistant magistrates also get a significant number of continuing education credits, and so we're going to be sending them to more trainings to make sure they're up to date with everything. And lastly, I'll point out that we've got recovery court on there this year. That's not been included in previous budgets because we had a federal grant. We now have 20 people in the program. We've had 6 graduations in the last 6 months. It's going super well. So this is kind of I think a minor investment for a really great program. And then Chief Lang has Vaughn Goats and salary. That's pretty much all the program costs to do a lot of good in the community. Any questions? Sure.
So the recovery program was under a grant before, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And that grant amount was?
In total, it was like about $500,000 over 4 years.
Oh, it was over 4 years. So with this 22,000 and with the other part being on the police program, that covers you through the year for what we've been witnessing? The recovery court?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Good job. Okay, next is city attorney, and that's page 16. I'll let Josh take it.
Any questions about mine? There were a couple of increases. The most notable one with contract services, that's when I need to go to outside counsel. That's most of that. I'm also paying right now a contract prosecutor to assist because we haven't been able to fill that position. So we have someone on contract to assist with some of that. I expect that cost will probably go up quite a bit this next year as well. Contract services, yeah.
So the salary for the person that you're looking for is not included in this?
It is in the salaries line item. There is that position is still budgeted.
It's budgeted, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You all good? Okay. Next is Zach. We're starting to move into the bigger ones now. And I'll let Zach, you can just announce your page numbers as we go,
Okay.
because you bounce all over here.
Thank you, sir. Page 17, if you would, planning and zoning. We're budgeting 10% less than we did last year. The biggest reason for that is contract services. We hired a city engineer who is now handling a lot of those expenses that went to contract engineering. And that's the largest reason for our lower budget of 10%. Are there any questions on planning and zoning? Thank you. You can go to page 18. That would be for building safety. We do show an increase of almost 7% from last year, and that's mostly for memberships and subscriptions and manuals and books and software for our new city engineer, where we acquired some last year, but we still need to acquire a few more. So that is an increase of almost 7%. Are there any questions on that?
Yes, are you still have code enforcement under your, as far as going out and looking for dirty properties, 9 vehicles parked in the front of the house, like on North Navajo for the last several years, that type of thing?
Yes, sir. Code enforcement is being done on a part-time basis by Brett, the chief building official.
Oh.
I assist when he needs it, but he doesn't need it very often.
Yeah. So, I mean, are we finding a lot of stuff? Because, I mean, there is a tremendous amount of stuff out there that
Let's
you
stay
see day in
focused
and
on
day
budget.
out.
Well, what I can explain is we're not,
Budget.
I'm sorry, what?
I was saying, let's stay focused on budget and have these kind of conversations.
Well, isn't that part of this?
I can answer it real quickly.
Okay.
We don't go out like a Gestapo and find things. We're complaint driven only. So whenever we get a complaint, we go investigate it and cure it. If we were to be more like active patrol, we'd probably need at least 3 more officers full-time.
Anna.
Any other questions on building safety?
Yes, it looks like the engineering books and manuals was covered under planning and zoning, and so the main increase here is from salaries. That makes a lot of sense. There is, and I apologize if this is related to what Councilor Augie just asked about, there's a pretty significant increase in proposed overtime, even though 24 and 25 actual have been fairly lower. Is there, I think it's great that we're planning for it. Is there a reason in particular for that overtime, or just thinking ahead?
Yes, the reason for that overtime is code enforcement does its best work on the weekends when they think we're at home watching TV.
Awesome, thank you.
Page 19, community center.
Okay, just a moment.
I'm sorry.
Councilor Roundtree.
I didn't see you.
Other communities I'm familiar with, they don't go personally to somebody's home. They just send out a letter stating that you have 30 days to correct whatever codes owner or business is breaking. Are you saying then that they're going out on those calls?
I'm sorry, what is the question?
The question is, so you said that they go out on weekends because that's when they'll find individuals at home. So are you stating that then if somebody places a complaint that you go in person and talk with that person and you're not sending out letters like other communities do where you just give a blanket 30 days to correct blank issues that are stated?
No, what I meant by weekends was the people like put up their sheds and build their shed in the backyard without getting a permit.
All right, thank you.
And they do that on weekends.
Thank you
You
for
bet.
that clarification.
Any other questions on building safety? Thank you. Page 19, community center. We're requesting almost 2% less than we did last year. The biggest reason for that is the reduction in license fees and out-of-town trips that we had planned on taking. It couldn't work out because we couldn't coordinate it with the members. So those are the two biggest reductions that caused us to be 2% less than last year. Are there any questions on community center?
Yeah, real quick, on the meal programs like Meals on Wheels, that was cut, wasn't it, federally? Where the funds come from? Wasn't that one of the Doge cuts?
Not for local Meals on Wheels. I mean, we still offer that service, and the state is still, or the county is still giving us money for that. It may be cut down the road, but it isn't yet.
Yeah, I mean, they cut it federally going to the states, so I assume that it's gonna, the trickle-down effect of suddenly checks stop coming.
My understanding is the state may decide to pick that up themselves, like education, where they'll handle all of that and not have the federal government intervene. So until we hear from the state differently, we're going to proceed as if.
And you budgeted just in case, right, Zach? That's what that 60,000 that we used to not even put in there because we got the money from NACOG.
Actually, that's a different item. The 60,000 is to cover the meal expenses that they give to the patrons who come in. Meals on Wheels is meals we take to people that are stuck at home.
Got it.
So the 60,000 is funding that was supposed to be cut off completely last year. I think it was, 2 weeks ago that we finally ended that.
Yep.
We finally ran through the funds that were given to us for the meals. And so we have, just a couple months left where we have to pay for that. So it's not going to be the 60,000, it'll probably be 15. But the 60,000 for this coming year, we know the funding is not going to be there, so we're going to be funding it completely ourselves.
So we fund, subsidize the meals, the senior citizen meals and stuff that are paid for like $5 or $4, that type of thing?
That's correct, because the $5 doesn't cover the bills.
Yeah, we didn't.
Okay, and they told us last year, though, that they weren't going to fund us, and they did step up and fund us.
Yeah, for like 9 months.
Yeah, knock on wood that that'll happen again.
Any other questions on the, yes?
Apologies, this was actually a couple tabs back, but when you were talking about software subscriptions, I just wondered if they were individual subscriptions or enterprise? Like, can more than one person use them, or is it tied to an individual account?
The software programs are different, and King can probably talk to this better, but sometimes they'll give you 5 or 6 people that can use it if you buy one. Otherwise, sometimes you buy one, you get one. So
Depends on the program.
it depends on the program. Like Esri, which would be a great software I'd love to have, that may have 2 additional that we can add to that. So the city engineer, myself, and possibly Kyle.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Any other questions? Thank you. And page 20, the library. The library, we're also requesting 3.17% less than we did last year. And the biggest reason for that is actually in the personnel expenses. Everything else has pretty much remained the same budgetarily, but 3 of my 4 departments we're requesting less money than we did last year, and it's working well. Are there any questions on the library? Yes.
So I'm on the library board, and so I know that they're facing grant cuts. So we haven't put anything in here or budgeted any to cover possible grants that they might not get?
Not at this time.
Safety notes.
The big money grants that we get are guaranteed are around 700,000 a year.
Yes.
We are also using, I've hooked up Debbie Winlock with the consultant that we use for grant writing, and they're trying right now to search for grants for her to add to that. She probably writes more grants than anybody else combined in the city.
That's why I was concerned that I know that a lot of those are going to be cut and that there doesn't seem to be a safety net in there in case.
And if I can step in there, Zach, last year she budgeted 370,000 for grants. This year she budgeted 492. So she's actually assuming that her grant dollars will increase.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Zach.
You bet. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you. Not to get too in the weeds on this, but going back to the grant idea, how many of the grants are, like, we're covering kind of the operating expenses with personnel. How many of the grants are covering existing ongoing programs that it would be really hard to lose versus like new equipment? Things that if we didn't get a grant, we're not adding to the library, but not necessarily losing something that's already there.
If I can add to that,
Go ahead.
We do have a grant that is paying, we asked for 3 additional positions last year. We got 1. Debbie was able to work with the county and use one of the grants to fund the 2 additional positions. And that money is pretty much guaranteed annually. So we didn't have to take those 2 positions out of the general fund. And what was your other part of the question?
Just how many of the, you know, if the $450,000 doesn't come in grants, how many services would that cut at the library versus just not offering new? Like, I know they do an amazing job of getting new equipment all the time, but it's not necessarily a loss to not get something new.
My pat answer would be no services would be cut. Basically, the grants that she'll be going for will be for equipment, software, hardware. The programs are not as impacted by the grant funds as you might think. We've got a lot of money, like I said, 700,000 plus annually that comes in from the county, so.
Yeah,
We're good.
since her success, her guaranteed budget dollars have really increased. We used to fight with the county, but with her success now, like Zach said, they literally just are all in on the library. So a lot of the programs that she has created aren't grant funded.
Awesome.
Like the food that comes in, that kind of stuff. You never know, but like the teen programs and that kind of stuff where they're taking a hike and taking a walk, that's all because of the creativity of Zach's staff there.
Yeah, no, that staff is incredible. I want to make sure they feel supported and just understand. I mean, the nice thing is we've got a contingency fund, so if the library needed support or if other departments needed support, there is money there. That was helpful. Thank you, Zach.
Definitely, and to add to what Darren said real quick, those county grants, basically she can do what she needs to with that money. So there's not very many restrictions on it at all. And last year, as you know, that she did win the Small Library of the Year for the United States. So like Darren said, we're covered. Any other questions on any parts of my budgets?
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
Next is Linda, Finance, page 28.
Okay. As you see through here, there's the one increase was in contract services with our audit services going up a little bit. They go up every year a little bit. And then when we go into single audit always costs extra. Single audit is when we have over $775,000 in federal grants. We launch into a deeper level of audit, which costs us more money, and we have for the last several years done that because of the grant funding. So that is why that is in there. They have just those, plus the two programs are the two programs within the audit that they have to prepare and pay for. Let's see what else. Those are just general shredding services, our award programs, and then some reconciliation with the IRS. That's just kind of a catch-all in the event that we miss something or they send us a bill. That's happened in the past before. So we kind of, I challenge them all the time, the IRS, so on getting those fixed. But other than that, we have a little bit more in travel. This is kind of, this budget here is, I have asked for 2 new positions that we can discuss later on. But if those 2 positions are included in the budget, then this budget here will sustain those. If not, we can reduce that by that amount. Any questions for anything else?
Sorry if I missed it, Linda, but did you speak about the overtime increase?
Yeah, well, look at that. So our overtime, I did not speak about it. So our overtime increase, we had a little faux pas, if you will, in this the 2025 budget. We had a calculation that we didn't catch. That 337 was really not a good number to begin with, but that's what we were stuck with, right? So we worked with that. With having that many people, I've had a lot of staff changes over the last couple of years, and that's taken into a lot of training other people, and maybe coming in and getting work done on a Friday or a Saturday to meet all the goals. That's why if I can get the additional people added to the department, then that number will probably go down. I mean, that's my assumption and that's my expectation, so.
Gotcha, thank you.
Good deal. Next is HR, page 27.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So this is my budget here. You will see that our overtime has gone down because Rachel very rarely works any overtime. It's just not generally needed. My cell phone has gone down per cane. That's generally what we're spending on it. Contract services have gone up, and that is due to the need for legal services in the event that we have generally an officer who's been terminated, and we need to have outside legal representation to go through the process that they're legally entitled to if they try to challenge their termination. And that can cost a lot of money, no joke. So there's that. And then as far as recruitment and retention, we did up this quite a bit, mainly because we are hopefully not anticipating any exempt positions leaving. But if we do, it does cost quite a bit of money to have those people, any candidates first come here. Generally, we're not hiring within the city for exempt positions. So for them to visit, and then also possible moving expenses, things like that. And then also for public safety, generally we're hiring people outside of the city, and we would like to offer bonuses and moving expenses for those positions just to make it a little bit easier for recruitment. And the longevity bonuses are in there as well. Linda and Darren can speak a little bit better on that, I think, but that's what that is. Any questions so far?
Do you want me to talk about the longevity now? Sure. Basically what it is it's a program for the working staff. So over the last couple of years, we have done step programs and increases to the emergency services and nothing for the regular staff. So this idea is an incentive for staff people to stick around, just like the other ones. So the idea is if you're an employee of the city, a full-time employee, once you hit your 1-year mark, the last paycheck of November, so like a Christmas bonus, you'll receive $100 for every year that you've been employed with the city, up to 20 years. So 5 years, you get $500. 1 year, you're going to get $100. A huge difference, especially for a single mom, for a young person just getting going. We figured it out, and what was the total? 60. It's like 62,000 for all of the staff. I mean, we spend that money in the blink of an eye. So I think it would be a great incentive for someone like Dwayne's crew to get that Christmas bonus. A lot of cities do it. That's actually where I got the idea, was at a conference. So and then we decided to give it a shot and see what you guys think. And you can either go with it or you can't. So.
Kenna.
I love this idea, and apologies because I realize this is in the weeds, but just thinking about those kind of employees that start in their first year. If someone starts in July, by December they haven't been with the city for a full year. I'd love if there was like a pro rate. Like, I'm sure you guys are thinking through this, but just how to make sure that those employees still feel supported.
Yeah.
Even if,
yeah. Once the discussion is once they've passed their probationary period, we would consider it. That's how we do the increases as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And just to add on that, if there is a department that is an enterprise fund that's not inclusive in Rachel's budget in the general fund, this was brought up by Councilor Preller yesterday. I think we had a conversation about it. But so the which funds are we talking? Horseshoe Bend, the golf course. You'll see in there they'll have longevity also listed in those budgets because those enterprise funds will cover their staff.
So this is over and above Christmas bonuses?
We don't give Christmas bonuses.
Okay. So, I mean, we have in the past, or we've given year-end bonuses?
When we did COVID, that was the last time that we did bonuses because nobody got an increase and we were laying off people and that kind of stuff. So we gave up to $1,000.
Yeah, all right.
Any other questions?
Rachel, just going back to what you were saying about the contract services for employment issues, you mentioned if an officer is terminated?
Correct.
Meaning police officers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question. Your fee for risk management went down a lot. Is that because there was something in 2024 that was so huge for risk management, $377,000, and that you've only budgeted $30,000? Repair damage to city property.
I believe that at the time we had, for whatever reason, correct me if I'm wrong, Linda, we had budgeted something in that budget year, the 2024, that really should have gone into, I believe, the liability and property insurance. Because you'll see that the 2025 budgeted was much higher under the liability and property insurance.
So you're basing this is the deductible after the insurance pays for whatever the damage is?
Generally, yes. Thank you. It could also be, if it's under the deductible, we pay for it ourselves. There's no point in putting in the claims. So when we also seek restitution, I will tell you that most of this is police cars. People kicking the doors, damaging them, kicking windows, you know, just any sort of damage to the vehicle that is above or under the $5,000 mark. And it happens a lot, so.
I just want to say one thing on the firefighter cancer insurance. As I personally know, it's vitally important to catch that thing early, really early. And so with cancer screening, especially for firefighters, because they encounter a lot of carcinogens and stuff like that, it's to their benefit that we really push this program to
Right, and that is through the state, we're paying that. As far as our wellness benefits go, we have a health risk assessment, and it is up to them if they want to participate in these things. We just finished a health risk assessment, which is completely free if you're on our benefits. If you didn't have our benefits, a $60 fee for it. And that does a full blood panel. We have caught cancer with that in the past, and this is what people have disclosed to me. We also do skin cancer screening every year, and these are all things we bring vendors up for. Skin cancer screening. Every other year, we have a company that comes up and does ultrasounds on all of our organs. We found nodules, on kidneys, thyroids, all kinds of different things. So that's another thing that they can participate in. And then as far as mammograms go, we have the Mommobile come up every year. And we have some for anybody under the age of getting a mammogram within the fire department. They are allowed to get that mammogram because it is one more way for them to catch something prior to the allotted age that we're supposed to start those things. And then we have also prostate cancer screening. That one we've kind of had a little issue with the vendor, and our trust is working to figure that out. So we all have a lot of different preventative things for them to be doing. And I know that the chief can, everybody's gone from, can speak to that as to the different things that they're doing at the fire department to prevent cancer, so.
Any other questions for?
Yeah, so I think it's great that we're doing
Oops, that's yours.
10-year bonuses now. Is the that offset by the cost of turnover? Do we ever anticipate a situation where turnover gets so low and tenure gets so high that that might cost us more in the long run?
Yes, yes.
Everyone's a 40-year veteran.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it's definitely a good problem to have. So at some point, yeah, that will probably go up, hopefully. I think, definitely I've spoke on this before, that our turnover is going down, which is very good. So that's one reason why I have $60,000 for employee recognition, is really just to try and help, fund that moral, or not moral, the culture, and really try to help people understand that they are appreciated and that we want them here. Please don't leave. We want you here. We want to do everything we can to help encourage you be here.
All right, cool. And then the retirement leave benefit distribution, I just wanted to gain some insight on kind of how that's calculated. Is it, average of people's leave time and times turnover rate?
It's basically what we do is we run a report on anybody who may be retiring and of retirement age, and then looking at how many hours, according to policy, they would be paid out on vacation and sick. You have to retire in order to get paid out on your vacation. So, and that number hasn't changed from last year. And, we didn't have anybody retire this year, but when we had the clerks retire, when we had Sue Specht retire, we're handing out a large amount of money. So that is just what we think could happen if those people decide to retire.
The vacation time that people retire with, though, is that earmarked in departments' budgets individually, or is this included in there as well?
No, this is included in that.
Okay, cool, thank you. And that's just earmarked in an account somewhere collecting interest, right?
That would be for Linda.
Just in the general.
All right.
You good?
Anything else?
Okay, let's do IT, page 39.
All right, mine's pretty easy this year too. We've been doing a lot of our own installs and stuff, so we've been sticking more things where they're supposed to be. So I upped the operating supplies $5,000 because that's kind of anything hardware and things that we buy. Equipment repairs, that we kept that the same. The software licensing, We did have 3 new pieces of software that are coming online for the clerks and for fire and EMS. The contract services, we did change to an Adobe Enterprise solution. So like Adobe Acrobat and all that kind of stuff. And there's a lot more people with our event staff that are using that a lot more than we thought. So that's kind of a little increase there. So any questions? Before.
You go first.
Mine is just like I'm interested to understand, we've got software licensing here, but then I know sometimes we have it in individual departments.
So I try to take almost everything.
Awesome.
But sometimes there's really like maybe a specific piece of software that's, we try to get everything under my.
Awesome. So
purview.
your department is managing most of the software minus like one-off?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We did that, what, 3 years ago? We took it out and so that we could see how much money we were spending on software licensing.
Well, and I think it's a great way to keep track of if people leave, where the licenses live. So I think it's a great practice. Just wanted to understand.
Amanda? Or any?
Yeah, just one comment. Software is the business you want to get into. 'Cause, I mean, once they get their clutches into you, it's just, unless you want to spend a lot of money to redo everything,
It's
just keep paying that thing year after year after year.
Well, I mean, if you invest in, you know, a computer-aided dispatching system and you've got 10 years of data, unfortunately, they do kind of have your hooks in you.
Absolutely.
You know, because for us to move to something new could cost us $1 million. You know, so.
Mike, did you or?
I have a question too. So my question is for the software piece for the clerk. I just wanted to know if you could tell us more about what that software is and how that's going to impact our work in terms of council meetings.
So yes, we will be rolling out a new agenda management software here soon. And so that's included in that budget. We redid our public records request software, or we got software for it, so that now it's all digital and we can, get those public records out easier and to the public faster.
So on the agenda management piece, I guess I have a slight concern over, you and I have discussed, I want to have more transparency in our meetings and our agendas and our minutes. And at one time you had mentioned that this software would make it so that we actually have less detail in the agendas and minutes.
Not necessarily. No, we're revising the agenda a little bit, just trying to get settled as a new clerk, as a new mayor, just trying to get settled in that. And so we have taken out, you probably noticed that the agendas are getting a little smaller. We're putting things in places that we feel are more appropriate and taking some of those other things out. And then also for the, it will work better. I think you'll find that it'll work better, the new agenda software, for viewing it and seeing all the information that you're needing to see than what we have presently.
And working with this current software is a nightmare for people who put things on the agenda.
Yeah, the back end is very not user-friendly.
It's not that user-friendly on the front end either. So one more question, comment, I guess. I'm really glad to see that you're working towards automated records requests. That's fantastic. I know, I don't remember if it's 26 or 27, we have to move to 508 compliance for everything we put on the website. So I'm just wondering if transcription is already part of that, or if that's something that we could add for accessibility, so that people with hearing impairments can read everything that happens in a meeting. Does that make sense?
For the agenda management?
Well, really just, can we have transcriptions of a meeting afterwards? And I know there's some transcription software out there that can do that really easily and automate it for you, which I think would also make it easier for people to look up outside of what's captured in minutes.
I think that's something that we can explore I haven't looked into that so much because our audio is taking care of what we need. And there are, like you said, programs out there that if someone wanted to, they could transcribe that into a transcription from the audio very easily with AI. So I haven't really looked at that piece yet from this software, but it is a pretty good software, so I'm sure they have that.
Okay, thank you.
Debbie?
So my question is that new software gonna make it easier to look up where something was? I mean, the audio is great, but when you're looking for, and you're going back and you're trying to find information, you find yourself listening to several meetings or forward and back trying to find where that was. So I was hoping that transcription in some way would be able to, be more like a Google search, so that you could type something in and you'd know where that was discussed at.
That's something that we'll see when we get everything all out. We'll see how everything works and go from there. But it is something
Your
that we can
training
look
on the
at.
new software is
I
coming
am,
up.
yeah,
You
I'm
haven't-
still learning. So I'm still learning the software and still building out the back end. So I haven't really seen it fully in action from our perspective yet, so.
And that'll just be going forward. It probably won't give you access to things in the past if it does happen.
Oh, we are loading from
We are
previous.
loading all
Mhm,
past.
yes.
How many years?
The requirement, so I think it's 6.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, one more question on that. What's the name of the new agenda software?
It's called Agenda Management and Minutes, I think.
You can let us know later
It's
if you
Civic
want.
Plus. It's Civic Plus is the maker. I can get you the exact name of it. I just call it Civic Plus, so.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mike?
That's how they try to trick you.
Back to you. I appreciate the rollout of your City of Page app.
Oh, thank you.
But as I look at what Code Red was going to do, or whatever that one was called before, is the new app going to be able to, once we get more people to sign up, geographically, if we have a road closure or a specific spill or some plume emergency warning, that we could push out a warning to geographical areas?
Yeah, I mean, it's not geographical. I'm not sure on geographical area.
But it could push out to whoever signs up for the app.
Yes, oh yes, yeah, we're doing that now. We're gonna be getting public safety on here shortly, so when we had, the accident on Coppermine, an alert going out that it's, that's closed, stuff like that. We're just getting more departments involved now in using the app, because it's much easier.
More diverse than what we had.
More diverse than we had, and it's much easier to put out an alert. The other software was very difficult.
All right, thank you.
To put out an alert.
And Counselor, I'll let you know too that Greg and I, and actually Josh just approved it, are looking at a production software. And so either Greg or I could send to Tim a AI-generated script, and all he'd have to do is sit in front of his computer and read it, and it'll come back to us, and we can blast it out on everything.
It's a video, so like Tim would be reading the script in a video, and then it would be presenting on their phone as like he's talking to them.
So we hopefully will have that up and running within the next 4 to 6 weeks.
We'll get makeup for you too.
And we can do that to anybody. We could do that. We could send it to the mayor. We could send it to you. We could, it'll just be something that we put in the information, and AI generates you a script to read.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool.
I'm hoping this is for open meeting. So for the new app, I love it, and I'll come in and talk with you about some things. But a lot of cities are going to where they're advertising all of their legal notices, their meetings, everything on those apps. Josh, are you aware that that's Arizona? I was reading, if you don't have a newspaper, or because of where we're going in society so quickly, the loss of those type of things, is the app going to be a place that we can start advertising all of that information also?
But whatever, you know, whatever you guys want. You see how the notifications come out, so
Yeah.
we can do whatever we want on it.
Yeah, supposedly AI, where it's gonna take us in the next year to 2 years, is going to be crazy, and we better hold on and be prepared for it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
not be
so-
that generation that's complaining, my kids shouldn't use a calculator. I'm just saying, that's what I was wondering with this app, so I'm
We-
hoping that it's going to take us to where we're headed in society in the next year to two.
Yeah. Yes, we can push out whatever you know we want to push out. We can push out. So.
Okay. Anything else? We're moving on to golf. Okay,
All right.
Jake.
Okay.
Sorry, what
Page what?
Good morning. Page 52.
No, I'm good. Page 52.
All right,
Sorry.
we'll start off with the golf course clubhouse budget. Not too many big changes there. A change in food and beverage. Our food and beverage has seen a lot of growth, and that change is just based on revenue projections and us hitting our cost of goods sold percentages. And then just those changes in operating supplies with the longevity bonus that was mentioned earlier, and also contract services. There was an audit services addition of 5150. Any questions on clubhouse budget? Sure.
On the note on the audit, I know this is an enterprise fund. I think this is a question for Linda. Are those happening? I'm assuming we're getting a discount, like a 2-for-1 audit deal, but with all of our enterprise funds, or are they all separate audits?
No, they're not separate audits. They're all inclusive. What this represents is Darren had come to me and said, because of there being the enterprise funds, we want them to pay their portion of to help offset the general fund from having to cover the whole thing. So
Perfect.
this is basically a percentage of that, and it's the same across the board for all.
Awesome. Thank you.
We charge them, we charge PUE, we charge Horseshoe Bend, we charge the airport, anything that we could possibly do, since they're not part of the general fund. They should be paying their own.
Anything else?
We're good?
Okay. Just moving on to the golf course maintenance budget. I see a couple changes, asking for an increase in agricultural, so that's our sand, pesticide, herbicide, fertilizer. We're seeing rising costs and just a general need to continue to improve our course conditions. Course conditions, I mean, that's a big correlation there to the number of rounds we get. Also, contract services, kind of haven't really had that in the past, but we've had it's been 2012 was the last time that we had a USGA representative come up, an agronomist specialist come and assess the golf course, and I think that would be a kind of an important, something important to do in this coming year. Kind of give us an idea, some recommendations. Any questions on maintenance?
Yeah, just a little thing on, can you talk real quickly on the transition of the traps from the type of, from dirt to sand?
So we've renovated 4 bunkers. That was used, our donation account from the night tournament that we've had over the last few years. Money raised for that tournament has led to the renovation of those bunkers. We'll continue to work on renovating the rest of them. The current bunkers are a majority of the current bunkers are just blow sand, just sand from the desert that we just put in the bunkers.
Right.
If they're maintained with the bunker unit multiple times a week, they can be pretty playable. But if they're neglected at all, that blow sand turns into hard, compact.
You can see where Dave spends most of his time.
No, I just don't refuse to hit into the trap when I started playing again, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I like our traps. Makes it easier to get out.
I putt them.
Yeah, just putt from the bunker, yeah.
What, just real quickly, where do we get the actual trap sand, and also about how much the cost per ton, I guess?
Per ton, I don't know that off the top of my head. I can let you know. I find that number. I know we spent about 15,000 on the 4 bunkers that we did.
Anything else?
Roughly 4,000 a bunker.
I think the golf course looks really good. I mean,
And we're getting a lot of good feedback.
yeah, the
right now.
greens, they just aerated the greens and rolled them and everything like that and sprayed them. So, yeah, it's gonna be a good season, I think.
Thank you.
All's good?
That's good.
Great season.
Okay, next is
Sorry.
Yeah, it is.
Horseshoe Bend, page 55. Debbie's not here, she got called out, but let's see if Linda and I can go through this. She didn't have much. I can find Horseshoe Bend.
So her increase in the operating was, again, due to those longevity bonuses. I think that kind of was a part of that. She probably did. She said she has a 6 to 9% increase in costs, so that explains that. Equipment repair and maintenance, new tires, two trash gators, and our emergency gator due to Sunrod. I don't know what that means.
Sunrod.
No, but I mean, she's not budgeting there for gators.
No,
Oh, tires
Tires.
for them. Okay, yes, I got it. Yeah,
anything there?
I don't know.
Horseshoe Bend, it's an enterprise fund, so we don't, she does really, really good, but we don't, you know.
I'm going to ask a question that you probably can't answer, so this is unfair. I know that they put the little shade structure over the one, I think, gator that's out there. Are there plans to expand shade for the vehicle protection, or do we just replace the tires every couple of years and it's not a big deal?
I think Dwayne can probably help me on this one. I think that the shade is our Gator, and the no shade is NPS. So if they want to put shade over their Gator, they sure can, but
And it's specifically the one for the rescue services out there. That one's dedicated to the fire service, that one that's in the shade.
Thank you. So to clarify, the one in the shade is for the rescue services, and NPS has the other one, and they can do what they want with theirs.
Right.
Love to hear it.
it's not that we have a little spite in this, but we do.
Get money from us every year.
Okay. How's everybody holding up? We good? Okay. And to let you know, normally this sells pretty good. It's when we get into the last couple pages that you really start
There
to.
is a page 2 to theirs.
Oh, they have a page 2? What's their page 2?
Talk about the marketing and promotion.
Oh, yeah, where is that?
Yeah,
Are you talking about page 56?
I know.
Yes.
61. Contract services.
Here, look at this one. It's right above contract services. Oh, so it's on the bottom.
Same question.
Okay, here we go. Let me explain something here for you guys. This year, and I don't know why we haven't been doing this, we added marketing and promotion there for $500,000. So if every ad we run, and we've been doing this all the time anyway, has a discussion of Horseshoe Bend in it or pictures of Horseshoe Bend, we can charge Horseshoe Bend for that ad space. Some of the ad space that Greg does is very expensive. You're doing one this weekend, aren't you, at the PGA Championship?
Next year.
Next year. But how much was that, just the weekend?
Just for 4 commercials, it's about $25,000. It's 2 minutes of commercial. But the impressions that you get even out the expense.
So we're just, I don't know why. This is just dumb that we have not been using it. So that's a brand new line item. It's been approved through Josh and legal and everything. So we'll just have to show a Horseshoe Bend at the end of our advertising.
And our logo is Horseshoe Bend. Our visit logo is Horseshoe Bend, and we can end every commercial with 5 beautiful seconds of Horseshoe Bend.
Okay.
Tom?
Yeah, a couple departments ago, Josh budgeted $750 for advertisement. Can we put Horseshoe Bend on that as well? I'm actually gonna bug y'all about the utilities. The 25,000 budgeted because we don't have water out there, we don't have sewer out there, we don't have gas out there. Internet's gonna be on IT, and they produce their own power. So where?
And we have power out there.
And that's 25 grand a year.
What all do we have out there, Kane?
Well, no.
Phone?
From a power standpoint, he's right. I mean, we basically run off the solar that's out there.
But
Except
is
for
that
the-
predictable in the winter and
except for
stuff?
the winter time.
Yeah, except for the winter,
I
it
don't
doesn't.
know what power costs in the
I,
winter time.
yeah.
Cents a kilowatt.
Is it
I thought it was
10
8.
Eight, sorry, 8.
But you can see the utilities actual so far this year is almost 17,000. So she's probably not off with the increase to
Well,
commercial.
I think we've added trailers out there. There's other stuff out there now that's that power from a power standpoint. They have the
Okay.
brake trailer. They have the
Her office.
the office. So all of that is. Those have split units.
So we got to
power.
keep putting the solar panels on all the sheds and trailers as well then.
Yeah, I guess.
And over the gator covering and, okay, cool.
Good, okay. Okay, economic development, starting at page 21.
Well, I was kind of hoping that we'd be at lunchtime. You guys would all be full, but we're powering through. First blush, please, I welcome any questions that you may have. Yes. Oh, well.
So I noticed marketing and promotion didn't come down, so it sounds like we are doing more now that we can pull from Horseshoe Bend. Awesome.
Yeah. We also want to make sure that we're continuing to highlight some of our amazing, like the golf course, our downtown, our events, stuff that doesn't necessarily placate to Horseshoe Bend as easily, doesn't translate.
You want to tell them a little bit about the co-op marketing?
Yeah, so I think it was last year during budget, or maybe it was the year before, but there was concern about duplicating efforts. And one way I thought we could solve the duplication is if we invite them in to do some co-op sharing. This would be the first of its kind in the state of Arizona, and the Arizona Office of Tourism is really excited to see this happen because they think what we'll do is lead the charge for other communities to do something similar. But we're also creating a network with our businesses, not only to show that we're reinvesting some of that hotel and lodging tax into their efforts as well. I spoke to Josh about this. This is completely up on board as long as we follow a couple of requirements. Our goal would be to, maybe set it, the details are still being fleshed out, but I have concepts of a plan. And
Concepts and my concepts don't always go head to head.
so basically, I think what we'll do is we'll probably set it at a maximum $25,000 will be the largest that we do a share with them, and then they'll buy $25,000. We'll pitch in $25,000 from this, so they can get a $50,000 buy. We'll also create a sheet that guides them to what they can select as far as advertisements. It's not just going to be a willy-nilly. It will be contracted most likely with someone like Mountain Mojo or Madden Media. This is exactly the same program that the Arizona Office of Tourism runs. And so they have Off Madison Avenue who runs their co-op program. I think that this will show a lot of good faith to our business owners. I think it will also inspire potential business expansion. I think it will definitely inspire business retention. And hopefully we can get maybe some business attraction off of this as well. Mrs. Roundtree.
So when I was trying to find a veterinarian, and some other businesses in town were looking to go together to produce some type of advertising that wasn't about tourism, but about where else can you live and get off work and still go hiking or kayaking or whatever, where else can you live, and within 30 minutes go to the bank, grocery
Love
store,
that
and all that
idea.
type of stuff. And it was going to be around 15,000. It was 10 to 20,000, and we were expecting 15. And then we both found people. And so you're saying that then you would have helped us pay, but also market those type of ads?
That's absolutely right. I think, and I'm already seeing this with communities. Communities are running quality of life ads to invite people to move into their community. I don't see why we won't do the same thing.
That's what I was hoping, that this would be something where we could
Yes, ma'am.
do some quality of life. Put Horseshoe Bend in the back of it. And move it
Now
over.
you're thinking,
Well, So
Now
that's
you're
what I'm
thinking like a
saying, is so
budget star.
I'm excited about this. I wish it would have existed a couple years ago. I think it would have really helped. It still comes down to school and housing.
Yes.
Because even when you find quality people and they're excited and they come to Page and they fall in love with it, and then they go to trying to find a house or look at the schools, and they're like, ouch.
I'm very hopeful that we're going to start tackling that housing problem shortly.
Well, I agree with that, but I'm saying, so that's what you're saying that this could go with. And
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
thank you.
Tom?
To circle back to the co-op you were talking about, can you kind of define what counts as a small business for that?
I mean, I would say that it's, I don't think we have any large major industry in our community. You know, I mean, I don't see the Bureau of Reclamation. I don't see the hospital, these major employers. I'm not sure Page Lumber would take advantage of this. But I think all of our businesses are small business, is the way I look at it.
Is that open to all industries?
I would say so, yes.
Okay.
They'll have an application. The application will be reviewed. EDAB doesn't know it yet, but they'll be part of this. They're so excited. And so, yeah, I would say it's open to everybody, but it's an application, and then obviously we only have so many funds that once it's extinguished, they'll have to wait again to the next year.
Okay. And to get an application, it's just get in contact with you, right?
No, we'll have it online. I mean, we have this beautiful app that Kane created, so we'll distribute it everywhere. I mean, we're digital age, so.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Mrs. Roundtree?
So I had two other questions that I didn't finish with, but one is, where do we stand on the businesses being able to have matching? Did we ever come down with the final, the 200,000 on there so that we can do the blockades, or?
I have been getting
where
calls
we at?
about it.
Because I'm interested in that, and I was in favor of that, but I kind of thought that we had decided that it, because of the gift closet, wasn't a possibility, so I saw that on your budget.
Yeah, so what I was thinking was we have an opportunity, potential, like partner with Quality Inn. Okay, the Quality Inn sign, they've admitted to us, is no good. It's the first thing people see when they drive up Lake Powell Boulevard, North Boulevard. Very old and outdated. They would be happy if we removed it and then we put a monument sign with a digital board as well. So that could be one task. Those are not cheap. But as far as us doing a facade improvement, I'm sorry, I think that has to be answered from our city attorney.
we still got some hurdles to go over with that. We put it in there just in case, but I mean, from last night executive session, you saw how hard it is. So, you know, if we can't do it, we can't do it. But if we don't budget it, we definitely can't do it.
Okay, so I was glad to see that it in there. And then the last one is that, I won't go into detail, I've talked to Darren about this, but I've been approached with a lot of people that are concerned that we're giving to the chamber or the Welcome Hub 35,000. And so I think we need to make it clear that we're getting services for that, so there's not any confusion, so we don't continue to get approached by more business entities saying, well, we want some money too, or why are you giving us money? So could you clarify on the record all the services that they are being, so it's like they're being paid to do something?
One of the
with
most important service, and this doesn't even go, the 35,000 doesn't even go to solve it all, is the wave permit. I don't know if all of you remember, but in 2019, one of the first tasks that I had was to get the wave permit brought to Page. And that was no easy task because our friends from the north did not want to give it up. So we created a solution, but it required us to have a facility that was willing to be open 365 days of the year, especially even during our non-heavy season. And then once we found that group, which was the chamber, they were able to operate. They probably have 2 people on staff that run this wave permit, and that's definitely not the cost of what they're putting in to helping with this new adventure, which has created a lot of draw, and people are excited. I think a lot of people are excited about being able to come here and do the wave permit. So that would be the number one. Number two is that she's always on call for when we have, like, for example, the Lake Powell Car Show. That's not our event. And so we try our best to support them, but as you know, we have our 50th anniversary, and 50th anniversary is taking a lot of my team's time. So we couldn't necessarily help with the car show, but we were able to bring in Judy from the chamber, and she ran the vendor side of things. So there are a lot of things where there's just like a crack that we need a seal, and she'll jump in, and it costs us nothing. I would say some of that $35,000 goes to that as well. But
And the balloon regatta, the vendor fair, 4 days.
so she's an instrumental partner, and honestly, I think we have a couple of them. I know that the Museum and Conservancy came and has requested support from the city. I'm not against that, but that's not part of my budget, and I think what they're asking for might be add another zero. But
Okay, so this is, we're just not giving them, they are
They are
contracted
working
services,
for
and
it,
I've
yes.
come to understand that, and I've been trying to explain that to people who've said, stop giving them money, that we're not giving them money, we are getting services for that
And
fund,
that
so
wave
thank you. I just
permit
wanted that on record.
Yeah.
everything
That's
for
budget.
us.
And now they're doing the Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, they've expanded some of their events as well, but yes, they are doing contract
Chili.
services, Mr. Roundtree.
Contest, that kind of stuff. Okay?
Oh, we've got a couple more.
Yeah, can I just bug you a bit about the facade program? Is that like a dollar for dollar match, or is it just free money, or?
The framework of it in the past was dollar for match up to a certain amount of dollars. So similar to the market co-op, where they're going to have some skin in the game, we'll have some skin in the game, and hopefully we'll beautify our downtown.
Okay, but we're gonna keep it dollar matched. And same deal kind of apply through an app, it gets to
Same exact
EDAB.
deal. Yes, sir.
Are there geographic limitations on what businesses can apply for that?
So we discussed that in the past, and what I feel like what I had heard was that one of the ways we can get over one of our obstacles is if we make it citywide.
Yeah.
It's not just geographically isolated to a certain area, but we make it the entire city can improve the business, can apply for this business facade.
Okay. And then is that money kind of first come, first serve, or is there a
Yes,
limit
sir.
on, okay.
Again, this will be another one of those applications if hopefully we can get it off the ground where EDAB has so happily volunteered to do this.
Alrighty, cool, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Preller. Mrs. Hammond.
Thanks. So, 2 questions for you. I know you just talked about how the chamber uses the funding we give them. Is any of that marketing cost?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
It's all money towards the wave permitting.
Okay. And special events management, right?
I mean,
On paper, it's just strictly the wave.
I would say that probably, but realistically, no. I think most of that money goes to support the wave permitting. Because like I said, you have one staff that's full-time. $35,000 doesn't even cover that one full-time staff.
Right. Okay, thank you.
The agreement is for events. It's primarily geared towards events. That's the way the agreement was written years ago before they started doing the wave, but and we
maybe
just
we should
continue
update
with that, but it outlines all of the events and things that they run.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, great. And then second question. Okay, so looking at the Horseshoe Bend marketing cost line item, the golf course marketing line item, the co-op line item, and the marketing and promotion line item here. I don't know if there's others sprinkled in here, but we're at least $1,026,000 for total marketing budget.
I would say that's not enough.
I would love to see it reduced.
Yeah, so the reason for this is that this is our major economy right now. Tourism is 100% our major economy. And if we started feeling a downtick of it, police, fire, park trails, the initiatives that we're pushing forward for housing, all of the things that we get to do,
Did we bring
splash
in
pad, pool,
2019, 8
Terra
million?
Club, all of these extra monies are coming from our tourist dollars.
I get that, but here's my point. I don't think that the correlation between advertising dollars and number of tourists coming is necessarily as strong as we think it is. If you look at trends for the last 20-some years, we've averaged 5 million visitors. And that was before the city was doing these big marketing pushes.
That's inaccurate. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, it's
Counselor.
not.
The last 5 years?
I'm saying the last 20 years. If you look at
We
how
have
many
not
visitors come
averaged
to
5
Page.
million visitors.
If
Yeah,
I
we
can
have.
jump in here too, this will just put it into concept, visitors, because visitors come and go. But in 2019, we had about $8 million in local sales tax. More than likely, next year we'll push nearly 20 million. So, I mean, in 2019, when the power plant closed, we decided, what are we going to do? And the councils at that time decided we are going to focus on marketing Page. And I can show you trends that as our advertising increased, our sales tax revenues increased.
So I would love to see that, but I also think
You get
that-
it every month on the sales tax report.
Right. I don't think that that we're totally understanding all the other factors that drive tourism to this area. Park Service advertising, Utah Big Five advertising, which pushed a lot of people here. Social media.
Now, we have the numbers. Greg's got all the numbers. We can pull them for
The
you.
marketing for us. That's the issue.
I'm just-
We can't always guarantee that they're going to have our best interests at mind.
Sure.
You know.
That
So, I
doesn't
mean,
necessarily mean we need to do $1 million in advertising every year. The $500,000 that we're going to start taking from Horseshoe Bend is great. So can we not reduce some of these other line items? Is what I'm asking.
I mean, I'm not huge for that, but I'm not the person that approves it or not. So whatever you guys decide, I'm happy to work with.
Kenna?
I definitely hear where you're coming from, Counselor Hammond. My background was in digital marketing, and it's so nice when you can see, I spent this dollar, this is the exact return I got. The tricky thing is that in terms of branding and building awareness for a city, it's not going to happen with a Google ad, someone searching for City of Page. And I think when we think about what other people are advertising, it's often Lake Powell, especially when what I'm seeing from Utah is a lot of advertising for Lake Powell. I love that we're doing so much advertising for Horseshoe Bend, and I think as we get more thoughtful about how we can use Horseshoe Bend funds, that money continues to be super effective and valuable.
When I first started, it was $75,000 in the marketing budget. So whatever you decide is appropriate, you know, I mean, I will advocate for more, but I certainly understand where you're coming from, and I don't want to circumvent what's happening.
Thank you. And if I can just make one more comment on this topic. I'm also a little concerned that in terms of our market capacity, that we're kind of at a saturation point right now. Until we fix the housing issues and childcare issues that drive our workforce, businesses in town are struggling to hire and retain the workers needed to take care of all the visitors that we're attracting. So this is just me. Obviously, this is a group conversation. But I think it might be prudent to pause a little bit until we get some of these other issues worked out.
Oh, boy.
You get that in the marketing world, that just destroys
I
it.
don't mean entirely. I'm talking about a slight reduction maybe for a couple of years, or at least not a $500,000 increase.
When you're winning, you still attack the field. You just keep.
I certainly understand what you're
Oh, I was done.
No, I was going to go to Debbie next.
I was going to say, I know in 2008, when I was doing studies with students and working for the county, they said we had 4 to 5 million visitors. I've even heard 5.5 years ago. So I think that's similar in that we are still having the same number of visitors for the area. We also have to remember that, you know, cost of living, motel rooms used to be $100 and now they're $200. So of course sales tax is going to go up, but our expenses have gone up.
So,
but I do think we need to advertise, and I do think that there comes a time when we're saturated. And what's scary about social media, when you understand communications and social media, is then everybody's on to that new place. We've all seen or heard, or we've already seen that. Well, I know that, but do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And there'll be, if you've noticed right now, Utah is really pushing, have you seen this spot? Have you seen this spot? These unusual spots to try to bull it, because they know what happened to Page because of social media and Horseshoe Bend. I mean, we all know we went to Horseshoe Bend and Antelope.
Right, when it was a dirt parking lot.
When it was dirt parking lot, and I used to have Easter egg hunts and take all my kids out there for Halloween and hide in the canyon, and now you can't do that anymore, and social media changed that. So we do have to be prepared for the fact that the trend could change, and Page would not become as popular, but I don't think it's going to happen, because I know in 2008, I remember when those kids were doing those studies and we asked for the county and the city and how many tourists were coming through here. It was the same amount of numbers, so we still have that many people that are coming through here, and it is because we are the hub of Zion and, you know, all of the things in this area. So I'm supportive of advertising, but I would like to get it to be creative and bringing new things, and
Sure, I
and
totally
start
understand that.
advertising some of the new things that people haven't seen when they come here, so that people will stay longer for more days than just come through, see Horseshoe Bend, and they're on their way. I had some friends, and when they got here, I said, "Aren't you going to see this, this, and this, and this?" And they were like, "Oh, really?" And I was like, "You should have planned to stay here for 2 or 3 days or more, so that you could have seen everything in the area."
Totally, Mrs. Roundtree, I agree with everything that's being said, and you guys are all being good stewards. My response would be that we want to, RevPAR and ADR, average daily rate of how much it costs to stay in our hotels, which is a big moneymaker for our coffers, is heads and beds. When we see it go up, I mean, this last 2 weekends ago, Hyatt was at $429 a night. That number is formulated based off of the demand for occupancy. So as long as we continue to see RevPAR and ADR go up, we're going to continue to see our sales tax increase. We probably have different facts and figures when it comes down to it. I can't dispute what you guys are seeing. What I've seen on my end as far as data shows an increase of visitation from obviously our low in 2020 to 2025. And I started in 2019. So I would say that my stats and numbers that I'm seeing are different than what's being reported from you guys, but I can't dispute it because I don't see it and I don't want to dispute it. So,
Did you have a comment?
I do. I noticed a couple of different changes. One, I appreciate the co-op new idea program, because I was one of the ones pushing for let's get together and team on that. I really am glad to see that. I also have seen a change in not only our visitors, but the length of stay. So there's another number that's being dealt here. Yeah, we got 5 million, but instead of staying 2 days, we're getting 3 days. So some of these additional stats are helping us, and that's why we're seeing a sales increase in terms of that revenue that we get each, and those are positive signs. But I also agree that the more we collaborate on the marketing, the more that we can synergize the effort. That's why I'm so happy to see the co-op plan. And I just wanted to recognize that our length of stay is starting to edge, and we're seeing new things. We never saw people climbing all over the dirt hill based upon some post that was in some faraway spot, and now it looks like a bunch of ants crawling all over it all the time. Those people are also shopping.
Yeah.
They're also buying water, so these are good things.
And now the bikers, it's a whole new industry that's coming up with the Red Mesa Trail and with
the golf, and I like to see us host some mountain bike contest and some.
And now we're doing a BMX track.
Yeah, the BMX track. So I do appreciate that. But I also agree we need to synergize and continue to evolve the marketing process, which I'm sure you're working on.
Amanda?
So final thought from me on this topic is ideally I'd love to see us spend less money on this. But if we are going to keep the budget where it is, I love where you're looking at future focus, looking more at quality of life, looking more at the co-op, which has a more direct benefit to individual businesses and not just Page as a whole. You and I have talked about highlighting Night Sky to keep that trend of more overnight stays, which means more shopping, more restaurant time, whatever. So I do think that you're going in a great direction. I still just have a little sticker shock.
Yeah, I certainly understand that. And what I really want to, and Mrs. Roundtree, 1 second, there are 2 metrics that I'm really interested in changing. One is what Mr. Farrow responded, which is length of stay. which is more difficult because, as you know, we have international visitors that come on an itinerary. That itinerary has been set since a year prior, so I can't affect that change. However, the domestics and some non-tour operated international have decided to increase their length of stay. But the real metric that I was disappointed in when I first started here was return visitation. That was at like 20% when I first started. We're closer to 30% now. And as we continue to grow return visitation, I know from conversations I've had with most of you that securing the families in our community and growing family type of transplants is ideal, what we'd like to see happen. So return visitation is a metric I think that will say people like, hey, I keep loving going back to Page, I'm gonna move to Page. And that's something I think is important for us to attract. So I certainly understand the sticker shock. If you take away the co-op, the $150,000, we're on industry average, which is about 10% of what the bedroom and lodging tax is, which is about $8 million a year, a little less. So 10% of that is $800,000. So we're right about where industry standard is. I believe we should be above industry standard because this is our bread and butter. This is our foundation for everything that we are right now until we diversify our economy, which we have multiple steps to do to get to what you've identified, right? The challenges that you talked about were housing, workforce, training. So, Mrs. Roundtree?
So, two things. One is I would like to see us do some kind of a cooperation with the community college or the school for some hospitality training.
Agreed.
Because our employees, we do get a lot of negative feedback about we need better
And we have done that in the past.
experience. But the other thing is I just noticed that it's 2026 when they're going to reevaluate and take and look at the off-road restrictions, so you can't take the ATVs and those things off-road. I would like to see the Economic Development Board or have a committee address that and look at that, because I think that there is a potential for more businesses and more income and more experiences for citizens if we could get them to back off. Maybe not go as far as just open up our open spaces for people to go out with ATVs, but just like the Colorado River where people can take people down, tours, that we could get businesses in town to be allowed to take, just like out to the Wawee Hoodoos, that would be a great ATV course and possibility if they would look at that. And so I'd like to see us petition and write grants, or not grants, but requests that when they reevaluate here in 2006, the Park Service, that they consider opening up our public lands to that kind of a use.
We're getting a little off,
So-
so.
The last thing I do want to say
Suggestion, you're right, thank you.
is next
Sharon, thank
year
you.
is America 250 and Route 66 bicentennial, or centennial, 100 year. I want to cipher every single tourist that's on Route 66 to come to Page. That's my goal. We need to spend money in order to do that. We have ideas about how we want to present that. But we have two major events that are happening that directly should hopefully increase the amount of visitation we have starting in 2026. So, is it a lot of money? Yes, I certainly understand. Is it our economy? Currently, yes.
Okay.
Righty.
Any other questions?
Recreation. Thanks for the conversation, Greg.
It's I'm trying to go quick. I'm sorry.
Thanks
My
for the
apologies.
reminder. Do that again if we get off, please.
I'm very sorry. We've had a lot of success with our recreation program as of late. I think we have, no disrespect to any past crew, but we have a really great crew that's there right now. We're growing. My whole goal was to grow consumer confidence. I had, concerned citizens that came to me and said, there is no consumer confidence. We do not believe that what you're producing down at the sports complex and recreation is worthwhile. I don't think that person was wrong. So we took a look at what we could change. We've increased a lot of different programs. We make as many things as free as possible because
Why does he have to explain?
honestly, we live in a tourist economy. We try to keep things very affordable for our families. If I had my way, we'd make it.
Greg, let's stick to the budget, okay?
Please, go ahead. Questions?
Just one about summer camps. Can you tell us what that is? Is that a new program?
Yes. No, we had it last year. We run these summer camps every year for adults and children. The children are in the morning, the adults are typically after work. They're about a 90-minute workout on the field. We have, it's nothing that's going to tear your body up, but it will tone you up for beach season.
On the special event promotions and summer camp stuff, are we getting some registration fees to offset some of these, or?
Yeah, so we get registration fees, absolutely. This is our yearly contract we do with Lake Powell Chronicle. This is where we take out an advertisement with them and just to tell the community what we have going on as far as because we do like Golden Citizens Pickleball. We do random nights down at the sports complex. We want to advertise for our soccer. We want to advertise for our flag football, our basketball program. And then we also utilize those ads sometimes for like the roller rink that's coming up, for other events. God bless you.
So the increase on the summer summer camp expenses and special event promotions, that's all advertising?
No, the summer camp is we're offering more activities. So not only we're going to go Monday through Thursday for the kids and Monday through Thursday for the adults, but we're also going to start offering some training camps, specialized camps.
So is any of that offset by registration fees?
Not the summer camp expenses. Those are all free. We make that free for our community, especially for our kiddos, but I also like making it free for the adults.
Okay.
That was my comment. They brought the summer camps back because I started it years ago.
I had a excellent concerned citizen let me know about that.
So we used to have volunteers, and the high school athletes would come and they would serve. So that was great for them because it gave them the opportunity. And then we used to have the businesses go out to the businesses and have them sponsor some of the kids that couldn't afford it. But I'm glad to hear that it's free. So thank you. I didn't understand that. Thank you.
Kenna?
Thank you, Mayor. Just trying to understand kind of how budget gets split between recreation and special events. For things like last year when you guys brought out the water equipment.
That was events.
That's events. Okay, perfect. So recreation is like
soccer, basketball,
like a longer term thing.
pickleball.
Special event is like a.
Yeah, like this is new.
Cool.
When you hear this is new, most likely it's events.
Thank you.
I got a quick question. Why was there such a huge jump in medical insurance?
I don't know. Why was there a huge jump in medical insurance?
I think most of it is because some of them are now getting on medical. Some of them were on their parents and turned the age that they now have to get their own. I think you had 2 of those.
Yeah, and not only that, one of them got married and has a baby.
Had to go to family, that's right.
So that's just an increase because that's one of the
they're taking the benefit.
they're taking one of the benefits that's offered.
Right, and we also have a 5% increase in general for medical this year.
Okay.
Does that increase, is it split 50-50 between the employer, the employee? Like, are the employees also going to see an increase in their benefit, just the employer? Amazing. Thanks, Rachel.
That question. Thank you, Rachel. Anything else about recreation?
Special events.
I'm not going to segue. I'll just field any questions. Quick.
Now you're thinking.
Thank you very much. You know how much I like to talk. Mr. Preller.
Yeah, so you had as a special event the 50th this year, or it's still going on. And you mentioned that next year you're going to try to get a little bit of bump in activity out of the 250 for, was that bicentennial and a half? And the Route 66, is that on here at all?
No.
Okay.
Most of what what we will most likely do in 26 is another grand 4th of July celebration. Probably more fireworks, maybe a couple events. I've been trying so hard to get a Ferris wheel uptown, and it is cost prohibitive. But the day it's not cost prohibitive, Ferris wheel will be uptown.
Or you have to dream up some 250-year-old event. So, I mean, naval battle with, powdered wigs or something on the lake.
It's a great idea. We're going to run with it. Mrs. Roundtree.
I heard it more than once when I was out campaigning and collecting signatures, such positive things about special events, and that businesses and citizens felt that that brought more revenue into Page and into their businesses when these events were going on. And I just wanted you to know that how much positive response and how much the citizens love the special events. And I would have to agree with him as I sat back and watched that I think it does bring a lot
Yes,
into
ma'am.
businesses. And I think this is one of the areas that really does support and our local businesses.
He's got a great young crew that still
Yeah,
have lots
they
of
do.
energy.
Yeah, so I'm just
They're so
saying, I
pleasant, they're
heard
so
so
quiet.
much positive about this that this is.
Even my buddies who bust my chops all the time in town, they're like, "There's something going on in Page every week, and we love that."
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, and they said that probably makes more money than, I mean, we don't want to go back to the past, but they were like, how is spending that much money on reducing lanes going to bring in that much money when you could spend all of that money in special events and probably bring in tons of money in. And I recognize how much this helps our community and brings people into the weekend to shopping and into our businesses and activities, and so I appreciate that. And I wanted you to know that the citizens, I heard it so many times, had recognized that.
Thank you, Mrs. Roundtree. They do a great job. Very proud of them.
Do we want to take a break?
Yes.
Okay.
All done? Okay.
Did Greg have any more, or Mr. Martinez?
Nope, he's done.
Okay, sounds like a great time for a break then.
Or Lynn, or Greg's done. Okay.
But I've caddied so many that I can't even tell you.
Order in the court.
My dad wanted to spend time with me, and he was so busy that I had to be his caddy, and another.
Okay, we're recording.
Okay, we
so
are
let's
recording. We are back in
keep
our
it focused.
meeting.
All right, after that last presentation, we'll jump to Parks and Trails
Oh, wait.
on page 26.
One of the biggest increases I have is just on a stipend for my supervisor's cell phone. Other than that, it's pretty normal. May I answer any questions for you guys?
Yeah, just real quick on your medical, you had a huge drop. Is that the people going off it that are on other insurance, or?
He probably can't explain that. So what it is, when we do a budget and new employees, we budget for the family. So if Dwayne, in the process throughout the year, has somebody leave and somebody gets a single or a married with one, that's where you see the decrease and the increase. What'd you get, one person last year, one new person? Mm-hmm. So we would have budgeted for the max for that.
Yeah, and I forgot that.
Yeah.
I think you've explained that every year since I've been on council.
Yeah.
I've got a question because I know that this is a priority for the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Under Park and Playground Maintenance, it looks like the 2025 budgeted and proposed 26 numbers are the same, but we're looking at new equipment. Do you think that's enough, or do we need to talk about increasing, I don't know whether it's like capital improvement or just increasing the Parks and Trails budget? Do you think 40,000 will be enough?
Yes, I do. We really didn't spend a whole lot this year, so I'm really looking to do it next year as far as some of the handicap equipment is.
Okay. Do you have two of them, Dwayne? Do you have maintenance as well, or is that all in there?
It's all in there.
Okay. And Dwayne has stuff later too in the capital, so. Public Works, page 44. And then he also has cemetery. So let me explain cemetery. Cemetery is revenue fund. It's a special revenue fund. So they have their own money. They generate money. So expenses for, although they don't have a ton, expenses for the cemetery are not coming out of the general.
Yeah.
Oh, and airport. Airport as well is a revenue fund too.
Sir?
Yep.
Would this be appropriate time to ask a question on the cemetery?
Sure.
The veterans group said that they've been asking for a while to have cement pads put down for the benches they've ordered years ago. They need 8 pads still, concrete pads to be put down so they can put the benches down for across the cemetery. Is there a way that this budget could reflect that, or we can get those pads built? Concrete pads?
A question to me or to the city manager?
To whoever's controlling the
If it's
cemetery.
me, yeah, absolutely. I'll let Kyle answer it though.
We do have plans to put those benches in. One of the things that we try to move away from is the idea was brought to us, and along with additional sidewalks in the cemetery, we still have quite a few plots throughout the cemetery, scattered throughout the cemetery, that are not yet used. And the intent is when we complete those areas, which, knock on wood, nobody's dying to get in there, but that we would pour those sidewalks so that they're not an encumbrance upon providing burials to the surrounding things. So when those sidewalks went in, that's when we'd add those benches to that. But we could certainly expedite that and kind of work around it.
And have somebody contact the VFW, because we've been attending a lot of the veterans groups things lately, and they're all about, hey, we've got these great benches, we would just love to put them on something.
We do stay in communication with them, just specifically for the annual events such as Veterans Day and Memorial Day, we have conversations with them. You know, we coordinated for the medallions that were placed on all the grave sites through the Boy Scouts.
Okay, great.
We try to, but I'll reach out to them and
I appreciate
give them
that.
an update on that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'll turn it over.
All right, so we'll start on page 36. That's our Public Works Administration. We'll start with that one. Not really any heavy changes in there, an overall increase of just about 9.27%. There are some increases on operating supplies, but there's also decreasing on some of our contract services. We just, you know, with Darren, he asked us to consolidate some few things, so we eliminated a couple of lines and added into others to reflect that. But yeah, no, there's not any questions. We can skim through the admin one, but go right ahead.
Well, I'll wait for, and this is where Darren is gonna roll over and.
Is that a thing about the cemetery again?
No, it's about, it's about barricades, emergency.
Oh, no, I've put it in the Lord's hands. You can't upset me at all on it.
On budget day? God.
Well, I will say, in my few years with Dave working on budget day, you have always worked well with us on these ad hoc things, so.
Yes.
Your team as always, but this is the F-18, the ARX perimeters, comes with the trailer, is only $100,000.
How much?
100,000 comes with the trailer. It'll cover 7 12-foot lanes, so we'll be able to block off completely Lake Powell Boulevard during balloon special events and or others, and they're easy to put up. You know, a couple of us could do a complete straight in less than 20 minutes. It's what the Secret Service uses, and we're at that point in life that we cannot have a New Orleans or any sort of event. And I don't need to explain why.
Yeah.
I just would like to add it to the budget, please.
Um,
Or have the team research it, and I have a nice flyer that could go with it.
Yeah. We'll add it to capital. So when we get to, we'll put it there.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yep. And you support that, Captain and Chief? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, one comment on that. There's a slightly more expensive but better looking model. Can we also look at that one?
Yeah, whatever is best, as long as it meets the that'll stop a truck going at speed coming down our street during special events.
Okay. What do you want to do next? Airport?
I would just go to Central Garage, page
Okay.
37.
Central Garage, okay.
We have no significant increases or changes there. We do have some. I don't even want to include that. So one of the things that you see highlighted is fuel. All the city's fuel comes out of the Central Garage Fund. So not 100% of it, but nearly all of the white fleet comes out of Central Garage Fund for fuel. So you'll see a large number there for 180,000. We had that budgeted last year. We're probably not going to hit that just due to fuel costs coming down. However, it's still important to keep that one up there. The other change was our heavy equipment repair. We've done an increase on that. We've been addressing a lot of equipment that's come in that needs major repairs recently. We've also increased our number of pieces of equipment throughout the city. And tires are not getting any cheaper. Continue to go up in cost. So if you have to outfit, say, a backhoe or a backhoe's a good example. Those tires are not cheap and they're not readily available like Big O tires. So.
And one nice thing though, now with Kyle's shop, we're doing a lot more in-house to where we used to send it out. They're even able to work on some of the emergency services vehicle and that kind of stuff. So it's an increase, but it's a huge savings in actuality.
Any questions?
This is going to be a callback to last night's work session. So it sounds like you've got the tire changer 9000 down there that can do it all. PUE in their budget had like $20,000 or $30,000 for tire changers and balancers for their equipment. Is there any legal hurdle why, like, would we be able to help them out to save some money and they could use our equipment or anything? Or is that kind of...
Legally?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, we can even bill them for it.
Can we bill Horseshoe Bend for it? Okay, that would just be a discussion we'd have to have with PUE.
But,
Legally,
well,
it's not an issue. It's
okay.
more practical.
It's more
and all
practical
sorts of other
and
issues.
time, you know, because they have a full-time mechanic as well.
Okay, yeah, no,
Their fleet.
I understand. I was just wondering if that's
Yeah.
legal hurdles.
Any other questions? We'll go to page 38 for building maintenance and items. A few more increases in here. We have a significant increase in our facilities maintenance line item, moving from 150,000 or 125,000 to 200,000. Excuse me. That line covers, as it explains, there just general facility maintenance. We've added with the Para Club, that's an additional 13,000 square feet of maintenance space with all the equipment that goes with that. That is not labor intensive, but that just literally represents one additional full-time employee that we haven't added to cover those maintenance costs in that facility, whatever that facility ends up being. It still costs us money to have it sitting there dormant. So, rather put it to use than keep it sleeping there. Other increases in there is we made some adjustments in reimbursements on clothing allowance and safety supplies. We had some missing line items in other departments that we were paid for out of building maintenance before, and then we've kind of moved some of the personnel stuff from the cemetery into building maintenance. So you'll see some of those smaller increases for those items that weren't accounted for in previous budgets. Any questions on building maintenance? Yes.
I realize the number is so small, so I don't care about the number, but what's the reason for the cemetery staff uniform being under Public Works instead of under the cemetery budget?
It just always has been that way.
Okay.
I mean, if we have those, the perpetual care, it's probably best to have staff, that administrative portion of the staff out of another budget.
That's a good catch, though. We can do that next year. Like you said, it's small, but.
Any other questions?
So the HVC was for a para club? Is this where it's recorded at the 25,000 for HV?
No, we
That's just-
used those costs out of that 600,000 was specifically designated for Para Club.
So this is just the maintenance for all of the
Yeah, this
HVC
is,
and all of the
we wanted
buildings?
to highlight that. We've done it in previous years, that when we have a piece of equipment go down, when you see like $100,000 budget we had and it, we're over budget, it's because that one piece of equipment will put us over. So we decided to highlight that out and kind of set that. We've been fortunate, knock on wood, if you believe in that, that we haven't had any major equipment failures on our active city facilities. It does happen.
They just fail when it's 105 degrees out and the sun blares on my windows. Then it fails.
Your employees are on vacation.
Yes.
They'll repair it.
Nothing else, we'll move on to page 54, which is our HERF, or streets. So we do have a few changes in here on our operations side. Actually, sorry, we don't have too many changes on this one. We have increased a little bit of our training, our meals, our travel, meals, and schools, which is some of our training. This may be enough for us this year, but moving on to future years, it's not going to be enough. Some of the federal highway transportation mandates are such that if you want to have a CDL certified driver, they have to go to school. We used to do trainings on site with our own staff, and then go down to Flagstaff or the DMV and have that testing. They are now requiring schooling and education, and the average cost, even the low cost of the college, is about $6,000 per person for that training. Fortunately, right now we don't have any staff on the streets department that is not certified for CDL, but if we do have some turnover and we bring on a new employee, we can anticipate a $6,000 cost right there. But this, in essence, this covers currently things like certifications and travel for herbicides, pesticides, things that we need within that department. Those can be annual.
Tom?
I noticed your line item for sidewalk, curb, and gutter. Is there any chance that bike lanes would fall into that long term?
Well, this is maintenance, so that's where that line item's set up for. Anything like adding bike lanes that would, go under capital unless we talk about like striping and stuff like that.
If we already had some and needed to maintain them, it would go. Would it fall
No
under-
standard, just street maintenance.
Okay.
We'd consider that street maintenance.
Thank you.
Yes.
On that same line item, I see you only spent, or are only spending 15 so far this year. We could double or triple that amount. There's sidewalk curves and where it goes around at a intersection, stuff like that, in the housing areas that have been the same for years and years. And that, there's so many trip and fall hazards for people walking. In Block 17, the raised concrete, asphalt where it's rolled, like over by Edward Jones and stuff like that, trip hazard. There's just so many of these that it's so easy to identify them that really need to be done. We could have somebody doing this full-time, year-round, and still not even get close to taking care of the problem.
Yeah, we could add equipment and full-time staff to certainly accommodate that desire. Love it. We addressed a lot of it in our slurry projects. If you look back, we had, tens of thousands of feet of grinding of curb heaves, especially in the radius corners that you're explaining. We do cover a lot of the sidewalk maintenance through the streets maintenance and also through capital improvement projects. So we are aware of a lot of the things that we have, and if you go out and you walk a lot of those, you'll see grinder marks on a lot of those heaves. We try to address that without pulling out the concrete. Only because it's not just pouring concrete, but when we put that concrete back, we have to compact grade. So we have to actually remove 12 to 18 inches of asphalt in front of that sidewalk. So we try really hard to kind of do everything we can in maintenance before we replace concrete. Areas where there's push and shove, yeah, that's a hot climate issue. And so we try to mitigate as much of that as we can. And this particular one for the sidewalk, curb, and gutter item, we have a lot of developers that come in that want to build homes, and the sidewalk has just completely failed, and they don't want to have that for their new home. So we work with them, and we actually provide the cost we cover the cost of the material for them to put that sidewalk in. So that's really where you see that line item come from. But most of our other sidewalk stuff will just come out of street maintenance.
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. I'm sorry.
For your vote next year. So.
Yeah, and I have walked a lot of sidewalks around several different hospitals in the last year, and they are all shaving the edges so you don't have any trip hazard and stuff like that. I know it's probably really expensive to do the shaving along the edges, but yeah, all of them have that done just to forestall any possible liability.
Yeah, we try to adjust that. We do have small equipment to remove those lips and those edges, but what we really need is large, heavier equipment to do large swaths of the sidewalks. But it's not cost prohibitive. It's a piece of equipment that we may purchase and then use for a time, and then it sits idle for a year or two, and then we get it out. We go around town and beat up all the sidewalks. But there's also contract services we can utilize to do that. But one of the things that we run into, and we'll have a discussion on capital, is just the cost to get contractors up here with that specialty equipment. Do $25,000 worth of work, it's another $26,000 just to mobilize them to Page. Yes.
Please forgive me continuing to beat this dead horse. I just want to make sure I understand. So it sounds like street repair, that's the one where there's kind of like a plan, right? Of these are the streets we've repaired most recently, here's what's next on the list, versus the sidewalk, curb, and gutter is more as things come up and are needed. That's more like ad hoc versus...
A little bit, yes. So in this case, street repair covers any maintenance. In this particular budget line, it's maintenance.
Okay.
There's a line between maintenance and what's considered capital. And some cases it's a dollar amount, some cases it's the actual usage. And it sometimes it can be difficult to understand, like a slurry coat and a mill and overlay are different, even though they provide surfaces. A mill and overlay would be considered capital, whereas slurry coat, which still mills, is considered maintenance.
I've got a streets maintenance question, but it's not for Kyle, it's for IT. I just noticed this the other day as I was coming home from work, but the sidewalk down by the Marriott's buckled. There's a bit of a takeoff ramp down there. Now, I haven't reported this to anyone because I knew I was going to see Kyle at some point, but for people that aren't on city council and would like sidewalks and potholes repaired, can we put a form or something in our app and that links to the public works site to complain about potholes? Because I mean, it's pretty frequent that someone comes to a council meeting and then they hear from the public says, "Oh, we've got this pothole down on Industrial Drive or whatever." Save us some time. Save public works some time.
They could go on and send the message to the manager right now.
Yep. Oh, well, let me get on that. Darren, your phone's about to ding.
No, they can already do that.
And we have a general public works email that we do receive concerns around the community at.
Okay.
And we do track those, so if there is an email that comes in, we create a work order and we track that work order.
I was just thinking, like, keep it simple. Like, click here if you got.
There's still an
pothole
interface
concern.
of a person, so whether it's an app that I still have to have our office manager take the information, yeah. Or she could deploy some microbots out there and just on trigger and get it done.
We'll have AI Kyle go out there and fix the pothole.
The Bluetooth pothole patch.
Okay. What do you got next here?
Airport, page 44. Not a lot of changes in this budget. A little bit of shuffling some small percentages back and forth. We do have an increase on our airfield maintenance this year. We're requesting some additional funding to do some striping of the runway and the taxiway. That's required for our Part 139 certifications. Generally, these sorts of projects, because again, they're not capital improvements, so they don't tend to generally fall under stuff that we can fund out of a airport improvement plan from the FAA. So we have to fund that ourselves. And we will have a kind of a lapse in some of our projects. Normally we can do a slurry project or something out there, that the ASIP that'll provide that paint. We're gonna have kind of a window of time where we'll be deficient on our striping out there. That's our most significant increase on there. Any questions?
Doesn't look like it.
That's it? Oh, cemetery.
Cemetery, so 47. Page 47. So again, a little bit of shuffling around on some of the reimbursements for the staff. We can make some changes if you guys so desire and have them fully covered in here or covered out of other budgets. We have added a full-time person down there. And so you'll see kind of that's the significant increase in the overtime. We do burials on the weekends, so that takes 2 full-time employees to do that. That's usually about 6.5 hours each to cover a typical burial from opening to closing. Otherwise, any questions on that?
Yeah, I think the last 2 years in a row I've mentioned this. The north side fence, the slats are probably 75% missing. It's just a mess.
North side fence or the south side fence?
South side, I'm sorry. Yeah, the fence there. Can we get it reslatted or something? We really need to make our cemetery as nice as we can look. I mean, it's a lot better than other ones like Chino Valley and stuff like that. But we're not going to have one like, Forest Lawn or whatever in Scottsdale, where my parents are buried and stuff like that. But with fountains and all that stuff going. But we need to make it as nice as possible. our people.
Absolutely, we can look into that.
Anything else? No?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Jeff?
The fire department starts on page 33. We just had a few increases in some of our lines just due to increasing cost and aging equipment. Our equipment repair and maintenance, we're asking for more money in that, and like I say, that's really due to aging equipment. And this repair line is for the emergency equipment that the shop can't manage. So this is stuff that we have to hire mechanics and stuff certified for this rescue stuff. We are currently in the middle of a $35,000 unexpected repair on the ladder truck this year. And that just kind of reminded us that some of our fleet's getting really old and starting to require a lot more to keep it going. With this repair, it should make this truck really functional into the future, but this is one of the ones that long-term we're looking at a replacement for. Next one we have is the turnout replacements. That's the protective clothing that we wear. That gear is actually currently full of the PFAS, which is that wildly toxic to people chemical, and they're coming out with new gear that's supposed to be PFAS free, but we tried to get some this year, not quite ready for release, but that is going to be a higher cost. It's about $5,000 per pant and coat for one person. We have 20 people in the department. We have backup gear when they have a fire. We have to remove their gear and then put it through a cleaning process. So we have to have backup gear for them. So this line here is a line to keep up on that protective gear. The next one on here that we're asking for, the radio tower rent, that's just we still have a communications tower out at Jack's Peak that we are leasing space to improve our communications out on the highway. I might have skipped over one. And SCBA cylinders, that's part of the maintenance program, and the cost of those cylinders have gone up, so we're just trying to keep up with the cost. That replacement program keeps us from buying $100,000 worth of bottles at one time. We just buy a few every year. It changes our expiration date and keeps us in business all the time. And I would entertain any questions that you have.
Go ahead, Kenna.
I just have a question about kind of this equipment repair and maintenance idea, the fleet. It's kind of a larger question, so anyone feel free to jump in. Because we talked about like HVACs, these equipment repairs can be really expensive, but they're not included in like a capital improvement plan. So how can we plan for these expenses over time? Is that what the 100,000 is, or are some years we way over budget and some years way under, and how do we kind of mitigate that over time?
I'll let Kyle jump that one.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, what, can you,
I can say in the past, Kenna, is that, Page did not have the money to do it. So a lot of the HVACs that we have now are fairly old, and actually we discussed replacing them all and starting all over. Because we just kind of, some barbed wire and some duct tape, and it's amazing what Gary can do for us, but he keeps them running. In the past, they literally did not have the finances to improve. Now we're lucky enough that we do. And Kyle has replaced the golf course, he's replaced the Para Club, he's replaced the community center, library, fire department.
Some at the fire department.
So we are replacing when we get to the point that we think that we can't.
And I guess it's a larger question because we talked about like the $35,000 repair that the one truck needed.
Yeah.
And if that happens with 4 trucks, unexpected, I'm just saying, like, we could easily go over the proposed budget, but I imagine that some years that $35,000 repair doesn't come up. So are there ways that we're planning for those maintenance fees over time, similar to a capital improvement program? Or is it just, it's got to come out of one year's budget?
Yeah, it's gotta come out of, because it really can't go into a capital.
Right, because it's not capital improvement.
And as far as, as far as the trucks go, we do a really good job at maintenance and repairs every year. So we have folks come in every year. So we're always looking at things. And although this current one was a bit of a surprise due to the age of the truck, it's surprising that it lasted as long as it did. So we do have a pretty good. That's something that I've really done a good job with in managing, and that's to anticipating things like this. And that's why we. This is the first time in all the years that we've had this big expense that it was really a surprise to us. So we really keep ahead of it the best we can.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, we have had really good groups of emergency vehicle technicians working with us. And like I say, we do preventative on them 2 times a year. We get folks coming up so we can usually forecast any big concerns.
David?
Yeah, just a note on coats and jackets and stuff like that, and Nomex hoods and stuff. Back when I was playing firefighter in late 70s and early 80s, I got new turnouts after the corn's fuel and tire went up, because I was totally oiled down from head to foot, and we tried to scrub them down, but finally got new turnouts. But the thing is that it's vitally important that we have good equipment for our firefighters and captains and stuff when they go in there, because you want to just feel a little warm, and when you start feeling really hot, that means your equipment's failing on you, such as the Nomex hoods and the helmets and the jackets and stuff. So it's really vital to have good equipment, and also because we're turning them out and washing them instead of scrubbing them down in soap and water like we tried to do years ago. It's another thing to try to prevent a firefighter or a captain or engineer from potentially getting cancer or something like that. So it's a double-edged protective item.
And that's something we do a really good job with. Again, you all approved us to purchase an extractor, a high-tech washing machine just for that gear. We just got it into service a month or so back. It's already made a huge difference in the turnaround time, but also when they come out, they don't smell like smoke and fire anymore. They're actually clean. So that was a huge benefit to this program, and something else that we're always pushing for is for the safety of our staff.
Mike, did you have something?
I did. Thanks, sir. Mass casualty event, great job yesterday dealing with the incident down there. As we know, that's one of my concerns. I'm worried that do we have enough stop to bleed kits deployed around, not just your gear, not just the public safety, but do we have enough that if we have a real mass casualty event, we can get a lot of tourniquets out?
We actually have a pretty good backstop for that stuff. We keep up on it. Some of the bad part about that is that stuff that's not used every day, it does expire.
Yes.
So we don't buy truckloads of it, if you will, but we do keep a very adequate supply for those large events. And I guess it's a good day when we have to throw it away rather than use it, right?
Exactly.
But yes, we do keep a lot of that stuff on hand.
Are we keeping the spares for running public classes on how to use when you all do, another great thing you do is all that your public safety training.
All the training, yeah.
And
yeah.
are we using those old things for?
We're using that, and we actually bought, just for the Stop the Bleed campaign that you're talking about, we bought specialty training props just for that, so that they can be reused over and over again. But we do also use expired equipment to do that same thing.
Great, thank you, and thank you for your team's work.
Thanks.
Okay. Next is, what do you got there, Jeff? Fire Department. This is just huge. Is that everything? Okay. Did you go through all 3 pages? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Police Department. Page 30.
30. Not 29?
Oh, 29. Mine says 30. Sorry.
So admin starts on page 29. We have admin, patrols, investigations, and communications. Uniform, not much change there. Cell phones, there was a little bit of a change because we have 2 records clerks that actually don't work in Page. One lives out of state and the other one lives in Litchfield Park. And we were able to keep them employed when they moved because our records department's pretty much paperless now. But we set them up with stipends for cell phones and internet and all that kind of stuff. So that increased. Our biggest increase to our entire budget is contract services and admin. And it's a huge jump. One is because we moved our Power DMS and report software from capital to this line item. And so that cost didn't change, it just got moved from capital. But down at the bottom of contract services is report software. It's called Draft One. This is something we don't have right now, and it's something, you know, we can continue to live without, but I can talk more about it later one-on-one if you guys want. Basically, our body cameras are Axon. Officers show up on scenes, and what this does is when they're interviewing people and getting statements and stuff, say like that accident yesterday, there's a lot of people involved. It's going to take hours and hours to transfer that information into a report. This, through the body camera, it automatically feeds it into the officer's report, and then instead of them having to build that report from the ground up, they go back and trim it down and clean it up. We think it's going to save a lot of money, especially in overtime. Most of our overtime isn't the folks out there in the field. A lot of it is reports. It's just getting the stuff caught up and submitted to where it needs to go. But that's $95,000, and that's our biggest increase. Something that we can talk about, but that's that. Travel, meals, and schools, it hasn't changed. We left all that the same. Special events didn't change. Subscriptions and memberships changed a little bit, almost 5%. It's just we really haven't added anything. It's just prices are increasing for the products that we already have. Any questions on admin? Counselor Hettinger.
The report software sounds incredible. Is that $95,000 an annual fee, or is that like a setup fee and then there's an ongoing subscription to it?
Yeah, it's going to be close to that. There is additional fees to have the setup, but there's going to be a pretty significant ongoing yearly.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, and we're shopping around. Darren just put together an AI training for us that we looked at. We were already looking at this. We also looked at Motorola, but that's kind of where we're at right now. So, anybody else?
Anybody else? You did, Mike.
Yes, thank you, Chief, and thank you for what your team does. It's quite noticeable when you're running out, Larry's running out, Andrew's running out, you know, that something's good going on, and it's nice to know you guys have it under control. Appreciate you. I got a question on this section when we talk about salaries, when we talk about police department admin. Who are we talking about on admin, please?
Me, Captain Jones, Lieutenant Myers, Ted Bernard. Lieutenant Bernard could also be in this. He's a lieutenant. He's salary. He's our support services lieutenant, and then our admin assistant, Allie, and then our records clerks. And
Allie is the executive assistant. She's also in charge of records, correct?
That's correct. She's the records supervisor. Yeah.
And when we're looking at the proposed budget, and I don't know, this is probably a Darren question or a Rachel question. I don't know. When we did the study, we were told that the police officers public safety, we did the STEP program for the sworn officers. But it was reported that the other areas were at 87% versus some of the other pay. It indicated that their pay was down. We had some work to do to get caught up on their pay. And I'm just interested, what's our process to get the admin up, get Ally up to speed, up to what she should be paid as for an executive assistant and a department head?
I would say that that is one thing with you guys putting that pay scale into place last night. That's where we'll be addressing that.
So that'll help us this pay cycle as we go into the budget, because I was doing simple math, and I'm not anywhere as good as Kenna. She can do this thing great, but to me it looked like she was I just tried to look at a couple people. It looked like they were 10% down, and I wasn't understanding the math with what the study did and where we are. I just want to make sure, as we're talking salaries right now, that we have a plan to bring some of these people up, because I don't want to lose them. You know, that, and then our dispatch and our other areas. I think that if we can go to a hamburger place or a Taco Bell place, I don't want them thinking of going there versus staying here.
And remember, with the 8% increase, just for Ally alone, that'll be a 5-digit increase, to let you know.
And then is she still going to be below her scale? She got room to grow?
Oh, it depends on the scale, because the scale too goes for, let's say Robin and her are on the same thing, but Robin's been here 15 years.
Right.
So she's the office manager. So the scale, like I said last night, it's going to justify, but if you guys approve the 8%, she'll get a pretty good bump.
Yeah, it's hard for us to understand, or me specifically, the numbers. And I just want to make sure that our sworn and our admin and our dispatch are appropriately paid, when I had a study say that they were at 87% when they should be a little bit higher.
Right, and I completely understand that. I think it's also important to realize that Ally's not the only executive administrative in the city.
Right.
So we also have to go, okay, we need to look at everyone.
Right.
And in that study, they pulled out the PD separately, and you guys know that they have them on the step scale, but it's not, we're going to be putting them in their appropriate steps on the actual pay scale you gave last night. And that is one of my next things to be doing, is making sure that we have everybody in the appropriate scale and in the appropriate pay for what they are doing and making and how long they've been doing.
And then we'll get briefed on that at some point, because it's important, because after having that study, I just want to keep us on. And I agree with your point. We have more than one executive assistant.
If Tim wants to sit down with you and show, we probably will not do that publicly with names and stuff. No.
No, I understand PII stuff. I'm just going on. We had a great study. I appreciate their work. I'm seeing it, and I also appreciate the work of our officers. But I also know our other than sworn officers. I was told some of the city other people were okay, but I was told the study that I had.
It will be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
It will be addressed, trust me. Yeah.
Amanda.
If I could just add to that conversation, I was like a mosquito buzzing around Darren's head for the last week on this same issue. So I looked at the study, looked at the pay scale we approved last night, and for the non-sworn officers, what I saw, what made me comfortable voting for the pay scale that we approved last night, is that the range given on that pay scale is actually higher than what was given in that step.
Yep, on a lot of positions.
So I think that the pay scale that we approved last night is going to address that, and it's going to take care of our people. I did mention 3 positions that looked lower to me that I would like for you guys to relook at, which was, I think, the captain, support lieutenant, and the chief. But other than those 3, what I saw is that non-step program pay scale that we approved last night is actually better than what was recommended in the study. So, and then one other thing on the kind of similar topic, for the sworn officers who are in the STEP program, I know we approved that kind of late in this year, and going into the next year, I just kind of wanted to know how folks are gonna align in those steps, because we've already got people, like they shouldn't all be a step 1, right? Because we just implemented the program when some of them have been here 6 years, some have been 15. So I would expect them to fall into that.
And those two right there sat there and put them in the right scales. So there's some that are in step 4, some that are in step 6. So yeah, they put them in the right position. And then in each step, I think you and I talked about this, it's kind of like the federal, you can be step 12 or you can be whatever, 12, step 16. So for every certification they get, including these guys, they're making extra money for their certificates, even though they're not using them. We decided to let them have it too because they went through all the schooling as well. You can make up to $5, $6, $7 an hour more than what's in your step because of the training you've taken. So as an incentive to keep them on, we'll pay for the training, we'll do everything, and then we'll give you more money for doing it. So necessarily where their step is in how much they're making either. If that confuses you even more.
No, it's very clear, thank you.
I have a quick question for Rachel. So you said that these will be, you will be looking at or dealing with these percentages. What is the time frame on that type of, is it for to be in this budget for these corrections or?
July 1st.
July 1st, yeah, that's when I want to make that actual pay scale effective, so that gives us the next month and a half to really go through everyone and make sure. And then on top of that, we have some areas where I just want to be sure, especially like with the library, that I have the hierarchy correct in that pay scale. So I will be working with the managers and directors just to make sure that we are where we need to be 100% and then go on from there.
There was a hand
We
over
do
here.
take it, staff takes it very serious. We want to make sure that we're paying our people really well. I mean, we fought really hard to get these salaries up to where they were.
Kenna?
I think what I'm hearing and what I feel, especially as we're talking about the budget, is we want our city employees to be taken care of. Rachel, I definitely feel that from you. I feel like I feel it from the department heads. And so I think that's why we get tempted to get in the weeds, is because if we know a specific city employee, it's like, well, we want to make sure they're taken care of. And so I think what I am hearing and what I feel is you guys are doing a great job, but please continue to make sure that our employees are taken care of. I don't think that we should be getting into the weeds of each individual name and what scale they're in, but just what I feel, and feel free anyone else to jump in if you disagree, is just please continue to keep taking care of our city employees because we really appreciate them.
And I'll add to that, I've had this conversation with Councilor Farrow, and I've had it many times with Darren. I don't know if you guys know the history of us actually getting increases, and I have people who ask me all the time, well, am I gonna get an increase this year? Or what does it look like if I'm, just a candidate asking? And the point is that I have to say, it depends on council, because we have to ask you for that increase. And for years, nothing was happening. Darren has had the guts to ask for it. And so, and let's be honest, he's the one who has to ask for it. We can ask him, but he has to be the one who asks for it. And if you continue to give us increases, the COLAs, the merits and things like that, we will retain people. The minute that stops, people will be leaving. I guarantee it. So, or I can't recruit. So that's just a very important thing to point out, is that really in the end of it, yes, we want to take care of our people and we will fight for that, but you guys have to be the ones who approve it.
Okay, one more, two more here. Go ahead.
And I really appreciate you bringing that study in, because that helped, I think.
And yeah, we can use that for a couple of years.
Yeah, that was very proactive, and that helped us. Thank you.
Amanda?
Just kind of flowing with this conversation, I just want to echo that we care hard. And so, please don't be offended when we ask for more detail. It's not because we're questioning or not trusting you. It's because we do care a lot about creating an environment where people want to stay and work for our city. And so, for what that's worth.
Yep. And to let you know too, like for the STEP program, if you guys approve what we've requested in this budget, the regular staff will actually be paid more than the PD. So we'll have to go back to the PD and give them 2% extra, because they are guaranteed 6% or 5%. And the way we set it up is if the working crew gets more, they get to match it. So they'll actually get more than what they were asking this year.
Good.
Any other? Okay.
Good?
We're good?
As long as the tourist dollars keep coming in.
Yes. That is the truth, too.
Hey, team effort.
Okay, our next department is patrol. Our operating supplies increased a little bit. It's drug kits. Those are the field test kits. The ones that we have traditionally used are basically obsolete with the types of drugs that we're dealing with out there and the increased dangers. The drug kits are a lot more advanced than they used to be. Whenever our guys, our officers come across drugs, I mean, we know what it is most of the time, but they're called field test kits, and they flash for whatever you test it for. Without that, the county attorney usually won't allow us to charge up front for a charge. In other words, we would have to let the person go, send the drugs into the crime lab. They're extremely busy, and it could take up to months before we get the results back and actually charge the person. Then we have to issue a warrant, find them, and all that kind of stuff. So, again, the kits save a whole bunch of money. Uniform allowance for patrol increased a little bit. We added a full-time animal control position to this and a part-time animal control position to patrol. So that's where that slight increase came from. Equipment repair and maintenance, it's the same as last year. There was a clerical error that showed that it was different, but it's the same as last year. Our office equipment and leases are the same. Cell phones are the same. Animal shelter expenses are the same. Contract services are the same. And same travel, meals, and schools are the same, but there was, again, there was a little bit of an error there. And then our program expenses increased, and that was Darren's idea to increase that up to $15,000. We're getting more events and more things like that, so that's why that increased. Canine expenses are the same. If we're using the dogs, we have 2 dogs, and we're utilizing them more and more. Our guys have been involved with a multi-agency countywide task force the last 6 months. We had a dog up in Flagstaff yesterday on a roundup that they did. We put something out about that. They're regional tools. We try to make as much of our equipment as we can regional tools, and because it helps all of us, and in return, other agencies like Metro, they also provide us equipment and services and things for undercover type investigation. Subscriptions, memberships are the same. Printing and binding are the same. We increased our range expenses by a few $1,000s, and then our drug court expenses, the judge talked about that. They increased because we took one on, and that's that. So, any questions about patrol?
Yeah, just one question. I saw on the news about, I think down the valley, where they were on the canine vests, protective vests and stuff like that, where they got donation to, or is in the county or something like that. What about our dogs? Do they have protective vests? This is in ignorance, obviously.
No, it's a good question. They don't. They could. The dogs you're seeing down in the valley are dual purpose dogs. In other words, they go into buildings and search for suspects and things like that. And our dogs are drug certified. When we deploy them, they're in a controlled environment. The area is secured. We don't just turn them loose in an unknown building with unknown suspects and all that kind of stuff. We really our handlers probably treat their dogs better than they do some of their family members, but they're spoiled. We take care of them. The other thing with that is that when a dog's searching, once he or she starts panting, their effectiveness is greatly decreased. And so when you're on a big operation, it's good to have multiple dogs, but there's positives and negatives. I mean, technically somebody could try to hurt one of our dogs, but we never deploy our dogs into areas that aren't secure already.
Okay.
That's why we don't have them.
Tom?
Also, Preller.
Yeah, so I can relate to that. I've got a dual purpose dog. She both barks at strangers and begs for blueberries, and I understand how expensive that can get. On the K9 expense, you've got a stray $400 here that's not annotated with anything. I know that's like nickeling and diming, but is that earmarked for anything in particular?
I am not sure why. I can figure that out and get back to you.
It's the blueberries.
Where is it?
Mike?
Chief?
Oh, the 400?
Yeah.
It's just, I think it's cut off on there, it's equipment.
Okay, cool, thank you.
On ours here, it has equipment.
Vice Mayor.
The IFACs for each officer and our car kits, do you have to change those out, or do we have, car kits, or is every officer carrying their own IFAC now in their kit?
No, everybody has their own. Everybody is equipped with their own.
And then you have plenty of tourniquets as well?
Yes, sir, we do.
But does each car also have a kit, besides what the officer wears that, grab and throw, or? Okay, thank you.
Everybody has the same, and they're in the exact same spot in every single vehicle, so everybody knows where to find them.
I'm sorry, excuse me, what is that?
It's IFAC, individual first aid kits.
Oh, okay.
So it's if an officer is injured, or they'll use somebody else's kit to put a tourniquet on them,
Right.
or a chest seal. So they each should have. I set up the kits when I first moved here, the 2 chiefs ago, and each car has the chest seal, pressure bandage, and as well as tourniquets.
Lieutenant Myers he's our patrol lieutenant. He does a great job. He does regular audits and inventories of units and equipment. I was working road construction detail myself down at the roundabout and was on the side of the road going through all my stuff recently. But you have to make sure that all that stuff is equipped and fresh, and that everybody has what they need. So, anything else for patrol? Investigations is next. Operating supplies stays the same. Uniform allowance went up because we added 2 crime scene specialists. I've talked about it before, just the crime scene specialists, they're civilians, but they work with patrol officers and our criminal investigations units. The accident out there yesterday, Jeremiah Begay was out there scanning that, and that allowed Detective Lang, who was out there to do other things, if you will. Traditionally, law enforcement certified officers would do all that stuff. The other thing we did is we got asked, I contacted Sheriff Glover when the Park Service shooting recently happened, and we actually went into Utah and scanned that scene for them. My guess is we're the first agency from Arizona to scan and get involved with an officer-involved shooting somewhere else. But again, regional tools, they were going to have that equipment come from like Salt Lake or St. George or somewhere. By the time they would have done that, we had it done for them. So, but we're using civilians. That's the crime scene specialist. Equipment repair and maintenance, that increased. A lot of our evidence is stored in refrigerators. It has to be, and that can't go down. If it goes down, we lose evidence and we lose cases. So again, that's increasing. Office repair and leases is the same. Investigations is the same. What that investigations line is it's kind of an emergency fund. A few years back, Larry, Captain Jones, and Detective Lang had to go to another state to interview a suspect. that they picked up. And that's pretty much what that's for. If we get involved with a high profile or long trial, about a year ago or 2 years ago, Terry was in Flagstaff for like 3 weeks on a trial. So that's not money we're always going to use, but it's money that we have to have ready to go in case something like that happens. Cell phones is the same. Contract services went up. We had to include that, but some of the evidence audit and the data pilot, that will get reimbursed through ICAC, which is Internet Crimes Against Children. That's Detective Lang's thing. She's part of that, but that's a cost that we have to pay up front. And travel meals and schools increased a little bit because we added the crime scene specialists to that we added. And then subscriptions, memberships is the same, and so is printing and binding. So, any questions for investigations? Vice Mayor Farrell.
Training, education, because under this group is where you have your drone pilot, Terry?
Yes.
And do you have plans to get another drone pilot, or just, and is that covered as for training here, or are you just doing OJT?
No, that's included in this. There will be some OJT, but our goal is to expand that program. It's part of the real-time policing, investigative stuff. And I know just the mayor and vice mayor came over to the PD and we gave them a demonstration with the drone, and we're willing to do that with any of you folks. But a lot of times the drone gets up. The best example I could use is we had a guy that walked towards the edge from a hotel. He didn't come back. Park Service wasn't available. We put the drone up and located the individual out there in less than 5 minutes. And traditionally, that would be 4, 5, 6 of us stomping around out in the desert looking for him. Again, it's critical to resources. But yes, sir, to answer your question, that's included in this, and we are going to expand.
And then
To let everybody know, OJT is on the job training.
I know that one.
You did know that one?
And then
Vice Mayor, the acronyms are getting a little carried away.
I'm sorry. I'm about to do another one. The Faro system was used the other day for that accident. Is that?
And it's not the Mike Farrow system.
No, it's. Yeah, this one's spelled incorrectly, but
Your parents actually named you after that system.
probably because I'm adopted.
Yes, sir. So the Faro scanner, and we'll talk more about that. We've had it. We use it on all of our major crime scenes, which that was a horrific accident yesterday. Traditionally, for us to measure that and get everything done without the Faro would have been 8 to 12 hours. We were in and out of there in 2 hours. That's just what it does. Again, for Kane County Sheriff's Department, the amount of time that it would have taken them to get that equipment there, they don't have it. Not every agency has a Faro scanner, but it's critical. And on the back end, you're saving time. You're just saving time. People can get back to being at work.
And that's your evidence techs that use that, right?
That's our detectives and our crime scene specialists, yes, that use, they're all certified with the Faro scanner, and I guess the drone program's gonna be right behind that, kind of attached to this. Terry's at training. We didn't have anybody with the abilities to get the drone up yesterday. That would have definitely been used on that accident. It would have been used on this call today that you guys saw everybody running out of here on, so. We just threw Judge Hettinger up in the air so he could get it.
Or just lift him, he's skinny enough.
Thank you, sir. Anyway, any more questions for investigations?
Communications.
And last but not least, communications. I always, we've got the best set of dispatchers I have ever worked with in all the time I've been doing this. They're just, every one of them is incredible. And I just, if you guys ever have a chance, come over and meet some of them, watch what they do. It's just, I couldn't do their jobs. But operating is staying the same. Uniform allowance went down a little bit because we pulled a dispatch position to make it, Natalie needed help down at the animal shelter. And we sat down and talked about it, and we moved a position over there. It's more bang for the buck right now. So that went down a little bit. Equipment repair and maintenance has increased quite a bit. We added $1,000 for Xerox repairs and whatever else. Our console is old. We'll get into that later, but it's starting to cost more and more money to keep things running in there. So office leases same, cell phones the same, contract services the same, and travel and meals went down because again we moved one position over to animal control, and subscriptions and memberships increased a little bit. We changed one training provider to the National Emergency Number Association, NENA, and I had to write that down because I wouldn't have remembered that acronym. And then we had to switch companies on our notary, which was more money. So, any questions about communications? The other thing I'll say is the reason Larry and I are always together on budgets and stuff, you guys just saw it. We had a call, that's his expertise. If it had been a different type of call, I would have been the one that had to leave because that's my expertise and it has to keep running. But this was just a prime example. So I get questioned about that once in a while. You both have to know everything that's going on in the PD and be able to keep it running. And this was just an example of that today.
Okay, before lunch, let's jump to requested new positions and try and knock that out in the next half hour.
The beginning, right? Page. Person.
I'll kind of start from the bottom here. The cart service worker that you see down there under the golf fund, if you look at those are 0.35 full-time. So those are just summer temporary help. It's mainly high school kids, Jake? Doing the carts, moving water. Yeah, golf. So I don't know if you have any questions on that, but that's only 20 hours a week, seasonal. So that's probably the easiest. That's why I started there, knocked that one out. If anybody has any questions there. But then I'll go starting at the top with Cindy and the city clerk full-time position.
I am requesting an administrative assistant for our office. As you all probably already know, we are really busy. Jennifer and I struggle to keep everything going. We have a lot of projects that are just sitting, waiting for us to have time to do them. And this position would allow us to transfer some of the day-to-day tasks that take up a lot of our time to this person, and then we would be able to work on those projects and get some of the more pressing items done quicker than we are able to right now. Any questions for me?
Amanda.
I don't know if that's going to come out as a question or a comment, but I like that you're getting additional capacity. I just again want to reiterate, I hope that some of that capacity can go towards helping people with transparency, transcription, ways to make it easier so that you have fewer in-person records requests and people can do their own searching. And I know you're already going that way with some of your automation as well. Also thinking forward to digitizing things for future 508 compliance on our website. I see all of those as being great things that can benefit from this position. So.
Definitely on our projects list, and the software updates that we're doing are helpful with that. And we have some software that we're using currently that needs to be built out and used more effectively. So I'm working on that as well. So
great.
Anything else? Okay.
So that one's a go? Okay, thumbs up. This one actually, the PIO officer, this person's gonna report to me to let you know. And then it'll also go some with Greg just for some of the duties that are going to be expected, some of the out-of-office, face-to-face kind of stuff. But he'll report to me as far as the comms officer. This is actually a request from City Council. So this came about when we did the, Councilor Farrow, was it when we did the public relations audit kind of thing? We've wanted one for a long time. We used to use Drew Sanders because he had been a PIO for 8 years prior to coming to Page. So we haven't had one for 4 years, I guess, now. Any questions on that? Fire away.
This is line 2, Communication and Public Affairs Associate, is that right?
Yep.
I know we've talked about this as a council. I personally feel like what we are doing is we're saying we don't know how to handle this problem, so if we hire someone, that will solve the problem. I don't think that's going to happen in this case, so personally I'm against this. I think that I'm way outvoted by council, but I'm just going to speak up and say that I think we're just hoping someone else is going to come in and fix our problem. And so I don't know that I see the value of this hire, personally. But I know it's come from council, so I'm not directing that at staff.
Right, yep.
Just personal opinion.
Amanda?
So a couple of comments on this one. First, maybe I'll try and address the usefulness of a public information officer. I don't think that there's some vague problem out there that throwing money at it, this is gonna fix at all. I think that we have specific problems with informing the public, and that's what PIOs do. I also think that this dollar amount is low graded for what we want. I think we want somebody who can function independently, somebody who can support multiple departments. If police or fire has a major event, they should be helping them. If PUE has a major water main break or other issue, they should be helping them. They should be available to all departments, helping to communicate to the public. And I think that if we want somebody that can do that well and do it independently, they should be more like in the 80 to 110 range. I also would like to advocate for this being a direct report. I think because this person's responsibility is to inform the public, the closer they are to the public, the better that's going to be done.
What do you mean direct report? To me?
No, to us, to council.
It's got to be appointed. I need help here, Josh.
I've read in the code where we can establish.
They want the PIO to report to City Council.
I don't know the code off the top of my head. It very well could be in the code that you could appoint more officers that report directly to the council. I don't have that answered off the top of my head.
The problem is you guys aren't available. You know, this person needs direction every morning.
I mean, again, if we hire the right person, I would disagree with that. I don't think that they would need any more direction than you or Josh or Cindy or any of the other professionals that report directly to us.
Mike?
I'm going to agree with 90% of what you said. I'm going to disagree with this last part. I do like the idea that this person should be of a capability to assist either chief or Kyle or PUE on any significant communication to the public based upon an event. And by working with them, help them with the RTQs, response to questions that could come up during a special event. But I think it should report to the city manager where these other people report to. And I think when he has a staff meeting, that way he can assure that PIO is working with every one of those department heads, because any one of those department heads could have a significant event.
And the new software that we were looking at was specifically for the new PIO, as far as the new production stuff. He could spearhead that for sure.
Debbie?
I agree with Amanda. With my background and degree, I think that you're not going to get somebody for that amount. I think that's low for that field. I also would like to know whether it can report to the board, because Josh reports to the board and Cindy does, but they also service the others. Many of us ran on making sure that we're transparent and clear, and improve clarity to the citizens, and so we felt strongly about this. We know that media today isn't real favorable in being accurate, and we want to make sure that the truth and accuracy is getting out there, and I think this position could be a benefit to every employee that's sitting here. I mean, I think it would be great, you know, miscommunication in regards to just our new disc golf course right now. You know, this PR person could immediately just get on there and get that straightened up so that there's not any miscommunication out there. And we're not having to wait for whether the paper or the newspaper, the radio station or somebody's gonna report on that. We could just immediately address those issues, and so I think this position's a really important position, and I think it's important to start being really transparent and clear with our citizens. So I would like research to find out whether or not they could be appointed, they could report to the board directly or not.
The code does say the council may appoint and remove from time to time such other officers as it may deem necessary and that are not provided for in this code or state statute.
So that doesn't mean just because they're appointed to us doesn't mean they're not gonna service everyone else.
Correct.
And we are at first really monitoring this and making sure that they're effectively accomplishing what we want them to accomplish.
If they work for, anybody that works for the council takes their direction from the council. So the scope of their job and expectations of that job would be set by the city council if it's an appointed from the city council.
Amanda?
And again, if I can just, it's hard to articulate something when you're used to working with it day to day for many, many, many years. But the way that I see, the part of the reason that I think it's important for that person to report to council is, again, they should function independently. So in 23 years of military service, I've always seen the PIO report directly to the command. That's just the way that it functions. Partially is so that they can respond as people come and go. So as counselors come and go and establish new priorities, they should be responding differently, the same way that Darren does, the same way that Josh does, the same way that Cindy does. So again, I think that approach is going to help with the transparency, as Councillor Roundtree said, and serve the whole team and the community.
Okay. Any other?
Well, up to you guys. We just need directive.
Councillor Preller?
It'll change how we advertise.
I think public involvement, public communication from the government's like an ongoing issue everywhere in the nation right now. Mainstream media is not as mainstream and as trusted as it historically has been. And so there seems to be a lot of alternate data feeds coming out about the government, about all levels and branches of government. I think we've got several very good efforts that are currently being undertaken as far as public outreach and communication goes. The fire department, the police department, you guys are doing great on your Facebook pages. Everyone in town's reading that and you know, informed and engaged. The app, I think, is a step in the right direction. I think that fight's being fought on several fronts. I think if we have a public affairs person, there might need to be a degree of separation between the council and that person in order to not be biased and not just be a mouthpiece of the council. We can be our own mouthpiece. We have mics here and everything. And for the evaluations to be done independently. We on occasion as counselors make mistakes. That's why there's many of us. So we can, you know, be overruled when those times come, but we wouldn't want someone's employment and job performance to be dependent on counselors' opinions of them.
So just counterpoint, we already have several positions that are in that boat where they report directly to us. Part of their contract says that they will not play favorites among council and serve you more than me, et cetera, et cetera. I don't see any reason why PIO couldn't do the same.
I think that's because the appointed positions we have are evaluated a lot more on objective metrics rather than subjective political points and phrasings of headlines and stuff. I think it might just be too nuanced to try to undertake here and now. But the other question I have, and this is one for Darren, is the $901 for the max additional pay for the PIO. Is that overtime or is that bonuses or?
I'll let Linda answer that.
Max additional pay. What's the max additional pay listed on here?
The max additional pay on here, what does that? That's all the benefits, ASRS, the medical at the highest amount.
No, the max additional pay?
The additional pay.
It says 901.
$900.
We'll find out.
Probably the overtime.
Okay.
So my
potential overtime.
My question about that is if we had a PIO, we would probably want them engaged with council meetings, with major events and emergencies and that sort of stuff. So would we want to anticipate overtime being higher or just the hours being all over the place, or salary? I'm just throwing that out there as an idea.
Well, and if you give us a range, we can figure that out too.
Okay.
So like 105 to 110, or are they a salaried employee that we don't have to worry about it?
And usually at that rate, it would be a salaried exempt employee.
Okay.
So I'd like to propose a three-part vote. One is, do we have this position or not? Second is, how much do we pay them? And third is who they report to. Everybody okay with that?
So is it in here that we would do such a vote? I'm not familiar, or is this something that we would, a direction?
We would just need directive because it would change how we advertise.
Well, and we have to add these numbers in.
But to come to a consensus of what the council wants to give that directive, it would need a vote. Would that be in here, or would that be at a meeting later when you?
I think that as far as this is, isn't really a budget issue. It's more of a position issue. I think you can give me direction in here.
Yeah, the final vote would have to be through the budget process after the hearings and all that kind of stuff. So even if you agreed on something today by law, you can change it in a few weeks or a month as you go through the budget process and the public hearings and all of that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't recommend motions today. If you have a consensus of let's plug in this number, whatever, and then really the time to hash that out formally and to make decisions is when you approve the budget.
I just think it might be too close to call on those 3 points, but we can give it a shot.
Yeah, and yeah, you may have to hash that out during the budget process of, when you vote for the budget. It's tricky. I mean, you can make a motion today and you can vote on it, just as long as everybody understands that could change at the next meeting, I guess.
Same
is
with
the
any
point.
vote, right? Yeah. Okay.
I would suggest you were talking about wanting to do 3 different parts. I think you should do them individually when you get to that. Tom?
Yeah, do we want to consider breaking those up into not just 3 different parts, but the yay or nay vote sort of now, and then earmark the under who and how much money votes later on when we kind of figure out how many other positions we got going on and how much money is left and that sort of stuff?
Well, it'd be easier for us if we start working on the job description and we start working on the advertisements, because there's no reason we can't advertise. We start planning our stuff once we get directive.
Start with the first question, because if it's no, then we don't have to worry about the other 2.
I think I don't know that we need to vote. I think I'm the only one against it, so I think we can just move on to the next 2.
So everybody agrees with doing this? Except
With what? Having a PIO.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can easily give that direction to staff.
Okay.
So second question, do we feel more comfortable with this $50,000 range or the 80 to 110 range?
Let's go with what is listed right here. For now, if we,
You like the lower dollar amount?
The one that's listed.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can get some pretty good candidates at that position, at that price, for that position.
Debbie?
Okay.
Yeah, my background is PR. Yeah, that's really low. You're not gonna get anyone apply for that. I don't believe that has any experience. It might be somebody who can't find a job somewhere and they're looking for the first job are gonna apply, so then they have experience, so they can apply somewhere else. But yeah, I think that's low. So did you guys do an industry standard for PR or PO?
That's Rachel.
Rachel, that seems to me just really.
Right, so I would agree. I did, again, just reach out. We've already gotten some job descriptions, but I would add that I just reached out to our HR directors, the emails that I have, and asked them who, number one, they report to, and two, what their average salaries are. In my opinion, I believe that we're gonna find that this is an exempt position. It's gonna be a salary position. It's not gonna be an hourly position, and it will be on the higher end of things. So when I get those answers, if you like, I could make sure we share them with you. But I don't know if it's appropriate to say, oh yeah, that we're gonna go with this amount today, if they're gonna report to these people. I think that it's just, let's move forward with.
Well, for the budget purpose, we do need an amount, because we'll start editing this budget with the recommendations from you guys, so.
So Rachel, thank you for doing that proactively on the spot. That's awesome. And I feel good that we'll all have more information to make this decision ultimately. But just,
So should we just come to a consensus on a direction for a range?
well, can I give you, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you, after 23 years of working with public information officers, the difference between a $50,000 public information officer, because they do exist, and a $100,000 public information officer is a $50,000 person can't write their own press releases. They have to have that stuff edited. They're just not at the level where this person can function as the capacity builder for the whole team that we need. So if they're writing a press release for chief on a fire, it's gonna have to go through Greg and Darren for edits, and actually creates more work for them. So I really don't think that we wanna be at that level.
Kenna?
My counter to that would be, like, I think we've hired, or we are trying to hire, some very specialized fields. I'm thinking about the engineer that we just hired that's like a licensed person trying to get a prosecutor for the city that has a law degree. Like, I would be really interested and I don't know that it's appropriate to do that discussion in public, because I don't want to talk about individual employees' salaries, but I don't want to be paying a public affairs specialist more than we're paying someone who has a law degree, personally.
Again, if you have somebody in that range, it wouldn't be more than somebody with a law degree, but they would also come with certifications from there's two different associations, national associations, I forget what they are, and advanced degrees. Like, again, that's the difference between your $50,000 person, which you can get somebody with an associate's degree or younger, or somebody with advanced degrees.
You know, I'm sorry, but we're a town of 7,300 and we're not a Phoenix. And so, I mean, I think there's people out there that will fit in that class, and knowing that they're not going to be reporting on all this different stuff like you see on the news every night. They're going to be putting out something maybe once a week, or when we have something like yesterday or that type of thing. This person's not going to be 24/7 busy all the time, and if they can't write their own script and have Jeff look at it, you know, review it real quick and says, yeah, that's good to go, then, you know, I don't know, it's a sorry state of affairs.
So in a larger city, you'd have a team of public information people. You would have a higher graded person and lower graded ones learning from them and being supervised by them. To me, the fact that we're only gonna have one means that they need to be better.
Thank you, that's what I was gonna say also, is that they need to be better and they need to respond, but I see them being able to do, I mean, I just spoke with somebody in St. George on a totally different issue and told them we're gonna have a position available, and she'd be able, the level that she's at and the experience she has, she would even be able to create business, the commercials we were talking about and the things we were talking about earlier in Greg's department. She would have those skills and those abilities, and as she's worked as a public relations individual, to what she does for the Dixie Community College is, you know, she puts out the type of statements we're asking for, but she's also works on advertising, and she tries to bring all of the public relations things together, and level of skill, that takes somebody that's had a lot more
They
experience.
develop communications plans and talking points that make
Yeah.
everybody else in this room look and
so that
sound
we're not-
smarter when they're.
And she identifies departments that you're not, conflicting with each other, and you're giving this message and you're giving that message. I mean, that's why these people are more skilled.
Hannah?
So I want to remember that we have an incredible employee, Jacqueline Aguirre, who does our marketing. So I don't think that this person would be working so low. I think we're asking them to maybe develop a higher strategy level for public affairs in general versus just marketing. But I think we should remember that we do already have talent at the city. And in my mind, our problem is that we have people on Facebook who are sharing things that may or may not be true, and no one knows what the truth is. And I don't want to go pay someone $110,000 to respond to Facebook comments that are still going to be a problem even if we have a public affairs specialist, because people will be on Facebook.
So I think maybe I can move this along and ask for, how would I ask that for those that would like to just stick with what is here? And then I can ask about those who would like to go and instruct.
Darren, if we give
Darren
you
to
a
be higher.
range of somewhere between 50 and 110, is that too big to move forward?
Yeah, we can figure it out. If that's a pretty broad range, but
But I have faith in Rachel coming back with additional information that will help if we can start there. What do you
It'd be a
guys
hell
think
of a
about
job posting.
They're gonna write the job post, they're gonna get information from Rachel. It doesn't mean that the job post is going up today at that range. You know what I mean?
Straw poll type of a situation, Mayor, where you just say, hey, who wants to keep it here, raise your hand, who wants to do it there. It's not a formal motion, but you
Yeah.
can do a straw poll type of a.
Okay. So first asking for what was suggested here. I think I'll just call for those who would like to follow what was originally suggested. If the council feels comfortable to do a straw poll in that regard, to raise your hand if you'd like to stick with what was listed here. With that. There it is 5.
Thank you.
So I don't need to call for another.
Can I make a suggestion, though, that if you budget it for higher, and you can list it at 53, and then if we don't get any applicants, then it would already be in the budget to go up, and you'd already have that cushion.
Well, I have that, I already have that up to a certain amount, so, I mean, I could increase it by 20,000.
Okay, so then the third part that we wanted to just quickly ask about was the report to, correct?
Yeah, and I'll say, a person at that level should not be reporting directly to council. They should have more supervision, so I will not advocate for that to report to us.
So that's what I'm saying, is that I want them to report to council, but it's the person that I know, the skills that they would have and how valuable they would be, and I do believe that person needs to report to council. But if it's somebody making 53,000 and they're new and they need a lot of supervision, so I would not want them reporting to
So that one we'll let stay where it is?
this amount, then they'd have to report to someone else.
Okay. Next one, Darren.
We really didn't get any of that, so what did you decide?
We're staying with what you have what is written here.
Okay.
And as it was going to be underneath you, connected with working with Greg.
So okay. And then the next two, well, it says 2, but it really is 1, but I will let Linda take these 2.
So I listed 2 positions. I want to first talk about the grant specialist position because I think that's the one that I think is most important. We have currently budgeted in this budget year $16.5 million in grant funding. What we've found is that I started my department. First of all, let's go back to that. There's been 5 members in my department. I've been here 35 years. 5 members, 35 years. Never increased, and that's what it is. And I'm one of those people. So I fill in when there's a shortage without the department. I fill in. I have no issue with that. What's happened over the last couple of years is our grants have increased substantially. And when you're dealing with federal grants, it's very, very intensive. They want every copy of every receipt. You have deadlines to file. Federal grants are really difficult to do. I love getting them. I mean, it's great for the city of Page, but it's intensive work. So I've had my finance analyst, when we hired just a finance analyst who was the person who does all the bank recs, the sales tax reviews, all the reports, all the stuff. They've got several jobs. Now we've added grants. And because it has grown to what it is, it's just a lot of work. And so we're working overtime, we're working long hours, we're cutting back, we're not doing the reporting that I feel that we should do. Like sales tax is a great example. We give you sales tax numbers, and yes, we pull them from the state of Arizona, and we put them in a report and we spit that out, but we're not doing any forensics on sales tax. Can't tell you if people are reporting correctly, in the right categories. We used to take a deep dive into that, and I've had to put that on the back burner because I just don't have the manpower in my office to do that. So that's why I'm requesting this one position, where if we had added this position, pulled that person, still working for finance, but pulled that job duty out of the analyst type job and just focused completely on grants. 100% would be beneficial to all these departments who are applying for grants, filing for grants, even could go to the level of grant writing if we trained and got there. We could take it there. We have a lot of different departments. We have Zach, who's done an amazing job on writing grants, his staff with Debbie. We could
Kyle.
offer that assistance. Yes, Kyle. I mean, everyone, the PD, I know has had sent people for their
The Fire's tried hard.
you know, honestly, there's a lot of money out there to be had, but it's very time consumptive to be able to go and find it. Like I always use Jeff as an example. I don't want to pick his fire hose. I know nothing about fire hose. But if he needs fire hose, I'd like somebody to be able to go out there and say, hey, I've looked at all these places and there's this fire hose you can have. Tell me what you want. And then that person could do the work, apply for the grant, track the grant, et cetera, et cetera. So the other side of the federal grants is if we screw up on one federal grant, we screw up the whole agency. Or we have the potential of screwing up the whole agency. We have 4 point however many millions in Contour Air, you know, federal funding. Yes, it's alternate essential air. You know, it's just, it's big stuff. So just putting that out there, that if we're going to still be on the trajectory of looking for grants and seeking grants and doing that, I think this would be a worthwhile position to look at. The other position, the account clerk, accounts payable, there's been a recent development, and I haven't even had a chance to talk to Darren about it yet. So this is secondary. This is not my first ask. This is my second ask. Again, we have increased our staffing from when I have one clerk. This particular clerk does the payroll and the AP for the entire organization. Now our staff has doubled over the years, right? In all my time of being here.
In 2018, I think we had less than 140 employees. Now we have 211.
Right. So every payroll, what happens here is because we've gone to streamlining, we submit our timesheets online and all that. I mean, I'm finding out, as I said before, on the plug, I'm sitting at home on a weekend clearing timesheets so that we can meet the deadlines that we have to do. Don't mind doing it. It's just another thing. We're trying to make some inter-office transitions, and of course with having my staff turnover, there's that training time. There's getting them situated and doing what they're doing. So what I haven't shared with Darren as of yesterday, and I did have a conversation with Chief Reed, is we need to really look at our ambulance billing service. We currently pay a third-party ambulance biller to do we take the runs that Jeff's and his crew does. I do have an ambulance billing clerk in here, but what she's doing is she's reviewing the runs, she's working with this third-party person, making sure that, you know, bills are going out, she's reviewing the reports, that kind of thing. I wanted to entertain with Darren.
No.
Possibly bringing it back in-house. That would be another thing that this one person, I'm not adding another position, it would be that position. It's just in the very cursory discussion of doing it. We pay Quick Med Claims 10% of our revenue. This is kind of why I've been reluctant, because 10% is really, it's been 10% for, Jeff, how long have we been doing this?
Long time.
Quite some time, right?
Yeah.
15, 20 years
Yeah,
maybe?
at least 15 years.
So it's time to kind of relook at that. I think that the 10% isn't high by any stretch. When I took over, I was the billing clerk when we took it back from the hospital. We were paying the hospital 25% of every bill, and that wasn't what was collected. It was just what was billed. We now pay 10% of what is collected. Okay, so we made that transition, brought it in-house. But when we brought it in-house, I did all the billing. At that point in time, we were billing 300 bills a year. I was able to do that as a billing clerk. We're probably pushing 1,500 a year now. So that would be another thing if you wanted to entertain that other position. If not, probably the conversation that Jeff and I will have will be to look at our third-party ambulance company, because I don't think we're getting everything that we need to from them. I think they're going after low-hanging fruits, and they're not doing the deep dive that I need the secondary billing, the third billing. I need you to bill all the insurance companies. And so this is just a recent conversation. Well, Jeff and I have had this conversation over the last several months, but it was just as of yesterday, I got an email and it tipped me over. So I haven't even had an opportunity to talk to Darren about it. So it may or may not fly, but that's kind of where I was going with this, either accounts payable to split that position, or maybe it could even be a combination of both. So that's what I have. Those are the numbers.
Oh, look at the hands go up.
Okay. We'll start with you, Councilor Roundtree.
First of all, when I was involved with the school district, we got the grant person, and I'm so grateful that you are. I mean, it is vital. You can't have as much money coming in as we do grant-wise, and as much that we could go out and be finding without that person. I've seen when groups make a mistake, and it's not pretty. It affects possible other grants that you're gonna get. Most of all, I think that we're entering into a time where the federal government and any agency is going to be watching grants very, very closely. So you're going to have to make sure you've crossed every T and dotted every I. So I think it's important, and I'm grateful that you're bringing that person on. And then I just want to note that if we're, looking at paying a grant special at $75,000, I definitely think a communication and public affairs person should at least be closer to that amount for what they do. And I think most people don't understand as well what a PR person, like a really skilled one, can do. But thank you for addressing the grants, and appreciate that.
Councilor Preller.
Yeah, let's start with the the account clerk.
Okay.
So, based off of this, we're kind of anticipating a max total of $84,000 a year. How much of the ambulance billing, because you budgeted, and sorry, this is since you're the fall guy for finance right now, how much of the $100,000 that you budgeted for the ambulance billing do you anticipate that could be taken over by finance?
The 100,000 that we budgeted for.
Yeah, on your budget, you've got 100 for all the billing. If this new position were to exist, we could eliminate a good chunk of that, and I'm just trying to figure out how much.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would go, that 100,000 is to pay the 10% to the third-party ambulance
Right, the
bill.
100, you're right, sorry, I didn't fully understand the question, but the 100,000 that we have in that is to cover the third-party billing right now.
Okay, so if
And that could go away.
we approve this, we're already coming out 16,000 ahead in a year. Never mind the fact that we're adding one more job to the local tax base that's gonna, be spending money locally. Every little bit counts. How many fire hoses are you gonna buy with all that extra money? How many miles?
Oh, we got plenty of money to spend, I think you can see it up on the board.
Okay, well, that's cool. That sounds like that's gonna be.
And to be clear on that is, I believe there was a couple small things in addition, like communications and things like that, that wasn't also included in that contract services. But a very large portion of that is specific to EMS billing, third-party billing.
So it sounds like that the EMS billing is kind of a repetitive, paperworky process. I won't claim to know anything about it, but generally repetitive administrative tasks are kind of the prime targets for AI automation. And I know we've all thrown the AI letters around a lot and have no idea what they actually mean. But is there any sort of efficiencies we can gain if we got someone in to build a system for this and to automate it in-house that we could then use, the same finance man hours to do the forensic accounting or whatever else you have use for?
I would think there would be, but
I would say so
again,
too,
it'd be up
yeah.
to Darren.
No.
Okay.
It's budget time. I'm used to just saying that to everybody. No. Sound like Josh now.
All right, and then the grant specialist, that's coming out at costing the city max $126 a year. I mean, if that's a position that's going to pay for itself too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, could.
Time and time again.
Is
as long
there
as the grants are coming in, yeah.
any way that we can legally, as a city, have an incentive structure to maximize the amount of grants they get, the way like a car salesman gets commission?
Well, writing grants to begin with, first thing, is not going to be their first. It'll be keeping track of the federal grants and the grants that we have now. Some of these grants that we get are like $15,000, and there's just as much paperwork in a $15,000 grant as there is in a flippin' $5 million grant, So it all depends on the amount of time. I foresee more in the beginning, maybe helping Zach, maybe helping Kyle, the PD and those guys, doing some editing. And then working into, we already have somebody on staff that has shown interest in this position, who's very qualified and would be great at it. So, but it's a tough one to just say, you're going to start writing grants, depending on because the more grants we get, the more work she's going to have. So these guys are pretty successful. We have a grant writer, and it's been real successful. Real successful, actually.
David?
Grant writer, not a contract service person?
It is a contract, it's a company.
Now it is.
Yep.
Company, but that's what I'm saying. I'm hoping this person has skills to write grants.
Well, I think what Darren's trying to say is it's not going to start out that way. There's so much paper pushing to go on with the existing grants that we have right now. It could
To get
probably morph
caught up.
into that, it would probably start with the assistance for this group that's in here in assisting with them with a grant but I don't know that.
Yeah, but
full
they're
time.
not, I mean, there's,
It is time,
yeah.
experience and training in writing grants, it's extremely time consuming. I was hoping it was gonna help some of these individuals out here who are so taxed in what they do. How much time,
Well,
for Kyle, everything he has to do plus write grants, and that's all very time consuming. So I was hoping this individual was going to help with some grant writing.
we're hoping that it works into that, but we're behind on grants. So the focus of this person, paperwork. For a while, this person they got plenty of administrative work to do. And then, once you start a grant, you got to commit to it, right?
Right.
So she could, or he could do, I picture him starting with editing of grants that these guys are doing that takes time and all that kind of stuff. And then hopefully once everybody's caught up, we can move. They're definitely smart enough to write grants, let's put it that way.
David, did you have something?
Yeah, just one thing on the account clerk is that this is medical billing basically, and to insurance companies, and that's what we're paying is 10% to this company for all that headache.
The collections.
And, basically we know we're going to get $290, and on it, but we're trying to get a lot of the rest of the money. And we know that insurance companies just love to slap deny, and so we keep having to rebill and that type of thing. So this person is, it sounds really easy, repetitive, but it's just really a job in and day out trying to get the money, and they will be definitely earning their money.
And that's
Go
why
ahead,
there's
Tom, and then I
two.
have a comment.
So I've got one more question about the ambulance billing person, and I don't know who it's for. If we free up the contract on your budget, right around $100,000, that would cover that. Are there any advantages to what department this person belongs to, as to finance versus fire department, who that's getting billed to for?
Yeah, I mean, we've had that conversation in the past. It's kind of a collaborative effort. But because we deal with the money, that's why it stays in finance.
Okay. And we don't have to pay for one extra set of Class Bs, right? That's
No, we don't require that. Just the shirt.
You don't want a fireman try to do some of this stuff, I'm telling you. You'd be in trouble.
Or communicating on the phone.
I have a quick question comment. I had to step out for a moment at the end of your presentation. Repeat for me what you said about these positions helping to free up an ability to do that forensic on sales tax. Just repeat that really quick.
So right now, all we're doing on sales tax, we are reporting sales tax to you all. We're taking the reports, the state of Arizona sends the reports every month. We go in there, pull the numbers, and we pull them into that beautiful little spreadsheet and do that. But we're not doing the forensics of looking into, we're not printing that detailed sheet out that Darren and myself and Ann are the only ones that have access to knowing that, you know, this XYZ business has paid this amount of money in sales tax, okay? We can't divulge that information, but we can take that, put it into those sales tax reports and disseminate it to you. But years ago, when we didn't have the grants, we would be able to go and I'd be able to sit down with my analyst and she would report to me and say, hey, I've got these 10 businesses that are reporting in the wrong category. You know, they're reporting in the hotel motel category and they're really a restaurant bar. Okay, well, there's two different percentages, there's all that. We don't have the time right now to do that level of forensic.
And if that were to be freed up again, you would probably be able to recover lost sales tax, correct?
We could go back, we could draw the line in the sand and move forward, I could go back, we could do that. It depends on the Department of Revenue and how willing they're willing to work with me, right? I mean,
Well,
back in the
part of the reason why that piqued my interest is, as a business owner, and I've known plenty of business owners around, there's plenty of sales tax that's lost.
Oh.
And I was just looking at the numbers. Did you say, Darren, that our sales tax revenue came in at about 18 million?
Yep. We're projecting this year to be about 19.
About 19 million. So 1%, or half of 1% of the 18 million is 900 grand a year. Yeah. If just having a little bit of that forensic helps to nudge people to not misreport their sales tax. So I think that's very valuable to free up that time and bring in your other two positions.
I have an example. I can't name the hotel, but I went into this one hotel. I frequented their restaurant. I'm kind of anal when it comes to this. I wasn't at the bar. I got my receipt, and I'll tell you I'll do that. If I go to your place of business, I will calculate it out, and if it calculates out, I'll throw the receipt away. But if it doesn't, I will do the math and say, oh, they're paying the correct amount in tax. I went in there, they were not paying the correct amount of tax. This hotel had a retail, a hotel, and a restaurant within it, and they were charging in the restaurant, they were charging the hotel motel tax. And I said, you know, when you're reporting this, you're probably reporting it correctly, but you're cheating your customers because you're charging your customers too much money. And I took my business card, I took our sales tax sheet, I went down there personally, I said, you need to fix this. You're on my radar. Now, we used to be able to call the Department of Revenue and say, hey, I have this problem. That was before the Department of Revenue started charging us $20,000 a year to be a part of the Model City Tax Program and collect our tax. When I had a direct hotline to pick up and call my buddy at the DOR and say, hey, we got an issue. Now we have a lot more hoops to jump through, but I can't even jump through that because we don't have the time to do it. So that's the.
Amanda?
I'm not hearing any dissenting voices or concerns over these positions, so can we go ahead and give this a thumbs up?
Thumbs up.
Awesome. And then
That's-
this is just me, but I feel like the firefighter discussion could be longer, and I'm wondering if we should save that for after
I
lunch.
think that is a grandiose idea. So let's
I
take
thought
a
we were gonna
break,
just slug glide past.
and lunch is here.
The firefighters.
Okay. We will recall this budget meeting back to order. Say the time. Okay.
Okay. We can do this. I want to congratulate the council. Actually, all of us are a little surprised at how well you're banging this thing out. So, good job. Way to stay focused. We're going to start now with Jeff's EMTs, and we're going to explain a little bit because the girls were knocking some numbers while we were at lunch, seeing if we couldn't make some difference here, and they have succeeded. So when I'm done here, I'm going to toss it to Linda before we even give it to Jeff, because he hasn't even seen this stuff. So in your capital fund, you're going to see a request for $5 million on top of what we have saved already for a north fire station. So currently the firemen leave the fire hall. Every time Contour takes off or every time Contour lands, someone has to be at the airport. Believe it or not, when the brewery was part of the city, and that's where the mechanics were, we had a fire truck in there, and that was considered a station for us. Even though it wasn't manned and that, but it was considered, it covered the north side. And so when we closed that, there's an insurance rating that's called an ISO, which is in the fireman's realm, and our ISO was affected at the closing of that station. So it's been recommended on every review that we move a station back up there. So once again, trying to think creatively, we have decided to place that station directly off of
17th.
17th. So 17th dead ends at a gate just before Lakeview. And if you go in that gate and you take a left, that's where the fire station will sit, right back there. So that's all great, but we have nobody to man it. So in order to make that fire station worthwhile, we've got to have somebody in that fire station. There's no sense hiring 6 people if we don't get the fire station because we ain't got any place to put them. But most of you probably don't know this because Councilor Roundtree and I and Linda met, and she was not aware of the situation at the fire department. So currently at the fire department, there's 5 men on duty.
Six
men on duty, plus their staff and that. When they get a request to send an assistant in the ambulance to Flagstaff, now they're down to 4. Yesterday's huge deathly wreck with extrication and 10 people?
10 people total.
10 people to the hospital. They had 6 firemen. The minimum that we are supposed to have at the fire hall at any time is 15. Is that correct, Jeff?
Yeah, NFPA and ISO both state that we should have 15 people on duty every day in the city of Page. 15 qualified firefighters.
If, for example, the fire that was this weekend, theoretically, you could have had 3 people in air packs going through the front door and 1 person running the engine, and that's it. So the need is definitely there. There's no doubt. I'm going to toss it off to Linda, and we think that we can actually save some money on this. So go ahead.
Okay, so on that requested new position list, you're going to see that Jeff's requesting 6 full-time EMT firefighters positions. We were looking at the numbers, and we have an oversight there in that maximum additional pay column. So that, you see the base wage, you see the maximum benefits, I think you all understand that with the medical and all. That maximum additional pay is substantial for those 6 positions, and this was due to something that we did not calculate correctly. So those 26,662 is going to be can be reduced to about $1,300, which then going across the board, instead of that being a $125,000 position total, is more like a $100,000 position. So right there, we've taken $150,000 off of those 6 positions. Just saying, if these were allowed to be put in. In addition to that, in Jeff's budget, on page 33 in Jeff's budget in the fire department, you'll see that we budgeted for transport salaries and overtime. It's kind of one or the other. I'm not going to say that we would bring down that transport salaries and overtime. That overtime is substantial, 225,000 listed there, almost 226. It wouldn't be gone completely, but it would be severely reduced, okay? If the positions were allowed. If these 6 positions were allowed, then that would affect these numbers here. We, on a budgetary, when we were putting this together, we needed to put them in because we weren't sure if these 6 positions were going to go and be approved by council.
And the reason that they will be so low is because they'll be on duty.
Correct.
So we pay them a substantial number to do a transport for us so that we have guys in the barn. So since they'll be on duty, they'll just get their regular pay.
So sorry, right now the positions are on Jeff's budget or are not?
These 6 that are on the new requested positions are not included.
Okay.
If the council chooses to allow them to be included, then the numbers will change in his department budget.
And I do have a bunch of data here that supports all these requests, a bunch of more detailed information. So if you have any questions or
Yeah, it's your turn to go.
Yeah, is I appreciate the feedback on the financial side, because that is important to know, is that these positions we're asking for, there's been some big changes to our operations as recent as December of 2024. The state now requires us to provide interfacility transports. That's to take them from this hospital to a hospital in another state. Those transports can take up to 14 hours, so it can take 2 people out of the city for up to 14 hours. So in an effort to keep adequate staffing in the city, we were trying to pay off-duty folks to help manage that, and that's just getting way too clunky. So these requests would help that, as well as the NFPA, which is the National Fire Protection Association, and ISO, which is the Insurance Services Office, and their minimum staffing. For the house fire we had on Sunday, they say we should have 15 people for the first alarm, and then to be able to call people in after that. We don't have 15 people on our best day to come and help fight these fires, so we're understaffed, and this has been kind of an ongoing thing. In addition to that, just to give you an idea, yesterday we had that MVC that involved, we had 10 patients total. One was deceased. We had 9 people there. I was just telling Mr. Caldwell, when I arrived on scene, the walking wounded were standing there. One of them two of them had full thickness lacerations to their face, bleeding all over, chest pain, broken ribs, internal injuries. These are the ones that got delayed. They were the ones that took an hour for us to get to the hospital because we ran out of staff in ambulances. So they had to sit on the side of the road after an incident like that, waiting for another ambulance to come back and pick them up. So these are just some of the challenges that we're faced with all the time as far as staffing goes. The airport at the north end of the fire station, as Mr. Caldwell mentioned, we're required to do airport standby. The FAA doesn't care if we're doing anything else. They need us at the airport. By putting a station at the airport, and the north end of the city, it would actually work twofold. It would take care of the ARF requirements, which is the FAA required standby every day for every incoming and outgoing commercial flight, and also provide services to the north end of the city. So this is something that we've been planning and talking about for quite some time, and it's just getting harder and harder for us to keep up. Thankfully, we do have apparatus that can be moved into that location, so we don't need to buy new equipment. We just need to get some staffing and a place to put it.
And Chief, refresh the counselors, how many calls you took out of your department last year?
Over 3,075 calls, which the assistant fire chief that we were lucky enough to hire a couple of years back came from an agency that ran 4,000 calls a year, and they had 5 stations managing that. So that's the difference. And they had 55 people on every day, as opposed to our 6, for not much different call volume.
Mike?
And that would carve into the overtime.
Oh yeah, that would actually
So
really carve into the overtime. We work our guys to death, literally.
Yeah, so
they never get a day off.
The 225,000
would be reduced, and that transport salary would be reduced as well.
Quick question on these 6, with the reduction taking out 150 grand, would it be prudent to change it from 6 to 7 people?
Holy smokes. We've never thought about that. Nobody's ever asked us to add people.
So to be completely fair on that, we really need it to be an even number. So 6 would be a really good starting point, because we could take 1 from the current station. That would give us 3 full-time here and 4 full-time over there. We work, I don't know, I was going to give you a little bit of an update on the station. I'm not sure if you'd know, we work 48, 96-hour shifts. So the guys come on duty, and they're on duty for 48 hours straight. And then they're off for 96 hours, right? And we have 3 crews that do that. So we have 24-hour-a-day coverage, 365 days a year. To add 1 person, they could actually act as a rover, but to add 3 people means we could add 1 more to each shift full-time. So any of this stuff is anything that you give us is going to be helpful.
Yeah, we're not going to, look a gift horse in the mouth kind of thing.
I just thought if the
by the
overtime is
reduction.
being reduced already because you just have the staffing, then, and that, you were originally asking for this amount for 6, and now even less than that would be for 7. I just thought. Debbie?
So, this isn't reflective in any way. I've only heard great things and appreciation and the public say great things about our fire department. But I have had a lot of concerns about how.
Councilor Roundtree, can you put your mic on?
Oh, yeah, I could
Forgot
barely
to
hear
do that
you.
after lunch. So great compliments of the great job that you guys do and the service that you give to the community. But I have to say that this is one of the things that a lot of people were concerned about. So this is where a good PR person could help or something, because there is the belief that the extra fire station had to do with Lake Powell Boulevard being brought down to 2 lanes. And so when you guys did your study, well, somebody that I really trust said that they saw the study, and the study said that because of the increased time to travel across town is the reason why we needed a new fire station. So there's a lot of public concern that this isn't a need. And so I'm just telling you what you're up against. And then that we only have 2 police officers on patrol on a shift, but we're gonna have 6 or 4 and 3, 7 fire, and I understand now it's required, but what I'm trying to convey to you is the information that you have to overcome with the citizens, because they're really concerned about this. And then we don't have the building yet, so why would we be hiring firefighters if the building isn't built yet? And so you would think that that should have happened first before we get the extra firefighters and let EMT, unless you needed just 1 or 2 to even out your shifts because of how you work. But my understanding is you have 6 right now every day on a shift.
Yeah. And
so-
it takes 5 people to run a medical call. 1 cardiac arrest is 5 people, right?
Right.
If you've never done it, it's completely different than how PD operates. And they're on
Okay.
24 hours a day. So
Yeah.
one patient, 1 cardiac arrest patient requires 5
Right.
EMT,
And then
EMS folks.
why are
to
you doing
manage.
ground transportations instead of, you can't use the helicopter transportation?
No, we can, actually. There's actually a really big push on not using it for hangnails. There's a whole lot of transports that don't need to go by air. That's why the ground transportation is actually coming into play. And like I said, that new state, that House bill that passed a year ago, January, was to cover ground transports. It's now included in our certificate of necessity to reduce the number of air medical transports, because that's even more dangerous.
Yeah, I don't want to take care of medical if I don't have to.
Right, and then I had a couple of citizens ask me to do your research and look at some of the other towns in Arizona, and is there any other location, Flagstaff and others, that have two fire stations that close together as what our two will be in regards to response time. So I'm telling you that it's something that I've had a lot of conversation over. I guess people knew that this was coming on. I didn't even know that you were going to hire that many. I thought it was just about the new building until I saw this and had individuals call me. So I think you're going to have to do a lot of information and we're going to have to be able to answer what I think is some good questions by citizens. I think you have answers, but I think that...
And the street thing had nothing to do with it ever. That's never been. In fact, this conversation has been going on for 10 years, and it's been needed for 10 full years. This new station and additional staff is a 10-year-old conversation. It's just now getting to you all.
Okay. So any other comments, questions, David?
Yeah, just a couple things. First of all, yeah, it's definitely needed on the north side, and for both, you say, the airport response, because you always see when Contour's taking off or whatever, you either got a captain over there, or you, or Joe, or anybody sitting over there and twiddling their thumbs, and then also you guys have to roll and run the runway every morning.
Oh yeah, we do the inspections, safety inspections.
That type of thing.
Yeah.
But also, having been there and done that, as far as both on rescue and fire, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of times when I was a volunteer that, as far as a duty crew in the middle of the night, you got on there and you had maybe a trailer fire knocked down and stuff like that, and finally we got a second truck in or something like that, and that type of thing. And the other thing is that on a medical, if we go to Marble Canyon, it's 3 hours. You're hour there, hour on scene, hour back. Then you're at the hospital. So that's gone there. And the other thing is, gotta hope that the station is heated and cooled, because the old building, colder and heck in the winter, and hotter and heck in the summer, because I know.
Yep, the tin shed, yeah.
So
I started in that building.
That is another question, is because our volunteer firemen have been so, in the public eye over the years and the Page's history. My other question was, why don't we have a stronger volunteer fire? Is it because you can't find individuals, or why don't we rely on
that is a really great question, and they don't really exist anymore. That is a dying... it's worse in the west of the Mississippi. It's a lot worse. But if you look statistically, is the volunteer services have just all but gone away. There's still some in the east side of the country that are prevalent, but what it's come down to is people can't afford to. Back when I started, I was a reserve, which means that the boss of my full-time job would actually let me leave for 2 or 3 or 4 hours to go fight a fire. They don't do that anymore. Nobody can afford to lose their employees throughout the day for public service. It just doesn't exist, and there's statistics everywhere that indicate exactly what I'm saying to be true. Is volunteers, and we can't even hardly get paid part-time people, because the amount of training and certifications that it takes to get on top of them coming in and doing the job is it's just not feasible anymore. It's not like it was in the 70s and 80s.
The dynamic has totally changed.
Completely changed. Completely changed.
A
And like I say,
volunteer's not going to respond 3,000
there's
times
statistics
a
all
year.
over on the volunteer things. It has been a dying entity for a long time, sadly.
Amanda?
Please.
I have a few questions. So first, you guys mentioned the ISO insurance rating. Can you tell us more about what that change is?
Well, the change, so when I took over, we were a 6 and a 10. So 6 for the for the developed area and a 10 for the outlying areas. And that means that, and it's more affected of the big commercial properties, but your insurance rates go up considerably based on the city's ability to protect the establishments, right? That includes dispatch, that includes your water supply, and that includes your fire department training, your staffing, your equipment, the entire makeup of your fire department. When I got on as a chief, which was back in 2012, I started working on that right away. I currently, through years of effort, we got our ISO rating to a 3 in the city and a 3 out of the city. So we've improved greatly. There's been quite a few factors that help add to that. So, but to go any further than that is from ISO directly is they say that it's going to require more staffing. Just plain and simple is that we're just understaffed. We have over the years too. We've accumulated a pretty good amount of apparatus, so we have the equipment now, and we take really good care of our stuff. So even a 10-year truck is still a really good qualified second out truck or first out truck if it needed to be. So we're just to the point now where we need staffing, and in order to get staffing, we need a building because we have outgrown the building that we're currently in.
Okay, thank you.
Tom?
Two more.
Oh,
sorry, I
sorry,
have
go
two more
ahead,
questions.
finish.
The $5 million. I've heard the $5 million number, but I don't know where to find it in this book.
I'll let her.
We're going to get to that. It's in the capital. We haven't got to capital. So as soon as we're done with personnel here, it's going to be in the back with
But
the
I looked
capital.
at capital and I made 100 notes and I don't see it.
I looked for it too, and I didn't find it, so I thought it was just me.
Well, it's part of the bond.
Well, there's a spot in there for 500,000 related to the airport. That's not a missing
Yep.
zero. It's something else.
It might be under debt.
There's a 1.3 million fire department storage, which was, is that?
While they're looking, if I could comment on something else too, is the request, the reason for the request for staffing now, knowing that the station is potentially coming, is it takes, as the same with PD, is it takes a long time for us to be able to fill spots. If you gave us 6 positions in July, we'd be lucky to fill them in the next year or so, right? So we're not talking, we're gonna be putting people on July 2nd. We're talking that this is a process. It's if we hire untrained individuals, it takes us a full year to train them to get them to that point, or if we bring them from the city. But it is a pretty tough effort to get that to happen either way. So not a quick turnaround on that.
Thank you for anticipating my next question.
I knew that had to be brewing because she kind of touched on it, and I just wanted you to understand the situation there is that that's not something that's easy to fill.
Tom?
Yeah, well, they're still digging.
Yeah, I think we found it.
The insurance costs, do you happen to have any sort of as to how much residential or commercial would be affected by that?
No.
Okay.
No, and the real numbers I work off of is the National Fire Protection Agency. That is the codes and standards for the entire country, and they use that based on the averages for, for fire and rescue. The thing that's most important to me and should be to the city of Page is the National Fire Code and standards for this operation. So that's where that 15 comes in. The ISO actually does say the same thing. I didn't know that y'all would care too much, but it is a big savings to commercial property owners.
I had talked, when I went in and spoke with Linda, I had talked to her about it, so she might be able to answer your question, Tom. Remember you were saying the ISO rating had gone up and we were paying more? His question was, how much would we save if we improved our ISO rating? How much money could we save?
I don't even know if we get that.
Yeah, I don't know how I would know that exact number.
Yeah, that's tough, and even individually, it's tough to find out from the insurance.
Because we could, because like he said, It's on your trucks, it's on your personnel, it's on your training, it's on your facilities, it's
Water
on.
supply.
Water supply, hoses, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, hoses, air pack, everything. So, you may have a different guy that comes in and thinks the new building's a wonderful thing and ask about the ARF. And the next year you could come in and somebody say, that's not that big a deal, the response time isn't that improved. I mean, it just literally changes, so I don't know how we would know. It's pretty,
Okay,
random.
so I was kind of just asking so that way, if someone asks, why are you building this fire
Real
station?
numbers.
We can say like, hey, it's going to save you $50 on your.
You know what it's gonna save? It's gonna save lives,
Yeah.
because it's not gonna take us 8.5 minutes to get there from this station to the north end of the city. It's gonna take us 3 or 4 minutes, and, when you're laying there having a heart attack, or that time is critical.
So.
Actually, is what it really saves, is it saves people's lives.
Couple other questions about these positions. Do you have data as to approximately how much overtime and transport salaries we'd be saving if we approve all 6 of these?
Return on investment number.
He wouldn't have that, but we would have that, but that would take us a while to run.
That would, and that's actually a pretty complicated number, because we also have overtime because somebody takes a day off and we have to backfill. So to sort that out would actually be pretty extensive to pull out just the transport and overtime backfill. It'd be a hard number to come up with. But
And we don't
I'm sure
necessarily need an answer today, but I do think long-term it would be a good talking point that a PIO would use.
Maybe once we get through budget.
Yes.
All right,
One
and
more?
I'm sorry, I got 2 more. Just to be a pain, this is probably more towards finance. One being, considering that we're dealing with 6 positions that all have the same classification pay and everything, the likelihood that they're all going to be right up against that max benefit level is rather unlikely.
Absolutely.
And if we average them out, do we have a range of what's realistic, what's statistically probable for these 6 total?
That's why I was wondering, when you had put on there the maximum additional pay, when we spoke the other day, his question is, in my mind, I just thought that's the reason why they put that there, because each one of these positions might fluctuate, but I must have been wrong.
Where the fluctuation happens is in the maximum benefits, because if we're hiring somebody who is
Single.
young and single and no family, it's going to be substantially less than if you hire a family that
Which is
needs
it, Rachel?
family coverage. And
Hang
It's
on,
only
we're gonna tell you how
$1,000
much is.
difference basically though in there, so that didn't seem like enough for maximum
You have one
benefit,
more?
just 1,000 more.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's, their position's firefighter, so they won't be single for long, right? It's-
Rachel will tell you how much.
Basically, right now, with our EPO plan, per month, a single person, if they did medical, dental, and vision, it's $60.30 per month. If the employer pays $804.74. If they have a full family, employee, family, spouse, they pay $363.18, and the employer pays $2,205. That also doesn't include, the HSA, the high deductible plan is substantially less, $48.82 versus $654.74 that the employer would pay. And then employee family is $288.48, and then the employer is $1,768.62. And if they do the high deductible plan, we also pay into their HSA, which is approximately $1,000 under that for an employee only, and then for employee family, it's
So the answer is,
$19.59.
it's considerably cheaper, yes.
Yes, and I will say, like our last 2 that we just hired, single, young, no kids.
Exactly.
But you'd never know. And I will tell you, between the fire department and the police department, there are a lot of children being born. So if you want to get pregnant,
wet
go
water.
there, drink the water. But
No, don't.
but
Yes,
it's
budget.
significant. So I'm just saying that, you know,
I hear you.
and it doesn't matter if they have 1 child or 10 children, that rate stays the same for employee, family, and the employer.
Mike?
So, no secret here, I'm for this. I've been for the firehouse.
And actually, this the reason this really got going was 2 years ago, Councillor Farrell kicked us all into Heine and made us actually start.
But we put some money towards the firehouse and some towards engineering. I can't see the
And
the
no, you
five.
can't because it's in what's called debt services.
Oh.
So we've been putting money away from the hotel tax. So when we did our budgeting, there's no way we could get this thing paid for probably in the next 3 years if we went. So on a $15 million bond that we were talking about for the swimming pool, what we did is we took 10 million from the swimming pool and 5 million from our from that fund as well for the firehouse. So we can easily have probably over 6 million for the firehouse this year.
So process-wise, as we sit here on the people things and looking ahead, you just need all of us to agree, or?
Yeah.
So I, for one, agree, and I'm for this. And it does save lives, and it should cut down the overtime, which would also reduce the chance of our firefighters being hurt.
Tom? And then Amanda?
So not to jump too far ahead, but if we were to get you another firehouse and your 6 positions, would you still need the capital 1.2 million for fire department storage?
That's a great question. The answer to that is no.
Okay.
So I'm glad you brought that up because I meant to talk about that and forgot. The
We're transferring that to your new building.
The 1.2, if we don't get a fire station, is almost necessary because we are currently we have so much equipment that we're having to park it out in the sun, and the sun is just destroying it, making it unusable for calls, as we found out yesterday. Our 5th out ambulance had to go out yesterday, and it's the one that sits out in the sun, and we were reminded how detrimental that is to our equipment.
Yeah, you got one
So-
sitting out there that looks about 100 years old, so.
Well, those are the really old ones, but the one that I'm talking about is still an active one that we have nowhere to park it. Please.
So hopefully this is my last question. I'm getting more fuzzy on the numbers instead of less. So I just heard we can go up to 6 million on the fire station. Like, what does this thing actually cost?
Well, because he has 1.3 million budgeted for basically storage for some of the equipment he has now. We have 500,000 in a CIP. So right there, we're at 1.8. If we do 5 from the bond, you're at almost 7 million.
But why
We're
couldn't,
shuffling.
No,
why
actually,
couldn't we just subtract the money from the
That would be
5
subtracted.
million?
That's correct.
Instead of adding on to it?
and then this 500 that we already have saved would also be subtracted from the 5 million because that's what we're.
Well, because I don't know if you can build it for
Station costs
5,
5 million, right?
right?
Say it
I
again?
don't know if you can build it for 5.
Oh, well, that I don't know. Yeah. Yes.
Of course, the second station would not be nearly as big as
No,
the
not nearly as
first,
big.
so.
Yeah.
Doesn't need,
Yeah, it wouldn't have to be, half the size of the one that we're currently in.
Because frankly, I'd rather pay cash instead of bond. But if we don't know that number,
Well, because nobody's given us the go-ahead to go ahead and, so.
Pursue it.
To pursue, yeah, I mean, if we're gonna, are we gonna do RFP, are we gonna do RFQ, are we gonna, go out for bid? If we start getting that serious, then we have to have funding.
so how much are we really approving? I guess.
I would
that's-
like to approve the max amount,
Which is?
which is the 5 million, the 1.3, and the 500. So $6.8 million.
Oh, the 5.3.
That's in the capital improvements part, right?
Yep.
So.
In different
They're
places.
closely related,
Yeah,
I think.
but-
it's-
I would rather approve less because we know things grow and we know how much more expensive things are. If you're planning for 6.8, then you're gonna come back asking for 700
Well, we
or
can't,
800.
if you don't budget it, we can't.
Well, that's why I'd rather budget the other amount.
Okay,
Well,
so-
you're always saying that we can come back and that there's other places. I just feel like if you budget for 6.8, you're gonna plan on spending 6.8, and then
the project will be more than that, and you'll come back asking for more.
So we have more to discuss on the project, but in terms of the staffing, do we all agree?
Yeah, so in terms of the staffing, which we're still on, are you sure you don't need more?
1 year at a time, Mayor. We can always grow
I
it.
agree, it's gonna take us at least a
Okay,
year
I'm
to
just
fill
teasing.
those, we can even do it within a year.
So we're
yes,
fine with the 6.
We are good with the staffing, the way it was presented.
We have a consensus, we're fine with the 6.
Yeah, we could probably lease one of the new hangars out there, so. Of course, I think they're already leased,
We
so.
got a real small one
Okay.
out there that we are
Yeah.
involved in.
So we got one left, and that's Jake's maintenance worker.
Thumbs up.
Okay, let's move on. Capital.
How did you
didn't
do that, Jake?
before.
Any questions?
Yeah. What specifically is it? No. Going to be working.
He's gonna be cutting grass. You wanna say Jake, actually?
All right, what are we going to do?
No, we're good? Everybody's good?
Yeah.
Okay. We are gonna go to, my numbers don't match your numbers.
You can get the speech.
I have a speech.
I think she has someplace she wants to be.
To keep it fair, Jake has to go first on capital items.
Well, this is, so this
Yeah,
is my.
that way he can get out of here sooner, right? So we're going to
So we
capital
don't
to
need to go-
page.
We're not gonna do it with God. Okay, so we're gonna go
Page 65.
page 65.
No 64?
That's the capital breakdown.
65.
Not going through land funds, we're going,
64 is grant.
This is where the barricades are, this is where,
Page 65?
You can ask for 64, but we're going to capital 65.
this is
64 is capital also.
capital fund equipment.
This is for the grant funds.
No, that's, we're not doing that. That doesn't make any sense. That just shows you the grants.
Yeah. I didn't have any questions, but I just.
Yeah. I was gonna say, that'll just confuse them because it's in here twice.
Oh, give us a little credit. We get confused that easily.
And I'll probably go through this, and if you need something, the department heads are here. So public safety is asking for a power gurney. I think we can all understand that. Transport ambulance, help me on that one, Jeff.
It's actually considered to be a type 2. It's a small version of an ambulance, and it's primarily for the interfacility transports that I was referencing a little bit ago, that is a new part of our operation. So they would be taking patients from the city of Page to shoot as far as Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, and Phoenix, and then everything closer than that is pretty much our regular. We only go to Salt Lake City 1 or 2 times a year, but we have gone there. So that's what that request for that ambulance for.
So what-
We have one of those in service now, but it's again, it's starting to show its age, so it's time to consider replacing it.
It won't make it there and
Which
back.
page are we on?
Page 65.
65.
Well, that does not look like my page 65.
The power gurney, you don't have that on your.
Not on page 64, page.
How about
65, very top.
Okay,
Yeah, the power gurney.
sorry, thank you.
Any questions on that item?
Is this, aren't we buying strikers?
We actually went away from Strikers. Furno seems to have a better version. It's more stable. They made a lot of changes that make it more stable and more friendly for limited manpower, which
So
is exactly
last
what
year or year before, we didn't
we bought a
buy,
Furno.
huh?
The last 3 have been Furnos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but we were buying Strikers 10 years ago, and we're actually going to have to start replacing those because those are getting,
But they're still yellow, right?
they are still yellow.
Got that.
Okay. The PD, the drone first responder, we talked a little bit about those. Those are great big huge drones made in Iran for the they're spendy, but they're efficient. We have, help me if I'm not here, we have one here, and then we have one, I believe.
It's
The cost is for one, but it's everything that goes along with it. And I think you have it half with us and half with
Horseshoe Bend?
funds. I
Okay.
think this is all one thing that's gonna be stored. Initially, our initial one is gonna be down in the Horseshoe Bend area, so I think
Why don't we have Horseshoe
all-
Bend pay for it?
all the funding could be, I think Horseshoe Bend
That's
could
what-
cover.
So if it's half and half, so this thing's gonna be 260,000?
No.
155,000 for,
A drone?
Yeah, I thought we were getting 2 drones, so it's 1.
we have one now, but we don't have all the stuff that goes with it.
So this is
This that we're putting in capital is to
147,50.
get one that's housed somewhere, the initial one somewhere down by Horseshoe
Right,
Bend.
we're getting 2, right?
Gives us the capability to launch from that location and all the software that ties in with our current
200.
system. So it's one drone, the software, equipment, the housing, everything you need to set it up. And our initial plan was to get it covered by Horseshoe Bend funds and have it somewhere down in the area of Horseshoe Bend, so it can be an initial responder out there primarily. See how that works, and then if we want to move forward with the second one that's maybe up in town as a response capability, that would be an additional 255.
So this is a question for Josh. If we man this at Horseshoe Bend, can Horseshoe Bend pay for this?
If Horseshoe Bend owns it, and, I mean,
No, you don't think?
I mean, maybe.
Would it pass the auditor sniff?
Or maybe.
If it's for Horseshoe Bend can buy it. These enterprise funds are supposed to be business. They're supposed to operate as their own, business kind of a thing, like PUE or whatever. And so if there's a need for Horseshoe Bend to have a drone,
We just had a damn jumper today. We need a drone.
then they can buy a drone. But that's the principle. It's not. I mean, I don't really know. Based upon
Well,
the
we'll just
information
keep
what we
the
talked
way it
about
is.
in here.
Well, I was gonna say, we hear enough of, I think Horseshoe Bend does need one. We hear the number of times throughout the year that something's going on down there, and then Page, they couldn't lease it for a fee back when the city needed it.
I think we could probably borrow it. I mean, if at the end of the day, if they're mostly using it and it's down there and we just use it in that location, but then there was some sort of a big event where we needed to borrow it for a little bit, that's not going to be a problem. So, I wouldn't worry too much about a situation like that. If the intent is to split, then they could split the cost. But if the intent really is to just use it down there and have it available for situations that arise down there, it'd probably be fine to have them.
And we have one in town.
We have one that is at our police department that we would have to have someone go out and launch.
Right, so we have one already in town, so I think if we had one out there, and then, of course, we could always borrow it if the one we had in town wasn't meeting our needs or they needed a second one. I just think that's logical.
Used rate. Don't let them use it for a couple of weeks and then buy it for half.
Not a couple
half
weeks,
off.
but you can do it for.
Now you're
Case
thinking like a
scenario.
budget man.
We could pay ourselves if we ended up using it more than Horseshoe Bend, right?
Tom?
Okay, we're going to shuffle that then. We're going to move that down to Horseshoe Bend.
Thumbs up. Debbie, is that okay?
Powerful thumbs.
Do you want one, Debbie?
Sure, why not?
We'll send you to training, Deb.
Yeah.
License plate reader recognition. We have proven that this has been very oh, I'm sorry.
Real quick, you were saying that now this one we currently have, you're gonna use the same software as the newer, updated one, or no?
No, I don't think I'm not sure if it has the capability of tying in. The drone is specifically tied to this
So,
software.
but we can buy what we need for the existing one plus the new drone, or not?
That I don't know. If the drone we have now, I don't know if it works with this system.
Right, but I mean, you said we need additional.
Yeah, we were gonna see how this one worked for this fiscal year, and then if we could show the results that we think we're gonna be able to show, justify putting another one in capital for next year to station, at City Hall or somewhere, a church or a school or something like that, that has the capability of covering another area of town more quickly than from Horseshoe Bend.
Okay.
Tom?
Yeah, I'm gonna apologize. I'm gonna be difficult. $255,000 is that buys a lot of drone. I understand that there's software and stuff in there, but I mean, it wasn't so long ago that the PD had a drone that was like in the $5,000 range. So can you like sell me on this? What does it do? Does it have like loiter time in the hours or night vision or something crazy going on?
Well, yeah, it does have all the capabilities like that, but it's really the function of allowing it to be housed somewhere and launched automatically. It's, you know, a GPS call comes in somewhere and it speaks to the drone and it sends it to that location automatically and sends real-time information back to our dispatchers that can let the officers know before they arrive on scene what's going on scene and back. So yeah, the drone itself is a small piece of what we're paying for that service.
The one we now have has to be manually launched, and like the one pilot we have is gone, he's at training. So we weren't able to launch it like on the call we had today, we weren't able to launch it on the accident we had yesterday. Whereas what we're asking for now, it's gonna be housed and it's gonna be tied in with what the dispatcher's getting, and it's gonna automatically launch, and that software to do that, you know, costs money.
Okay, and is it just, you know, if you get a call for car crash out by Horseshoe Bend or whatever, the intent is that the dispatcher enters that call, that address, it takes off, and then, you know, has cameras on that intersection before you get officers? That's the intent?
Yeah, and you can, I'm sure, set parameters for what calls you want it to automatically launch for and not based on priority and things like that. It doesn't have to launch every single call we get.
The other thing, the old drone, if we flew it around in here right now and closed our eyes, it would crash into walls and all kinds of stuff. The newer one won't crash. When the battery's running out to the point where it won't be able to get back, it automatically comes back. So, like, we're not gonna spend this much money on something and have it, you know, run out of battery or whatever and just fall out of the sky.
This is like calculators where years ago when the first one was several $1,000s, and a couple years the price of these will come down a lot. But it's new technology, so it's more expensive.
Then we should wait a couple years.
You can talk to suspects, you can do this or that. Like this guy today, I mean, we knew where he was at. We used the drone a couple months back, and you know, we found the guy, like I said earlier, in less than 5 minutes. The difference is too, is we'd be able to communicate with him without getting a human being out there. That's another.
And I know money is money, but keep in mind this is Horseshoe Bend as well. It's not the general fund.
Amanda?
I just want to be cognizant of the fact that we've been back from lunch almost an hour and we've approved one item.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot about the two at the top of this list, but we still have a long way to go. So
Thank you.
I have a lot of stuff going on. I'll tell you about later. But
Okay. License plate recognition, we've proven how successful that is. Already pretty inexpensive for the return we get. Patrol vehicles, this is probably one of the best programs that we've started since I've been here. This is money that we contribute every year. We've got about 2 or 3 years put aside, and we put this amount in, and that amount comes out every year. They buy a couple of vehicles a year.
Mike?
The LPR that says that 15,000, that's for four units. Can I double that?
We have 4 coming this fiscal year that we've paid for.
You already have 4
Or
coming?
more. We're in the process of getting them, but they'll be here this fiscal year.
And this will be
Or more.
okay, so that'll bring it to 8? Okay, thank you.
You won't be able to hide anywhere.
Hey, these things save lives.
I know. General government electronic message boards, that's Greg. He talked a little bit about that already. That's his co-op. Is that your co-op?
Yeah, this one would be specifically for the north entrance of Lake Powell Boulevard. I just feel like these message boards are both efficient and they're good at getting information out, but it also takes away some of the blight that sign creates.
So
that's what I want to ask. So these are going to be classy ones like they have at the community college, not the ugly orange traffic ones.
Classy.
Awesome.
Yes.
Keep it classy.
Extra classy.
Keep it classy.
We had to buy those with ARP grant monies, so there was a certain restrictions on that.
I think everything we do is classy.
Debbie?
We try.
I'm totally,
Oh, sorry, Amanda.
Back alley.
Debbie?
so I'm in favor of this, but I was hoping that the uptown development, I had mentioned that we wanted both ends as we entered town to have an update, so we set a really great aesthetic, pleasant greeting, and I was hoping that those would be there, so could this not come out of that money that we have to spend before January 1 in that project?
Oh, that's a question that's not for me. I think she's talking about the EDA grant.
If it stays within those, remember that, Zach's how many, 4 blocks?
What is that?
Within that 4-block period, we can spend it, but.
I don't know, it's uptown, and as we enter town, we had wanted to give the feel for everyone to slow down. And that
You could
had
put
been
one at South Navajo.
and North Navajo both, along with not just a sign, but a lot of aesthetic value added. They're greeting
Yes.
citizens so they would slow down, so that possibly, if we approved it, could possibly not be spent and come out of the E EDA.
He's putting these in a different, you're putting,
These are in different, this is a different pot of money. I don't know if we could utilize the messaging boards for the EDA grant. I'm not sure about that. This has
Zach,
to do.
are you shaking your head? Yes, we could?
Yes, we can. There we go. Money.
I thought there isn't there a geographic limitation on that grant? And,
Yeah.
and that position for that quality in sign is outside of that.
Right, which would be nice if we could utilize that business facade improvement grant money specifically for that area. So this would fill gaps up in areas that are outside of the EDA approved area, because we could use a little bit of jazz around our community outside of that area.
Classy jazz.
And we're talking about for the trails where they go across the streets?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because, yeah, that's, number of people told me that they dodged a bullet, you know, even
Yeah.
though people say they're gonna slow down, and then all of a sudden, you can't even get across the lane, and they're trying to run you over.
Right. Agreed, yeah.
okay. IT, these are pretty standard, replacing materials for Kane. Anything there, any questions there? That's pretty standard for him. Parks and Trails, one of these right here you can take off. The laser leveling groomer sports complex, that's not on there anymore. The boom truck, was that a CIP? Anybody? Have we been saving for that? No. No, okay. Mini excavator, that's something he's been saving for a couple of years. So if you see CIP behind it, that means he's been saving for it. New truck with utility bed, he's been saving for that. So we put some in last year and this year for that one. Nothing too fancy on the Parks and Trails there.
So then the full cost is gonna be the 100,000 or
Yeah.
110?
Yep, yep.
And so part of that 50%, 20% is already been saved?
Probably half, I would
from
bet
last
if I
year's
would, yeah.
budget?
Idea what we're using the boom lift for?
Christmas lights in the park, are you kidding?
Oh, yeah. So ladders aren't working anymore, huh?
Does PUE not have one we can borrow?
PUE's not easy to borrow from. You have I mean,
Well, we can solve that.
they use their stuff,
For 175,000?
you know, but we've had boom trucks in the past, and you want something that's safe. Trust me.
Well, I'm sure PU's is safe, but I'm saying,
Okay.
Yeah.
I would be good with axing that one this year and try and get PUE to participate more. And if it doesn't go well, we could buy it next year.
We've tried that.
What?
They will not supply the truck for Christmas lights.
For Christmas lights they want?
They
Will not supply a truck for Christmas lights. PUE will not supply a boom truck for Christmas.
What if we tell them to?
Or the banners.
Yeah, when we'll do it. We need, what we need, and I can speak for Dwayne on this as well, Dwayne, can you jump in? We need the reach. We don't have the reach to get our stadium lights. That's one of the intents with this lift, is to get our stadium lights down at the sports complex. They're at a 66-foot reach. Even PUE's truck maxes at 60 feet.
Okay.
You've seen Ed Quano,
That's
Evan
enough for me.
Quano stand out there, literally on top of the bucket to
So
cheer.
ours is gonna be bigger, or the city's is gonna be bigger.
Yep.
Because we're all
It'll be
one team.
taller. It's not necessarily gonna be bigger, heavier equipment. It'll be taller.
Right.
Dance on the bucket.
We'll utilize it for everything. Christmas lights.
Tree trimming, stadium lights, all of that, that's what it's gonna be used for.
Large pinatas.
All right, you're gonna be held to that one.
Okay.
Safety
The
guys.
citizens are gonna love a pinata machine for 170,000.
If it gets used, they should. We're the 2 gas trolleys, second payment. If they show up before July 1st, you won't need that because we have that in last year's budget as well. If we have to wait until July 1st, we have to have that in there because they're ordered and on their way. We have VIN numbers, but we don't have any trucks. So, drone, first responder, we already discussed that. Okay, the golf carts, this is a CIP. We have been putting money away for 4 years for this. So now his golf carts have come, they're electric carts, they've come to their end. Literally what's gonna happen is the golf cart company is gonna come and get them and take them away. So we don't wanna do it that way. We did it in a lease. These we're buying, so these will be the City of Pages. So this way, when they come to the end of their life, we can sell them, we can trade them in, we can do whatever. As councils had decided, I think we put away about 125 to 130 a year for the last 4 years. This year we have 200 to make the end payment of, so we can get them.
So it says 658, but you're needing 200 more from this
200
year?
more will, yes,
And then-
for the
and then
capital
it's-
improvement
And then it's
program.
done and they'll arrive.
Yep.
Yes, David?
So what kind of maintenance contract comes with these?
Probably about the same that was with the lease one, because we had to pay them every time they came to.
Well, yeah. I mean, we got some free services, right?
2-year on parts and 5-year on battery.
And seats and windows and.
Yeah, that would be 2 years on those those kind of parts.
We had to pay to replace those in this stupid lease too, that none of that was included.
The lease is.
Basically, same warranty, but we own it instead of.
Huh?
Same warranty, but we own it instead of.
So are you going to then do a CIP for future, like life, what are they, 10? Or are you gonna do more like the police, where you put aside 200,000 to buy so many every year?
I think we probably want to turn these every 5, maybe stretch it to 6 years. So we could do something where we put 110,000 a year, 120,000 a year, and 5 years from now. Well, and we'd have some equity too. So we trade them in, so we might get 200,000 for the fleet.
Okay.
So we could probably
So
get away with 100,000 a year.
I think Councilor Roundtree's right. We just start again, and that way it's
Start again.
100,000 a year rather than 700,000.
That's what I'm just encouraging, so that.
Yep, totally agree with that.
Sorry.
And in the
Amanda?
future, just a suggestion, for the public, and you'll probably have new council members again, could you break out those CIPs, like this is how much that's already been saved and this is how much is still owed?
It's behind.
Oh, is it in there? Huh?
Yep.
Page 68 has all that breakout.
Oh, thank you.
I should have told you that it's all right there.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Amanda?
So under the lease program, we were paying like 17,000 a year, right?
I don't know off the top of my head.
The lease payments we made.
Is that
Please tell me it's more than
8,000 a
that.
month.
Huh?
Thought it was, yeah, more like 60.
It was substantial.
Yeah, I think we paid like $5,000 a month on the lease program. 4,000, 4,500.
What was it? Do you know, Ann?
DLL.
I thought it was around 7 or something,
A month.
Oh, no, I make the lease payment to DLL, let's see.
So it'd be 84 a year?
Can we come down and drive one even if we don't golf, just once?
Yeah.
You just have to pay the cart fee.
No problem.
We have to pay.
I have to pay $20 to drive one?
Absolutely.
This is last year, so you got golf course lease.
Yeah, our golf cart leases for the current year that we're in, we paid $42,000.
A year.
A year, okay.
So in 5 years, that would be
And then interest.
$210,000.
And then interest on top of that. But we're not building any equity. They just come get them.
They depreciate just like cars, right? What kind of equity do you get?
Like he said, we should have 150,000 to 600. I mean, to 200.
The ROI to me isn't there on this.
I think you can get, people buy and fix up golf carts all the
Yeah,
time.
small golf,
Yeah, they're-
golf courses will pick these up in a heartbeat. They'll pay $5,000 a piece. Or there'll be a broker that just comes and gets them all.
Or even those 55 and older communities where they have, I know I have a friend who lives down in the
Yeah.
valley that has just bought a little home there, and they can only have golf carts there.
You should get one from up there.
I have one.
See? You probably bought yours used, didn't
I
you?
got mine from my grandmother who lives in one of those 55 and older communities.
I had a 1976 Harley Davidson 3-wheel. It looked like a mosquito fogger coming down the fairway.
54 and a half, sign that paperwork.
Okay, last item on the page.
Yes, I'll have to have Jake explain that one.
So, last year we purchased the Ventrac tractor. It does come with dozens of attachments. We got a few of those last year when we purchased it. We're looking to get a few more. For example, like a trencher. Right now we have our driving range project where we're putting in new irrigation and trenching for electric. We're having to borrow that trencher from Big Ass Equipment. This would be a labor saving. These are labor saving attachments and money saving attachments too.
That's a low enough dollar amount.
Yeah, I mean, you
Worried
probably
about
get
it.
5 attachments for that.
Okay, next page. And this is improvements. I'm going to let Kyle do his.
Thank you. All right, so, yeah, quite a bit of money there. Our first Copper Mine and Hall Road Street Improvement Project, this was the grant we had chased and were successful to award. But due to the change of the federal administration, that grant has disappeared. We requested information and we got no reassignment of that. However, we still need to do that project, so we're asking for $600,000 for the design of Hall Road and Copper Mine Road and an intersection through there. Then Darren and I have discussed future road development monies in the tune of about $900,000, and that is potentially for any project, say like Mr. Edwards coming to the community asking for funds, or any future development by Bergman Development or so forth. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's what we talked about on that one. Hall Road improvements at $1 million. This hopefully segues with, again, grants and other things that we're trying to fish for. Industrial Road Overlay is another project that we're looking at. That project will actually be less than 800, not by much.
Sorry, real quick. Is that just the industrial road proper, or is it all those roads in there?
The industrial road proper.
Okay.
Excuse me, does that include frontage road, or
What's that?
does that include frontage road?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Yeah, because I haven't driven down it in several years, but people are saying it's dodged
bad.
potholes.
Yep.
We do maintain it, and we've patched that with AC. We've also patched it with ABS. It is I would call that the mini Autobahn in page.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to do 45 on the end of Copper Mine N20 there, you can do 55 on frontage road. For some reason, they just like to zip down that. So some strategy in there, not making it.
So, as I say, I haven't driven down it, but I've been told several times by several people, are we going to get that potholes patched, or I guess there's a lot of
Yeah,
potholes.
yeah, we do quite a bit of pothole patching on there.
Not the dry patch, but regular,
Yeah, when we have opportunities to have hot mix, excess hot mix, we run through.
the dry, I mean, the cold or whatever, that just,
Yeah.
that's like throwing gravel in the hole and then.
And that's basically what frontage road is. Is the speeds continue as they are, we're just chasing our tail on that road, so, but we'll continue to do it. And if the pricing comes in on the industrial road project, we can certainly talk to the contractor about adding that to the scope. South Lake Powell Boulevard sidewalk project, we had this actually designed a few years ago. This is the sidewalk that extends from the last hotel down to basically a future roundabout. We've had a lot of calls for sidewalks and street lighting there. In fact, even by the owner, Page Lumber, and that whole shopping center has asked for street lighting, and that's included in that project. And then the other one is a Vista Avenue overlay, which is currently in design. We have a lot of issues on Vista Avenue. Utilities are just the one part of that. Drainage is another, so we're having to have that looked at thoroughly. We have that under contract currently at this time, but only for design. So this is for construction.
Two lines above that, the road improvements.
Road improvements. We put in some funding in there. I think that's a placeholder generally for Sand Hill Road and or,
You guys as well.
yeah, for you guys to determine what you want to do.
So we rolled that over from last year.
Sorry,
You,
which,
that was one that you guys had budgeted for already, so, they put in $2 million for future improvements and then $1 million from Horseshoe Bend for, Sand Hill Road. So, Horseshoe Bend can do all the engineering and all the utilities, but Horseshoe Bend can't build the road. So the city has to pay for the blacktop, the sidewalks, the lighting, all that kind of stuff. Our intention is to take that road all the way out to Horseshoe Bend. As long as we do that, Horseshoe Bend can pay for that engineering and that, and then it opens up that whole side of the road.
Just for my curiosity, the program, the scheduled program you have for resurfacing or seal coating around the city, what part does that come out of?
That comes out of maintenance.
Maintenance?
Yeah, that's in our standard operation budget. That would fall
Okay.
in the
On another
$800,000
sheet.
tab there, yeah.
And then on the Hall Road improvements and sidewalk, with how expensive sidewalks are, is there the option for doing a hardened path next to the Hall Road rather than curb and sidewalk?
We certainly could. One of the benefits of the sidewalk is curb and gutter for storm drainage and control. Those are some of the things that we lack down on Hall Road. Also provides a small buffer for safety to have a curb gutter for vehicles striking the curb. But certainly we can look at those options. One of the things that we have to be mindful of when we talk about projects here is that we do have an approved master trails plan for the community. And some of these roads are included in that urban trail system. And they do have call-outs for 8-foot, 6-foot, 10-foot wide additional paths on top of sidewalks.
Oh,
We
okay.
also have to comply with ADA.
Oh, okay. So it would be, if that is one of those such roads, it would have its curb and sidewalk and a separate path besides, is that what you're saying?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
And we're in this budget, we are doing the engineering and the lighting all the way from the Para Club to the rodeo grounds. So this money would take us from the rodeo grounds on the south side of the road, hopefully down to around the barn. We hope. We'll see where it goes. But so we'll just continue with what we've already engineered. Hopefully that makes some people. It won't be on the right side of the road if you're going down, but it will be on your left.
Well,
Right side's a whole different
The right side
animal.
has real drainage issues for construction, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Tom?
So the Coppermine and Hall Road street improvements, is that, I want to say I saw something about a roundabout in here. Is that it?
That would include a roundabout at that location, yes.
All right.
Just the design though, that's a grant.
But we want a roundabout.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, sure, but
A roundabout.
we're not gonna, I just don't want you to think that we're starting a roundabout next year.
Anyone opposed to that is welcome to try to turn left off of Hall Road, and after about 5 minutes of waiting, they'll be convinced. The overlays just involve new asphalt on Industrial and Vista, right? Tearing out the old, putting in new.
Correct, yes.
Any chance you want to throw down some green paint for a bike lane on Vista?
Rollerblades.
You do not want to drive a bike down that with all the people backing out into that sucker.
I mean, it would narrow the street and probably deter rogue houseboats from, just a suggestion.
Looking out power
And
lines.
small dead children.
Okay.
Okay, we good on that? I'll let you go with this, Public Works.
We've just included some additional funds for anything that goes beyond our current public works contract that we have. We're anticipating a substantial amount of that project being complete by the end of June. However, there will be some funds of the existing contract that may
So
carry
that's
over
your
into
punch list pot.
that next year. What's that?
That's your punch list pot. Okay, great.
Okay.
So I didn't follow that completely. So your new public works building is not in need of improvements? This is just a pot for,
To show the expense in this fiscal year.
okay.
Okay, this, on the fire department, this is where I was talking about the $5 million plus this that he had budgeted for something else. Plus, if you look on your CIP, there's $500,000 for a fire hall as well.
So where's the 5?
5 million is from the bond, from, that we were gonna use, well, we are gonna use for the swimming pool. So the past councils talked about up to $15 million, which is, I don't think that Page needs quite that much of a swimming pool. We've already secured a funding source to pay $15 million though. So it's not gonna cost any more to the taxpayers at all. We increased the hotel rate by 2.5%.
I've been following that.
And so we've already got over $1 million in that fund. And it'll bring in about $1.4 million to pay off a 15-year, $15 million bond. It's about $1 million a year.
Okay. So what this is saying is that we would have a $15 million bond, 5 of which would go to the fire department, 10 of which would go to the pool.
You got it.
Okay. I seem to recall last summer, the first time that you briefed council, hey, we can do this, we can afford this. I thought the number was like 23 million. And it wasn't, this was like lower than the Taj Mahal price, the infamous Taj Mahal.
I think, well, I think I've only did council twice. And the first one was a rec center, which included the swimming pool.
Right.
And that one was like 46 million.
Right.
And then the swimming pool committee took that, beat it down. That's where the splash pad kind of came out of. And then they also decided that it wouldn't be indoors, that they would cut down some of the plays. There's only, we've talked to a lot of people. There's like 2 slides for junior high kids, and it's the free water, so they stop. They don't go into the pool, which is less expensive than building a whole new pool behind it. And then a lap pool with a 0 entry for kids. And then a little splash pad kind of thing for the little tykes.
And you think that can be done for 10 million?
Every contractor said if we put out an RFP for $10 million, we'd have lots of people apply.
Okay, so on this sheet where it says $1 million for swimming pool CIP and bond, that is the cash we're bringing for that down payment, if you will, and then $15 million gets us a fire station and a swimming pool started this fiscal year.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep, and the visitors are paying for it.
Great. love those visitors. Keep them coming, Greg.
So are we good? Are we good
You're
at
okay for
keeping?
Advertising for $1 million?
Team effort.
Are we good at keeping the 1.3 for the fire hall? Even if we don't spend it, I think it's safe to have there.
Yeah, because it's gonna be rolling into. the
And
other-
we can go out for a request for proposal and without setting a money amount and see what they come back with.
And if we don't use it, I'm sure we can find other ways to.
Absolutely. We can do a bigger swimming pool.
Quick question on that fire hall. So you said 17th Avenue, going towards the airport, and it ends at a fence at the airport. And you're talking about just through that fence on
Just
airport
inside,
property?
correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, just inside the fence on the airport, which would qualify us for our airport standards.
Serving the airport or for coming out the
And
fence for the rest of
serving
the
north
city?
end of the city, correct.
Is that something that we're gonna have to get citizens' approval when so many days' notice that live right there? Or is that already zoned and that piece of property a go right there?
It's the airport. We can do anything.
Okay.
Doesn't need to be rezoned.
Right there.
Doesn't need to be rezoned.
Okay.
Do we have any issues as far as roadways, pathways within the airport needing to be paved for them to get access to runway, taxiway, whatever? Or would that be right up against, because that's at the end of the cross runway, right?
Kind of at the end of the cross. The cross one runway is a little to the east of that, I believe, but yeah,
Okay.
we could access it through there.
Okay, but there does need to be a road put in within the airport.
We'll make Dave Taylor pay
Kyle,
for
do you
it.
remember how we had that drawn?
There will be an access that'll tie that fire station to pavement.
Yeah,
Up the-
that was kind of planned to do that in the airport.
Okay, and are there any concerns with utilities at that site? Power, water, fiber?
Well, we have everything there and sewers currently going in for other development.
It all flows downhill anyway, right? You're right up on that edge.
Okay.
There's the hanging gardens.
Public safety PD. HVAC, I think that pretty well makes sense for those poor people down there. This animal shelter improvement is actually a rollover. They've been working on this, and so hopefully it's completed here in the next couple of months, but it's not going to get completed by year end, so we need to have it in there. Dispatch consoles, I'll let the two policemen discuss that.
Yeah, I think the current consoles in there are from 2007, and so they're past their useful life, and we've been having issues with having to go in there and fix them, and so we're got quotes to get them all redone.
But the bricks they're sitting on are from 2016. No.
Okay, all good? Good.
Question. Oh, Mike.
With the PD, not spelled the same, your current Faro system is up to speed, or did you need it? I thought it was towards the edge of end of its life.
Yeah, so the Pharaoh's, it's running okay. We're not having issues with it. We'd already prepared our budget, and basically they'll for 11,000 they can warranty it for another year, or for I think it was 38,000 they would provide us a basic model, like that would be the low ball end of it. We haven't had any issues with ours. That's something that we could add it this year. We could pay the 11 and add it next year, or just roll the dice that we're not going to have issues with it till next year. Use it, and then either way, we would be asking for a new one next year. Again, we haven't had any issues with it. We weren't aware that the warranty on it was expiring yet. They sent us some literature on it, and that's what we were discussing. We'd already prepared our budget, but it's like, do we just wait it out? Do we pay the 11, or and we kind of thought just wait it out, and if it goes out, go ask Darren for $38,000. I mean, I'm being honest, that's what we discussed yesterday.
But isn't it better for you to do like a CIP and start, I mean, I've had pieces of equipment that the warranties ran out on, and they lasted me for another 10 years, but I was putting money aside, so if it was tomorrow or 5 years when it went out, I had funds there. So to be planning for it, because it will someday, but they will go past warranty. I mean, a lot of equipment will. But do you see what I'm saying? Instead of just being surprised and then having to come and get the 38,000. I mean, I know we kind of have it, but I would rather see departments planning for things like that.
Sure, and I mean, I agree. When we purchased the Faro, that was before, I became the chief. It's a piece of equipment we've had, and, like anything with technology, they run their course, so.
And that's my point, and Councilor Roundtree, I agree, is like, should we be planning ahead for redundancy, or do we put 11K in there for the warranty, and you plan for a new one next year? Or under Darren, for your budget, you have 11K to?
Oh, yeah.
So that's just something
Under contract services,
Yeah.
that would be in their regular budget.
What I'm saying, there's a time when I would just stop paying the warranty on something because it's of no value to pay for it, because often you don't get the repair value out of that warranty anyways. A lot of warranties aren't worth anything, and I'm putting money aside so that when it broke down, then I could just replace it instead of wasting my money, $11,000 on a warranty.
You get software licensing too.
Huh?
It's software licensing.
Oh, so it's
too.
software license, okay, thank you for, then that's different.
Yeah.
And
Personally,
then,
I would.
I'm sorry, I was going to say, Council Farrell here, your water tubs, your barricades.
Yeah, I was going to ask for that at the general, but the barrier trailer kit serves, it's a 54 unit, comes with the trailer. It'll cover 7 12-foot lanes and rollouts for Kyle.
How much were the
Just need
prettier
2
ones?
trailers to cover 7. We have 5 lanes.
What's that?
We have 5 lanes at Lake Powell Boulevard, so I need 2 trailers.
Yeah.
Or we need 10 of them if you're gonna do one of
It's
both ends.
100,000 per but we do. Sorry, you throw something at me. I didn't have my mic on. It's important for us to have a trailer kit. I was looking at the F-18 because it's a 54 unit. We could augment with vehicles and side roads. So the main part of the street could have the vehicle defeat system. And then on the sides of it, we could have a vehicle, because we have to augment anybody working with the PD and the fire. We have to augment the side streets anyway that could be put in the system. So having one trailer with the 54 unit trailer kit, it seems to me like a good starting.
So it's 100K?
100K. But of course, I'm not a negotiator, and I'm sure somebody from the city, and the way you guys write grants, because this is under Homeland Security, they're popping up in all the cities, especially after New Orleans.
Sure.
So there's probably some funding back and support we can either, but what I looked at was something that was easy to store, easy to deploy, easy to use, and Dave Augie could put these up in no time.
So if you'll just leave that with Kyle?
I will.
Are we getting one of them or 2 of them?
I think you should, I'm just thinking one.
One.
To start, and then we would augment, and then, because it's going to be a learning curve with the police department and the fire department to set this up. It'll be something new. And that's just my uneducated opinion.
Anna?
Good.
We're talking about Lake Powell Boulevard though, right? So wouldn't we need it on, if we're gonna do this, don't we need it on both ends? Or would that just be something we come back for next year for the second one?
You're absolutely right. You would need it for both ends, but since you can use the middle part of the street, so in the planning for vehicular attacks, or what they call low-tech attacks, the bad guys usually run the middle of the street. So these would be the middle, and then we augment using city vehicles or other support vehicles on the side that could be moved, and there's a driver nearby. Because for like the balloon regatta, when you have all those balloons, you can either have a vehicle so everybody can pull in. So a 7-unit system would work. And then as we learn other things such as the water barricades, such as pulling the concrete barriers we can pull from the concrete site, there's other options. But for quick mobility on main streets, for quick setup, this would be a good way to do it. Elm Street, we could do things such as a bollard system, and there's other options, but at least gets us in the market to discuss barricading and street closures.
Are these less portable,
Yes.
more expensive?
Yes. They have this, and this is currently, I got this from my friends at the Secret Service, and this is, they rent theirs. There are options for renting, but since we're kind of out and remote, it's less chance to get them.
I don't think we're going to Langley for.
Yeah, so, and they're also vehicle rated for high-speed vehicles in terms of crash test and certified.
Okay.
Just one other thing, I think we ought to go ahead and put the 11,000 into that software support, because we have used it recently, and that way, at least we have something, some fuzzy, warm fuzzy feeling that it's going to be there when we need it. It's just like a defibrillator, you know, type of thing. Not as critical, but same thing. So.
You got that, Ann?
Huh?
Warranty?
Yeah.
So it's a warranty, it is software, it is not warranty.
Software support
Yep.
is separate from the warranty.
We've already got it budgeted for this year.
So you have software budgeted.
IT pays for the software.
It's the warranty that's not.
Already got it
See, To
budgeted,
me, a
Jane?
warranty, you just,
It's already budgeted.
It's already budgeted.
unless you think it's a great warranty and it's gonna pay for everything, which they normally
We
don't, I say you
discussed
start.
that 11,000 to get a year warranty is a third or a quarter of the cost of a completely new unit. So it makes sense.
But, you know,
I would
then
start
do it, and
saving
then I
for a
would
new
go
one.
ahead and put it in next year, unless Darren wants to freeze up some of his 38,000.
I think
No.
Well, you cut down a couple lunches.
No. Okay, moving on. General government. That's quite a few people here, but I'll start with the BMX. Good news on that, actually. We went out for RFP and we figured some stuff out. We're going to go back out for RFP. So everything's good there. We have the $150 or $150,000 grant. We got the $350K. This is a rollover. We had 3 bids, actually, so I'm sure those all 3. Downtown revitalization, CIP. The CIP is $4.75 million, and then, of course, the grant is 5. Potentially facility improvements, $2,250,000. That has to do with the Para Club. That has to do with this facility. Just whatever might pop up there. Splash pad, CIP, you guys are already on this, and actually this is $500,000 cheaper. So it'll actually be 1.5. As you know, we don't know what's happening with the $500K grant. And then the swimming pool, CIP and bond, $1 million to pay the bond payment.
And completing this bond, what does that entail?
Basically, once this gets approved, we'll start working with a bonding company, which I've already worked with, a guy by the name of Mark Reeder out of Stifel, who probably does 80% of the bonds. They'll work with Josh, their attorneys, and then they'll start selling the bonds. And it's more like a draw. So they're not going to give us $15 million. They're going to give us, when we get our first request for payment from the contractor, we'll show them, and then we'll take the money. So if we only spend $13 million, we only, it'll change the bond payments.
Yes, kind of.
if we decide we want a swimming pool that's more than 10 million, does the bond payment go up, or can we extend the time that we're paying back? So if we do 10 million for the pool and 5 million for the fire station, but we decide that really we want to spend 14 million on a pool and 5, so now it's a $19 million total.
I probably wouldn't recommend that because of our spending limitations and our borrowing limitations. So you would be pushing our threshold of what we could do. Our maximum borrowing's in the mid-20s.
Okay.
So we want to still leave 10 million in case everything comes to an end and we, just for cushion.
Yes, Debbie.
What happens to our limitations and our borrowing limits if tomorrow we needed water or needed to borrow some major money? Then are we tied because of the pool and the firehouse, tied to not being able to borrow anymore?
We are.
Well, you said we'd have like a $10 million cushion, right?
Right. And we have our reserves, and we have 50 million in the bank, and but PUE,
But our borrowing limit is,
our borrowing limit, I think, is 28 million. So we're taking away 15, so it gives us, 13 million left if we had to.
And so approval for that requires what?
The approval of this budget, when you raise your hand to approve the
Okay,
budget.
so that's when the bond approval would take place.
Okay. Parks and Trails. This is fairly easy. This is Dwayne. Dwayne and I were talking, since there's no place really for somebody who is handicapped or somebody who is maybe getting a little long in the tooth, we are going to put a level walking path all the way around the BMX track. And since it gets hot here, we'll light it up. So in the evenings, if you want to come out and walk at the BMX track, it'll be lit up. We'll have it automatically shut off at 10 o'clock or something. I think it's smart for where it's going to go. We've already had complaints tonight about sidewalks, and people always complain in Page that it's hard to take a walk because you can't find any place level. We're on a hill.
I think that's a nice idea.
Where exactly is the location for the BMX?
The BMX track will be all the way through the park on the right, down there in that sand.
Sports complex, right?
Sports complex.
This should go fast.
Or Reinhardt Park?
Small stuff.
Reinhardt Lake?
It's not.
Is that what Old Timers Return?
Yes, but it would be closer to the road as if you're going to the soccer fields.
Out of the flood zone, right?
Out of the
flood zone. But yes, Counselor, that's where it's at. Okay. Disc golf course, the second 9, this is really exciting, actually. This is going to be like a black level. All of it's going to be on the rocks. None of it's going to be on the flats. We'll create some real creative marketing for it. Like some of the hard golf courses recommend that you don't play them because they're so hard, that kind of stuff. So we'll be real creative. And this is fairly cheap. It's $20,000, which is basically for the baskets. And these guys now are professional disc golf installers. So they want to tackle this. They'll dig out steps and paths out of the sand rock and everything. So it should be pretty cool. Restrooms, we've all discussed that. That's a rollover from last year. We plan to install them as soon as we know exactly what your guys' downtown revitalization looks like.
So when you say, what's the acronym?
John C.
Page Memorial Park, of course.
Okay.
Okay.
Park.
We just got that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a question. So what he was referring to as the teen center in his day, is it used now at all?
Yeah. When SRP gave us the Para Club, there were still about 6 people in there that were contractors. When they gave us the para club, we let them use the teen center. So SRP contractors are in there right
So
now.
they're in there right now. So when they go away, what are we gonna do with that? Could that be turned into a restroom facility?
A restroom or
Facility.
a restaurant?
Restroom facility. It's in the middle of the park, it's located to everything, it's so small.
Right? Yeah, we can think about it.
I'm just saying, because we're gonna have the para club, we're going to have, we'll still have the townhouse,
Yep.
we'll have other things.
They estimate, I think they're gonna be in there over 4 more years.
Oh, 4 more years?
They got denied on their approval for, is
Oh.
that correct?
We need a restroom sooner than that.
Okay.
Or move them to another building, our Public Works, old building.
And then trail maintenance, that's just a standard number that's in there all the time. This one is lighting of the sports complex, 600,000. Basically what this is getting rid of our lights and putting in LEDs and new. It blows me away at how much it is. Greg, is that every field or just one?
Every field.
Every field. So we replaced, we actually had to have a contractor come in because like Kyle said, we didn't have anything tall enough to replace light bulbs. And they came in and they replaced the burnt out light bulbs. They're all shot again.
They just burnt out again.
So,
It was dark there again.
and we get tons of complaints from our locals because we have a pretty active men's softball league, a Jack and Jill softball league, and it's all done at night. And
Not bright enough.
not, yeah, one team or one what do you call it? Tournament actually wanted their money back. They thought that the lighting was so bad.
Amanda, and then Debbie.
2 questions. What is it currently costing us annually to replace those bulbs?
Maybe $5,000 to $10,000
Okay.
For all the bulbs or one?
for all the ones that
No,
we
the
just
ones
did
that are
when we
burnt
did
out.
ours together,
Ones that are burnt
which was like what 50 or 60 of them.
Mm-hmm.
It was about 5,000 and change.
Am I correct? Do I recall that you can't buy those anymore? You're just using what we already had?
We were using what we had. I don't know if we can't buy them
Still
anymore.
purchase those bulbs.
Oh, okay.
The other issue is that we can't have any type of youth or adult registered activities like through middle school or high school or like USAA because our lights aren't compliant for nighttime activities.
My other question on that is when the current lights went in, and I think still there's a ton of residents that think that they're too bright. And that's the thing with lighting, right? You spend two minutes with Brian Hill and he'll tell you one person's dark because another person's too bright. So my question is with these LEDs, what is the difference that we're talking about? Have we talked to residents? All of that.
I have not spoken to any residents about changing the lights. No. PRAB, the Park Recreation Advisory Board, which is an arm of our residents, are in full support of this. They've been talking about it for a long time. Mrs. Hettinger, you have?
I have comments, but I know Councilor
Debbie
Roundtree
was
had her
next.
hand up, so I'm not trying to jump.
So my question was, we're getting this new 75-foot boom lift, so we can start replacing our own. So the 600,000 is, you're gonna have to replace the pole or just the head on the pole?
Do you want to talk more about this,
adjust
Kyle?
to the LED lights
Yeah,
and
it's
then,
just replacing the edge at the
Casings.
top of the pole. It's removing the transformers. I don't know if any of you have noticed the hum when you're down there. If
yes.
you haven't, then you need to get your ears fixed. It is,
no, the hum is huge, I know that.
the hum is incessant down there. So that's the goal. So we don't have to replace the poles. We don't really have to pull in any wiring or anything like that back to panels. Everything's there. It's just replacing the
So is our staff gonna be replacing the heads, or is the company that's putting them in?
The company that
Company
we,
will provide.
yeah.
So then my next question is it because you don't want the hum because the light bulbs go out, because you couldn't get the light bulbs? Because now we have a lift so that we'll be able to more easily change them when they do go out? Because, I don't know, Jerry and I just remodeled a house and I bought all LED lights and I put stickers on them in 5 to 10 years and they were out in a year. So LED lights don't last like they say they're going to.
I think this has more to do
So
with
that's what I'm saying is that
the actual lighting of it, the
Save
fact
electricity.
that this is a 1995 system that we're
is it
utilizing.
going to save a lot of electricity?
Save electricity.
'Cause I think I'm probably saving electricity with my LED light bulbs, so I'm paying a whole lot more for them and I'm not replacing them this time around when they go
And
out.
we also have remote functioning, so
remote
we
functioning,
can
okay.
turn the lights on and off from a
Which
phone.
will save a lot. Okay.
That'll be handy.
For more information, thank you.
Right now, we have to have somebody sit down there until the
Everyone
baseball
goes home.
games are over at 9:30. We have a staff member sitting, waiting until they're done, so they can shut the lights off and leave.
Okay, Kenna?
So I wanted to share some of my own thoughts and also things that have come up in the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board meetings. The board had the exact same reaction that I imagine a lot of us did. Looking at that number, it seems very high. I think what we need to remember when we look at this number is how often the sports complex gets used. I think it's a great asset for our community. It's beautiful down there. Staff has been doing an amazing job of having it open more. And with that, as our city manager mentioned, someone has to be there to flick the lights on, and they take a long time to turn on, and then someone has to turn them off manually at the facility. There are 2 proposals we received. There's this one for $600,000, which is just all white lighting. There is a higher one for $720,000 that lets us do colored lighting. What I love about the idea of this system, whether or not we do the colored lights, I think it would be great to have red, white, and blue for 4th of July, $250. So whether or not we do the colored lights, what this allows us to do is have control over the lighting down there. And so we have, I think, the ability to dim the lights, they can be brighter. So there's a lot more control over that versus our current system
Right. You can
is what
dim
it
the
is.
lights, you can those things, correct.
And so we save energy cost, we save staff time. It is very expensive, but I think it gives us a better system down there, and there is interest in using that for like the overnight adult softball leagues. There's interest in using it lit.
But Kenna, does the colored ones have a disco setting?
Yes.
I think we can.
How about Christmas and I'll do the
And you
colors
can
like my house
control it from
has.
your phone. You can, like, if you have seen the lights that people put on their homes now, where you can just
Same stuff.
sync it
You
to
can
music.
turn on Donna Summer and
Did you say the new system will last?
Turn it on.
These new lights will last?
We have a warranty on them. That's
Yeah.
Kyle, do you remember the warranty on the lights? The new
I know.
lights?
I don't recall the exact.
It's like definitely 1 year. Anything goes wrong, they're coming up and fixing it. But I think the balls maybe have a 5-year warranty to them. I'd get you more information on that.
So we're looking at 6 to 8 years return on investment, and if these things only last 5 years, I question whether or not it's worth it, frankly.
I don't know if we look at this as an ROI versus a quality of life.
All right, on the quality of life side, even if we put this in the budget, I want to see this go to public comment before we do it, because I think it's going to be more controversial than the people speaking in this room might think.
And I think you almost have to look at it as a park expense, you know?
And that's
We-
fine.
We
If-
provide,
But what I don't want is a bunch of homeowners that are angry because now the field looks like a UFO.
yeah, maybe EDAT, or maybe Parks and Rec is.
This actually came up in the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board meeting. Apologies as I'm, backtracking through all of the meetings. The great thing about these is we have a lot more control over where they hit in the field as well.
That's correct.
And so you can control where your
Yeah.
light is hitting
They
versus
also have
the current
elements of dark sky lighting up too.
Yeah. So I think it's a premium system, and I think it comes with a premium cost. But I think that facility is worth it personally.
Go ahead, Mike, and then Debbie.
I'm for Councilor Hedinger's idea.
The colored lights?
The colored? I know there's only 2 so far.
Debbie, and then Tom.
I was on the Park and Recreation Board, and I missed the days when, you don't have enough to staff high school kids to play community soccer and softball and some of the other things. but we used to have just open nights, and I know that that was a big deal for the lights. And it was a big deal that the kids could play and the employee could go home and they could continue to play. So I like the ideas that it turns on and off, and that it could be brighter or less bright, so that they could play.
And they can make them dark sky compliant.
And my favorite games that I ever watch my kids play are the nighttime softball leagues and the nighttime soccer things also, as my kids were growing up in Page. And so I missed the nighttime activities that occurred. And so when I was on there, the Park and Recreation Board, I was really in favor of solving this light problem, because we used to use our recreation fields down there in the evenings a lot more. And I even think with some of the summer camps that you're wanting to do, you know, it's so hot in the daytime, I think you'd get more participation if it was late evening. So I think that for our community, lighting is important for the sports complex.
Tom?
So I like that we're getting rid of the buzzing. That's a nice quality of life thing. The buzzing, I mean, to create that buzzing, that's energy that we're wasting that, you know, is just costing us money. I like that the new technology would use the energy a bit more wisely as far as what actually makes it onto the field, and we're not blinding, you know, community members nearby. That seems reasonable for both the recreation department as well as like the dark skies people and everything. From a technical standpoint, LED lights usually fail due to heat problems. So if you've got one that keeps failing, it might be, you know, that it's enclosed in an IKEA chandelier or whatever.
Mine is.
Thank
you. Now I understand. I'm serious.
So I mean, considering we're in a hot environment, yeah, tech support. But
Thank you.
Considering that, and considering they come with a warranty, it might be reasonable, you know, at this expense to just cook those on the hottest night of the year and see what we can, you know, get replaced if they're going to fail anyway. And then
We'll put that in record.
Yeah.
Strike that from the record.
It's just recorded.
the stress test.
And did you go out to bid for these, or did we just?
So this is part of a government contractor. They do it they're part of, what's it called,
It might be under, some of them might be under a state contract.
yeah, so this specific company is under a state contract.
So
they've been
supposedly
vetted
it's supposed to be one of the best.
Amanda?
Real question.
No, we're not. So you had me at Dark Sky, Able, and I agree with Councilor Farrow and Councilor Hettinger. We should go for the more expensive one.
Okay.
So whatever that was, 720. So if we can add that.
Interesting.
Okay.
Well, I think everybody's in favor of having better lights. So I guess just a quick direction of whether we want them to try and increase and go up.
Want the disco, or do we want the regular?
Disco.
Happy 1975.
Happy 19th.
And we'll say it so that we are participating in the 250 year anniversary, right?
That's right.
Which is extremely important to our Senator Mark Kelly.
Okay, you can send it to him that we're getting those in.
Is that 720?
Ish.
Greg, feel free to, I don't
think
remember
it's-
the exact number.
I think it was, give me 1 second, I have it in my email.
Hope it's 650.
Linda, do you have an
Maybe it was
ish
2
button?
million.
on your
I
calculator?
want the colored lights, you know, I have them on my house, so I'm interested in it, but that does seem a bit much for lights, guys.
Okay, we're going to move on from that and skip to Horseshoe Bend. Horseshoe Bend parking lot, I think that's explained pretty easy. And then this is we've already discussed this, the engineering, water and sewer that Horseshoe Bend is contributing for the extension of Sand Hill. Next is golf. Clubhouse carpet, you can take that out actually, because we're going to try and do that this year. Patio shade, how's that looking, Dwayne?
I talked to Jake earlier, and it will be about the price he was looking for.
30,000?
Yeah.
So the shade is for over the new patio. We had shade on there, and it blew away. So this will be Dwayne's contractor that does all the industrial stuff at the park. Any
Can you
questions?
get that done this year, Dwayne, too?
Yeah.
Well, they're
Patio
definitely,
shade, too?
No, we can't do the shade because we tried.
Oh, you did.
We couldn't get it in time.
Okay, just the carpet.
Yep.
Yeah, and the shade is definitely needed in the summer
That's what I'm saying, it's
because
needed,
it's
so-
not usable out there in the summer. Unless you want to boil, and burn your hands and stuff.
It's hot. Okay, airport, you want to do this, Kyle?
Sure. So on the airport, you see actually 3 different line items. One's Fed, state, and city. We decided this year to kind of break them out to really.
Microphone.
So this is broken out into 3 different line items, as you see there: Fed, state, and city. We decided to do that to provide a little better tracking for the projects. We do have this. All these expenses relate to airport funding that we receive from the FAA, either through airport capital improvements and or bipartisan infrastructure law funding. So these projects, as you see them, are kind of an idea of where we're headed in our projects currently for the capital outlay. Under the city portion, this is the actual cost to the city, what our share is of that breakout. It's roughly 5% of the project. It ebbs and flows somewhere just under 9% for local and state, so we split that with the state, so it's easy just to say about 5% of the project. But you'll see under the city or city portion of that, we do have, we had an extra one. Oh, the new roof for the airport maintenance hangar. We had funding this year for the maintenance of that hangar, and after talking with the contractor, he's suggesting a complete re-roof as opposed to a service on that roof. So that's the big highlight in there. Otherwise, all this is pretty much standard that falls under our typical airport funding or airport spending through the federal dollars that we receive.
I'll just ask them if they have any questions.
Yes.
The things for the fire station, does that come off the $5 million estimate?
No, and this is only for design.
This
This
is
is
only
the
for
only bit
design.
of funding we can apply for design.
But so the 5 million that we've been talked about before did not include the design costs.
Well,
I'm trying
there may
to
be
get
some
more
of
off
that
of
as it
that.
relates to that. However, on there, we can apply for a grant for the design. We cannot use those dollars for construction. So that's why it's highlighted design. So it could be added to that funding.
That's what I'm
if you
saying, when you're saying 5 million for the fire station, that was just, you're guessing that's how much is gonna build it, or is that for design and engineering? And so we could take even a little bit more off because we now have the design costs.
Well, you have to be
taken out of
careful
the 5
because
million.
how the FAA looks at this particular situation, if we're doing a combined facility, they will only fund what is related directly to the airport. So you can build a 10,000 square foot facility, but if we only say 2,000 square feet of it is for the airport, they will only fund 2,000 square feet of that facility.
I'm looking as a councilman, or from comments from the citizens, that I'm in favor of it because the airport needs it. I think that other one services the town of Page fine. I'm leaning towards being in favor of fire station over there because I believe the airport really needs it. That's how I,
Yeah, so to kind of answer your question, I don't know that I would consider this in take out of that money that you have, because we don't know what that value may be.
okay.
So I would kind of hedge away from that.
Another question, what about the TSA push out? Is that
That's under the terminal building construction, that's listed in there.
the RSA?
No, the RSA is runway safety area, phase 2, which will be a carryover into
Oh,
next year.
terminal building construction.
You got it.
I thought that was for a control tower and.
Oh, we can add in the TSA then. I'm kidding, yeah. No.
Thank you.
Airport sounds great.
We good on airport?
Yep.
The next ones are just payments we have to make on the golf carts through October. And I know what some of the questions are. Do you get a break for paying it off early? We don't get a break for paying it off early. They set the amount due 5 years ago, and that's the exact amount you pay. So then all we have left is the capital improvement program, the savings program. Does anybody have any questions on that? We've, I think, covered almost everything today in this. So,
Is that on page 68, or where did you hop to?
yeah, what page is it? 68. Oh, I took
Okay.
yours, didn't I?
Darren?
Mike?
One question on the water and sewer for the Horseshoe Bend. What is our time frame for running those lines out there and getting that hooked up?
Well, we'll build the road as we go. The engineering's working on it right now. So, 2 years?
Yeah,
To let you also know that we have spoken with ADOT, just in Flagstaff here, we'll see if we can't work it up the pole though, about Horseshoe Bend paying for a roundabout there. If Horseshoe Bend pays for the roundabout, will they let us do it quicker than about 7 to 8 years, which is the normal request for something like that, especially since we just got a roundabout. So that's kind of the thought, because then you'll have a four-way access. Actually, you have a three-way now, but if that road comes up and goes like that, it'd be nice to have a roundabout. People are going 80 miles an hour through there right now.
Mike?
Thank you, sir. Under public safety, animal shelter improvements, I know first year we moved 50,000, the next year we moved 50,000.
That's 100,000. That was already, you saw that. There was the HVAC. So these all move if we're spending it to the budget.
Okay.
So this was on the capital budget, that 100,000. So they're working on it right now, but it's not going to get done. So it's going to roll over into next year.
Okay, and they still have what they need for shading for the animals and.
I'll let these guys talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, Natalie's given us, we've kind of given it to Natalie. She's the expert down there. Everything that she wants and needs is wrapped up in that $100,000.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So we have more than just the temporary shade down there, because, I mean, when I was down there before, I haven't been down there in a year or so, but just had tarps and stuff like that, and a lot of those were kind of coming down. And
Yeah, I mean, she replaces them as she goes and that kind of stuff, but this is a permanent fix. It's taken a little longer than we wanted it to. There's just been some red tape and getting estimates, getting bids, getting permits, but we're moving on it right now. And
If I need somebody to do it.
yeah, but it's moving and it should be done shortly. But she's excited, we're excited, and I think when it's done, we'll do like a grand opening of some type.
yeah, everything for the dogs, like Charlie and them.
Yeah, I can't, man. They tug on my heartstrings, man. I love animals too much.
I'm gonna take them all home.
Oh, yes, Amanda?
Sorry, did anybody have any other questions on that? Because actually,
You're just used to having your hand up. You figured, might as well keep it up just in case.
so is this the part where we get to add more money to the budget?
To add money, more money?
Yeah.
What would you like to add?
So I have some requests. I'll start with the easy ones. First would be adding $1 million to our budget to revitalize Vista and move utilities underground. I know that's been a challenge in the past, but given recent
That's not us, that's PUE.
I understand. But, and I've spoken to them, and the challenge there is getting individual business owners to agree to do it. I feel like if we set aside some money to incentivize that, and we all work together, we could get it done, especially given the recent incident. So, asking fellow counselors if you all agree to setting aside $1 million to put all of the utilities underground at Vista.
And I'll just say straight out, I do not support the general fund supporting PUE.
Well, it wouldn't.
They've got 20+ million in the bank in their electric. If they want to do incentives, they can do incentives.
It's not just electrical though, it's communications, wiring.
That's not us either.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
I understand, but the way that street looks and the
Oh, I
hazard
know.
is
I've
ours.
said that for several years.
Yeah.
Would like someone to have the officers go and meet and have donuts and coffee somewhere, and then someone come along with a chainsaw and cut all the frickin' poles down, and then something would have to be done. But You know, it's not, we had a chance, they pulled down some of them.
Yeah.
And we are redoing that street.
Yeah, but
But we're not redoing
it's still
this.
the ugly ass poles and everything like that, yeah.
You
And I understand
That's
it's,
probably a major project, because if I'm understanding, when you start to deal with the, and I talked to Brian about this as well, when you're starting to deal with the other utilities besides just the power, that horizontal digger thing that they did, so PUE, the boring machine has made it so that they're ready if needed to go down under. But dealing with the lawyers and the other entities of the utilities that are also up there, that's where the real problem comes.
Right. Setting aside the money is only one piece of a complicated problem. But if we don't set aside the money, then it's that much more complicated.
You could direct PUE to take some of their 22, 23, whatever million that they have in the bank and direct them to put that in their budget for the,
Some sort of a matching, a dollar for dollar matching with businesses to incentivize that. Debbie?
Instead of, like Dave Augie, I've heard this for as long as I've been in Page, when it was Page going to do like Moab and others and get rid of all of our power lines, how about we direct staff to have a meeting and move forward and talk to all of these guys and see how big of a hairball it is and see if they all don't have some money or they are.
I don't think that's my job. I think that's PUE's.
We can save that for a future agenda.
But that's why I was saying that maybe it's time that we don't just kick the ball down. We at least try to address it and get some answers for us.
Yeah. Okay. Second item, do overlays on all those streets in industrial. I understand what you're saying, Kyle, about people using frontage road as like a speedway. Maybe we could look at some traffic calming there. But I think the businesses down there have a legitimate concern about their ability to operate on all of those streets down there. They're kind of falling apart. So,
There
councilors,
has
I'm
been
asking-
improvements. I've driven down there with Jerry just recently, and I was impressed with the improvements, and I did mean to state that there has been some improvements.
Order's really good.
And
Border
at Border
Street's
Street.
better.
I agree with you. I would like to see more improvements down there, but what has been done is thank you for addressing
And
that.
we have discussed that.
It
So
needs to have more done.
we discuss industrial.
So would you all be, well, yes, but he said it's specifically for industrial road, not the road network in that area. So I'm just asking if we can bump that up another $1 million and address the whole thing.
Some of that's not our property. Some of those are actually driveways and not roads.
We need to I think you should clarify what is wanted, because the frontage road is our road, but there are some crossroads in it that are not city roads. Norma Jean Way is one that community members constantly ask me about. It's not a city road. It's not wide enough, doesn't meet our standards. But as for doing the frontage road, industrial road, certainly we could add money to that and then do a project that does industrial road
Okay.
and industrial road. Get what pavement is ours improved.
Okay. Is $1 million enough?
I'll take $1 million.
Okay.
You get $1 million.
You get a bill. You get a bill.
We might have that in the budget. I mean, you put $2 million away for road improvement.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So if we did just an overlay, what are we looking at, 600,000? That's
There
a
might be a
little-
little bit more on that road, but yeah, it's more about 800, but we do there are incentives in terms of cost engineering if we have bigger projects. You know, if we double the size, the amount of, square footage, square yardage of asphalt, we can get some efficiencies and costs in there, so.
I would like that.
We can bundle that project into a frontage road.
It was a discussion already, so.
Great. Paraclub, I saw the line item in here for increased utilities. That $600K is going to roll over, right? I don't remember seeing it in here.
This should be in there. It's probably under mine, isn't it?
Is it under the potential facility improvements under general government?
600,000?
Well, it's 2.25 million, but I didn't know if
Yes,
it was
it
part of
is.
that.
Yes, yep. That's where we moved it.
Okay. Kane, you get $1 million. No, just kidding. I would like to upgrade the audiovisual equipment in here, possibly do wireless mics, do the cameras that will zoom automatically, do the transcription software. I'm thinking like 30,000.
I don't know, I haven't looked at what that would cost, but you could.
50?
A million.
I honestly don't, from a, we could budget more money in that and do something. I just can't tell you exactly how much it would cost.
We budget for flags so Tom and I don't have to sit down here like this.
I think your problem is that I lean so far forward that mayor can't see you ever.
Well, I think it's more that he looks towards
I'm
Josh
looking-
and the
I'm
mayor,
looking,
and,
whoever's
I mean,
talking.
and the city manager, and you usually look to your right. If you're left-handed, you might look to your left, so then those of us down here on the left don't get seen.
So
And
whatever.
we are looking at doing something with this building.
Yes.
That's part of that 2.2 million. So if we do something to this building, since we're staying in it, we definitely would have plenty of money to do something like that.
And I think you guys need to make some decisions on what you would want up there from a mic standpoint. Some of you like the lapel, some of you don't. You know, do you want it like what we had where you have to
Freestanding.
push, where you push a button to talk? I mean, so
We can't remember to put them on at the beginning of the meeting, let alone every time we talk.
Yes, hire us somebody to come and mic us up.
mic you up.
How old are these? I mean, I'm a big on using it until it wears it out, so are these very old? Just
6
because we're a
years.
new
That
council?
system was here when Tom and I got here, so
Oh, so it is old.
Not the,
the little dongles might be a little bit.
But on the same thing, we do have money for that.
Okay.
So, but
In
if we wanted
facilities
to
improvements.
replace, put a PTZs and do some different stuff, we'd have to look at some different we auto do stuff and, so,
Okay.
sure.
So you, Mr. Manager, you feel comfortable that with what's being proposed, we can do some of that this year?
Especially something that inexpensive.
Okay, awesome. Is that all of them? Yes. All right, here's my complicated ask.
She's got papers.
I've got visual aids. Be glad it's not flip charts and sticky notes. Okay, so I'm going to bring this around, but basically what I'm asking everyone to consider is we just approved for tonight a little over $6 million to support our fire department, which I think is appropriate and awesome. I want us to consider some additional funding for police. So I'm going to bring you a sheet. As we've talked today, my sheet has changed already, so I'll bring it to you. It'll make more sense in a minute, but basically, I'm really concerned with where our level of crime activity is and where our police capacity is. And I want to be clear that when I say capacity, I'm not talking about capability. I think we have really capable officers, well trained. They're wonderful. But we don't have enough people to handle the volume of what we have, is what I see. So I'll bring this around, but basically I'm asking for around $1 million added to the annual budget and 1.4 capital improvement. And I only brought enough to share, so if you'll share with somebody sitting next to you.
Will you share with me, Tom?
I'll agree to it.
Thank you.
Cute.
You're good.
Yeah, she gave me another one.
Okay, so top line item there, I had code enforcement officers because I was thinking they were kind of a feeder to the police force, but I think it's more appropriate to have those under Zach. And I heard from him today that really, if we were going to do a good job enforcing our codes, we should have 3 of those. So I'm estimating around $170,000. $1 million, Zach.
Do you want them trained or do you want them green? Because there are no really trained officers that would come in, that would stay. I don't know, how many have we gone through in the last couple of years, Darren?
Well, Tim, how many did you go through? 4?
Code enforcement officers?
6 or 7.
6? We've probably gone through 8 in 4 years.
I will say that is a very tough position to fill.
and whoever is in that position has to be extremely thick-skinned. And
It's a terrible
I've been
job.
told there's not enough money in the world to be able to do that full-time. Been heard that from multiple people, so.
That's why I was wondering if it would make sense as a feeder program. If people are gonna be cops, they gotta be pretty thick-skinned too, right?
Debbie?
I have a question. So, I've lived elsewhere and have a couple of rental properties elsewhere, and their code enforcement person never comes and has to talk to me. They don't have to be thick-skinned. I get a nasty letter, and it says you've got 30 days. So, you know, I contact my renter and say, hey, you guys got 1 week to correct whatever it is, grass too high, trash sitting out front, abandoned vehicles, or else I get fined and it just gets bigger, and that's my whatever. So if you're saying thick, are you saying that our officers respond to everyone and goes and knocks on Greg Martinez's door and says, hello, Mr. Martinez, you have, you know, you're breaking code? I
Yes.
mean, then that's gonna, why do we have that person? Why don't we do it like a lot of other cities? St. George, when I had a rental property over there, I never saw a code enforcement person. I mean, I only had one time when my daughters left a trash can out and I got a nasty letter and said I was gonna get fined if I didn't bring my trash can in every night. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't understand.
Is that an HOA or is that?
No.
code
Um,
No, it's city codes.
Yeah. Lake Powell Mobile Home Village sends a letter for skirting, for air conditioner sitting on the front of the house, the whole 9 yards, and gives you like 1 month to correct it, or else they're gonna start eviction notices.
See, I don't even think we need two code enforcement
Well,
persons. We just need someone who's gonna identify the properties, and I can drive around Page easily in a day, and you can, you know, mail out those letters.
And we do letters.
Yeah, notice of violation.
Yeah.
The big problem is, I don't know, we raised the amount for that position at least once, I think maybe twice, to get it up probably 20-30% higher than it was.
And it was full-time.
Full-time, they had their own truck, their own radio, and the longest one we were able to keep was about 3 months. So,
We had a good one too. She did a good job.
did a great job. But what we need, a retired sheriff's department. But if you guys, if council, you guys set policy, if you want us to be like Gestapo and go find these issues, and then yeah, we're gonna need 4 full-time code enforcement officers to write the citations, the notice of violation, to track it, to take it to court, and to follow through with that. But that's, or we can keep the option that we have, which is, you know, volunteer when it's complaint driven.
Well, I don't understand. I don't think any of the citations I've gotten on my rentals ever told me I was gonna end up in court. I think it was tacked onto my utility bills, so I don't know how legally
that's
you
how
could
I
do
like
that. Would
to-
be a question for Josh, because it
That's
was
how I
just
like to
tacked.
operate.
was-
My goal is not to find people or get them into court. My goal is to cure the problem.
Right.
So I give my code enforcement officers the latitude to give them 10 days, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, whatever works out with him and the property owner, so that it will get cured. Our goal, that's why they talk to them, so that they can, you know, be friendly and say, hey, we're here to help you, but how much time do you need, because we really need to get it done.
And I heard a lot as I was campaigning last fall, and that's when all the fires were going on in California. And most, matter of fact, except for one complaint, every complaint that I remember talking with individuals about, they were concerned about the pile of junk or the fire hazards, and they were like, you know, Page could just go up too, and we would have this huge problem because we're not, code enforcers aren't enforcing, you know, keeping down dead weeds and fire hazards and all of that type of stuff. And so I thought that was a real concern. I mean, I had sympathy in every single citizen that approached me about that, and I was like, yeah, I
Sure.
totally agree with you on
And
those.
I think because we are, you know, 7,800 people, I think we'd have 4 full-time code enforcement officers for about 2 years before we clean up every property. And then what would we do with them? So, you know, that's something that would have a deadline, because there's only so many properties that are sitting vacant with 3-foot-high weeds
But they're not even vacant properties, there are properties that people live in. I mean, the one that somebody, when I was out and talking to someone, they said, look over there, the pile of wood, you know, and I love to collect wood, and my husband wants to get rid of it all the time, but I get what they're saying. It was just all along this side of this one trailer. I mean,
We're
that
kind of
would have
losing
just been
focus again on
kindling.
budget here.
Yeah.
Where,
Thank you, we are getting off that, but that's what I'm saying, for a code enforcer, I don't see them always going out to their home, and then we'd have to ask Josh what the legalities of, or just attaching it to the utility bill.
There's two processes
The cost.
for that. One is a civil process and abatement process. They both go through the court, and the other is a criminal process. In the past, we've typically handled it as a criminal process. It's a much simpler process. We just issue the citation. For a while, the code enforcement was under the PD, and that kind of worked with the criminal side of things. But it's not necessary from a legal standpoint to have any in-person contact. It can be through just notices and that kind of a thing, from a legal standpoint. But they do end up in court if they don't work through it. Normally, we send a letter and say, you can send a letter and say, here's the problem, please fix it within this much time. If you don't, we're gonna issue a citation or whatever. So that's the
Actually,
process.
first we go talk to them, and if that doesn't work, we give them like 10 days to cure it.
We can, but
if they still
legally,
have-
it's not required that we go talk to them.
That's correct.
We can just send a letter if
We
legally.
try to be nice.
Tom?
Can I borrow that paper for a second?
Yes, for sure.
So, I'm gonna dig into this bit. So the zoning code is complex, wordy. I don't know if there's a nice way of putting it, but it's dry reading material. Not the zoning code, the code enforcement. And I don't know if there's all that many people that have actually like read it cover to cover, because it's a rather boring read. Zach's for sure the freebie on that one. I can tell you that my house has some code violations, and you get bonus points if you can drive by and find those. I think probably most houses in town are going to have a couple dings. Are they really costing our taxpayer that much grief that we're willing to have these officers out and about patrolling for nuisances that no one else is nuisanced by? I think the current reporting system, as you have a problem to report it, I think that's in the right direction. That's a good use of resources. I think that could be made smoother and faster through like integrating it into the app, or getting the word out about that. But I don't know if we necessarily need to add full-time positions for that, because they are difficult and high turnover positions. As far as the other stuff down here,
Sorry, Tom, can we just move on from that one if we're going to talk about other items?
Sure.
So just the code enforcement. It sounds like we don't love that idea.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
More discussion in the future.
more future discussion. Great. So next item is 8 more police officers. So these are all tied to boosting capacity. I don't know if relocation bonuses and annual bonuses would belong in Rachel's budget or in the police budget, but what I'm asking for overall is a pretty big increase annually to get all of the vacant positions now filled, and then add additional positions so that our officers are kept safe while they're keeping us safe.
So how many additional, currently he has 8 positions open. So how many more are you asking for?
So I'm asking for 8.
So you're asking for, so he's gonna have 16 open positions?
Yeah, and Chief, sorry to put you on the spot, but we have 6 open. Okay.
You have 6 open, okay. So you're gonna have 14 open positions. Only question I have is, where did you come up with the 8 positions?
That was in conversations with Chief, and one of the things I wanted to ask you is, did I misunderstand the 8 open positions as a need for 8 new positions? Or do we really need both?
We have 6 open positions. Since I've worked for the city of Page this last stint since '07, we've never been full. We're offering $5,000 relocation bonuses. We're offering $10,000 for detectives and sergeants. And we have a step increase. And I'm all about more money. I'm all about more officers for sure. But we've never filled, since '07 that I've been here, we've never filled the positions we have. So we've never come back. Council gave us 4 positions and we ended up basically turning those into crime scene specialists. So it's not just money sitting there. They're doing work that traditionally officers do, but civilians can get them done. We're looking at a very experienced detective right now that works for another department. With $10,000 on the table, they can't find a place to live. So, you know, we're looking at some other options with that, but like,
And
I don't think.
not to cut the chief off, what I would rather say is once we get to full capacity, you know, maybe then they come back and ask for a few more. But like the chief said, we gave the chief 4 new officers 4 years ago. He has never been able to fill them. So you can have the open positions, but it doesn't matter.
I think where that came from.
It can screw up the budget.
If I recall, yeah, the perfect amount of officers for us would be like 30. It would, if we could get them here. But with the step increases, I mean, we're really working, but the difference between Jeff's side of the building and ours is they work 24-hour shifts and they have places that the guys can stay. We have folks that have wife and kids and they're not gonna live in barracks even if we had them. They want a house.
Yeah. Is it a thing where we need to offer housing stipend, or is it the down payment for getting a house? Where you say they can't find housing. I mean, there's a lot of houses out there for sale, but what is it? They can't afford the down, or is it they need a housing stipend?
You know, the majority of our applicants are probably 21 to 26, 27 years old. They can't afford to buy a house, and you know, the rentals are very, very limited, but that's the problem.
So if I can briefly cover the remaining parts of this, and then I'll be quiet and you all can talk because it's all related. So I'm also asking for a capital improvement of a little over $1 million to purchase transitional housing, which could be used for police officers for a few months while they're house hunting. This is a model that's used by the Park Service. I included an annual O&M cost, which would be based off similar houses. And then, God willing, the police force is all full. That would benefit other staff as well. And then the final thing that I'll just say there is I understand there's currently retention bonuses and relocation bonuses. I'm suggesting that we bump those numbers up even higher to fill these critical positions.
So I think Rachel had her hand
I
up
have the
before me,
authority
so
to do that.
if Rachel's still,
Rachel?
I just want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, Larry, that we have been getting more candidates since we are advertising the STEP program and stuff like that. So that's good, whether they're laterals or rookies. But also, when it comes to if we were, I mean, I don't know if you guys remember at the last meeting we had all together, Flagstaff does have a down payment program that we could, you know, possibly mimic, but it's a matter of money and Josh saying what we can and cannot do.
Well, it's probably, honestly, in Page, it's probably more about finding the stock. There are some houses for sale, but, you know.
They're priced up.
It's got to be the right
It's
timing.
still hard to find a house.
Right.
And I know
Isn't
that
the-
other little towns, what they'll do, just because of the turnover on small communities, especially in the north here, they'll offer $40,000 after they've gone through the training and after they've gone through their probation period. So there's no incentive right when you move in. I don't mind giving $5,000 to help with first month's rent, last month's rent, all the hookup utilities. I'll do that in a heartbeat. But, you know, I think as far as a down payment assistance, I think we should really make sure that they've made it through their probation period, because a lot of them don't.
Debbie and then Tom.
well, I mean, like he said, 30 more officers would be great, but that's not happening, and it's not happening. I want to put, if we put any extra funds today towards the police, I want it to be to solve the problem for retention, to keep our officers here. the school district bought the apartments across from where I'm located at so that they could have a place for teachers for the first year. If we have to do something like that, because then we keep the value of it, and then if we decide to sell it in a few years, if there's any apartment complexes or something like that that could be built, that could be used for single officers to get them here. But I want to find solutions to keep officers here. We can't continue to have just 2 on patrol. I mean, what happens? They need to respond together if they're safe, and what happens if there's another call? We've got to solve this problem, and I think it's, besides housing, it's probably our second largest problem.
Tom?
Yeah, so earlier when we were talking about the firefighter positions, I think we were able to make headway and approve those positions because we have the firehouse being fully staffed for I think the first time ever, right? And we've got data saying that their performance would improve if they had more manpower. But right now we don't even have the knowledge that PD. I'm sure if they if they had 1 more person, they'd do better. I'm sure if they had 14.
It's not about doing better. It's about doing their current job safely. And
That's what I'm worried about, is their current job safety.
higher functioning. However, we don't necessarily have. I mean, we haven't even filled.
I will
out
give you the
6
data
right now. I'd be happy to discuss the relocation in an effort to try to fill those 6 positions, but I think going for 8 more right now is a huge expense that we don't have any data for or against.
Rachel?
I do want to point out that it's not just the PD that needs help with housing.
It's
everybody, but the fire department. I mean, we have those 2 new ones. One of them told me that he would possibly move up here, but it's a matter of figuring that out. So, and we did have transitional housing at one point, and we did have a firefighter and his whole family stay in there for a few months until they figured it out.
We looked at they sold before.
Housing would be nice, but that needs to be backed and done.
And I'd like to just a quick comment to tag on to that is the fire department, we had to change our schedule to that 4896 so that we could hire folks that didn't live in the city and still get qualified people to come here. The challenges with that is when we have a big incident, we don't have anybody to call back. So this problem has been a very long-standing problem that we're still trying to sort through.
Okay.
Mike and then Debbie.
So Josh, can the city build apartments or like some of the builders that have come, can we develop a neighborhood and then use that as a revenue source?
Yes.
And for our PD, for our fire department, for our.
We can own houses.
So
we can
own
rent houses to our employees. We can.
And then it'd be a revenue
houses
source, so it'd
to
be coming back in.
non-employees. But yeah, we can own houses. Yeah.
Because
Or
we have
apartment.
enough revenue where we could pay for it, and it would be, and all the money that would be coming in would be a revenue source coming back in.
Councilor Farrow had his hand up.
Yeah, Mike.
Part of one of the builders that was going to build for us was a set aside for a street for our law enforcement and as needed city people. Early on in councils, earlier we talked about looking for, I know Rachel had access to some transitional places, but then I think they were at the mobile home park, and then we also talked about at one point to acquire an apartment building for transitional. So for options, I like it that we're looking at something that we can give the chief, beside the chiefs and Rachel for city, an option to put somebody up somewhere somehow. We're going to have to break a rule. We used to say we're not in the real estate business, but we're going to have to get somewhere in the business to get people here.
I think Councilor Hattinger had her hand up first.
Thanks. I was just going to ask the chief, because I know you made the comment about a lot of your officers coming in are like 21 to 26. So what's, in your mind, what's the need for something like an apartment versus long-term housing? I mean, I know both are long-term, but like a single-family home versus an apartment.
I mean, it depends on the applicant. I think that a lot of folks, would move into an apartment. I think the point I was trying to make was a lot of our applicants are younger folks that they're not in a position or they're not ready to buy a home at this point in their lives. We just had an officer, leave that he went to Prescott. His family lives in Prescott, and everybody's hiring, and so, all of us are hiring. A friend of mine is the chief up in Globe, and he and I had breakfast last week, and he's running into the same problems. When I talked to him last year, they were close to full, and now they're worse off than we are right now. But it really is, six one way, half a dozen the other. There's a lot of people that don't mind living in mobile homes, and there's other people that have spouses or girlfriends that say they're just absolutely not going to do that. It's like really foreign to them.
So if I can mention the dollar amounts that I've put in, well, let me back up just real quick. We had an opportunity to purchase one of the fourplexes last year, but because of how long it took to get things approved, we lost that opportunity. If we approve this amount, it would give us that flexibility to do that if a similar property came open. And if the nice thing about single officers is you can have a roommate situation if it's temporary, but you also have the flexibility to have families in there. A fourplex would work well for that. So would 4 bureau homes. Either way, this dollar amount would cover that and give our city manager the flexibility to pull the trigger on those opportunities when they come up. And then just thinking about the annual housing cost, if we're gonna do this, we need to have an annual maintenance budget for it as well. And this is, so what I'm saying is this is not a new idea, but I would really love to see 2026 be the year that we do it
In town anymore?
instead of talking about it.
We've sold them all, every one of them.
Hmm?
We all agree on this.
We definitely all agree on the needs. I'm not sure about how to approach it as far as just adding it to the budget.
So if we want to start with housing, because it seems like that's the piece that we agree on the most, that would be adding about $1.4 million to the capital improvement fund and adding $97,000 to the annual building maintenance line item.
So that would have to be moved away from what category to do that?
The bank.
You would have to cut something at this point.
Would we?
So, yeah.
Why?
Because of the amount of stuff we were just discussing that, the amount of stuff that we added throughout the day.
We're at our spending limit or what?
We can put it in there, absolutely. I would feel more comfortable with not putting in 1.4 million to buy 4 transition homes. Why not put in, to buy a fourplex or something like that?
What do you recommend, sir?
I don't know how much it costs.
So I'm comfortable not setting a specific dollar amount tonight and giving you the time to look at it and bring it back to us in the final budget. If we all just agree that we want to do this and you figure out the cost.
We can do some looking and see if there's any for sale.
There's the Desert Canyon Inn Oasis is for sale for $1.125 million. That gives you 6 apartments.
And it needs
That's something hanging
renovation.
from your nose.
Sorry?
I don't know, I haven't been in there for a while, but it
I had a
needs,
bloody nose. I got beat up in budget.
it's been 4 or 5 years, but when I visited somebody in one of those, it needs renovation.
That was the only
Yeah,
thing.
but
There's
that's-
one more on market as well for $950, and that's 4, I think.
But what I want to do is set aside the money so that when the right thing comes up, you can buy it.
Even if it's a CIP, we can start.
Right, that's
We
what
don't
I'm
need
thinking.
we don't need to spend it all right now, like you said. We can start saving, so that in 3 years we do pull the trigger, or if we get a windfall one year, we can add an extra. We would love to have it. We tried to buy one last year, but that was only $360,000. That was a really good buy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we moved too slow. It was already sold.
Well, if you would take a look, please, and when we get the final budget, let us know what you think is appropriate and feasible.
Okay, because once we need to go through now and realign these numbers from the changes that we made throughout the day. So we'll have a better idea next week of where we're sitting. It just felt like we added a lot to the budget. I could be wrong.
We cut very little.
Yeah, it could be, we might be.
It cut some, I thought that we approved more than we added, but.
We could be golden. So yes, I would appreciate it if you give us, to get our final numbers. You won't see this anyway until the end of the month.
Absolutely. And so then my final request is just for you all to work together to look at additional relocation and bonus numbers to help PD fill those spots.
And I can give those bonus is up to 100,000 if I wanted to.
Oh, great.
I mean, that's my spending limit.
Where do I sign up?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be a cop now.
I think.
Okay, I'm done. Thanks for listening.
I guess we just put 7:20. Thank you.
Finish us off.
Meeting adjourned.
We need to adjourn.
Oh my God, it's over.
Thank you to
I'm not the only one that had a crazy request.
Darren and Linda, thank you. I know
Thank
this.
you guys.
this
Hey,
whole pro-
actually, you know what?
Covered one of mine and.
You guys did a great job. I mean,
Excuse
really,
me,
for your
everyone.
first time, I think you did well. Some of us were thinking we